The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Pacific414 Pop Talk, Sunday edition, with Baron Norman Tag and myself,
Oh
Mike
my God,
Pacific
who
4.
the hell cares?
Listen, Baron, I know you're excited about the possibility of Cash being able to show up today.
Who?
Cash.
Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, that guy. That guy, Cash Money 007.
Oh, no, he's not going to show up. He's not going to show up.
Wait, you had him committed to an insane asylum?
No,
Is
Phil
that it?
did. Phil did. You know it's bad when Phil McCracken throws you into, the kook house. He was found, Cash was found walking around Fulton, California.
A grizzly bear with tits.
Talk
What
about
the
that
fuck
stuff.
is that?
He was all about what's what?
A grizzly bear with tits.
Oh boy.
It's Beargate. Beargate. It's like
We're not talking about Beargate tonight.
No, we know we're not. But that's the trouble. Cash was, he was walking around Fulton, California, saying that, and beating people up that was playing Beargate, especially if they wanted the bear stuff in it. And Phil had to step in and do an intervention. And now he's at Beargate 3 Anonymous.
Wait, hold up. Listen to yourself. Phil McCracken doing an intervention?
I know.
It's an oxymoron.
That's how bad it is. That's how bad it was. And, Cash right now is sitting somewhere is going, "Hi, I'm Cash. Hi, Cash Money 007. Hi, Cash Money 007. Yeah, I'm addicted to shaming people about Beargate 3. Yeah, we're here for you, man. Same here. Yeah, we're waiting with you. So he'll get a 30-day chip in about 29 days. If he makes it that long.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to see about revoking your privileges for the clips.
What? No, this is where we're supposed to.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready! I mean, I thought that. Mike, come on. If you're taking my clips away from me, it's basically.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Did you like that segue? I segued you.
Yes. Today we are going to talk about a Star Wars story, but not because it's Disney's May the 4th. It's because this past week we had the 20th anniversary re-release of Revenge of the Sith, which did quite well for itself. And I'll actually show you all that right now. This
It,
isn't officially going into the box office. I just wanted to bring this up, and
well, it's not a Snow White.
no, but
Didn't do like a Snow White in there. So, but no.
I mean, look at this, Baron. 34 million domestically, 18 million internationally for 52 million worldwide. Now, with today being Disney's May the 4th, their Star Wars Day, don't
Mhm.
you think you would have kept the movie in theaters just a little bit longer?
Nah, we got Thunder Duds.
Oh, yeah, well, we'll find out what that movie made once that becomes available. But I mean, look at this, Baron. Considering the original budget for episode 3 was 119 million in 2005
Wow, yeah.
to make, yeah, yes, I know inflation is why
Right.
it's made this total, but to make 52 million in the very short amount of time it was still out in theaters,
Hmm.
that says something.
It
It
does.
set a record for a re-release of a film. And I'm talking about the domestic total with its 25 million that it made last weekend. It just goes to
Uh,
show you people are still hungry for good Star Wars.
yeah,
Not
they
this
are.
schlock that we've been getting from Disney.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but what do you mean by a re-release? Because when we used to do re-releases back in the day, if you adjust for inflations, other re-releases were giants, but then again, they also lasted longer in the theater. They weren't
Yeah.
just a week and gone, and only a small segment of the. I mean, look at that, 2,800 theaters, and um, I'll do a spoiler alert. Thunder Duds 4,000 and some, about almost half as much. And yeah, when we get to that, just remember
Yeah.
this. Remember this right here, because that should have been out more. It should have gotten more press that was out. It should have had more
Mhm.
theaters. Um, Disney would be raking in a little bit of that golden egg that they supposedly want, but ain't going to happen. Why? It threatens their legacy, because this is
What
George. It's almost
what
it,
legacy? What legacy? They don't have no legacy. They've ruined Star Wars
well.
for a
You can
lot of
have a
fans.
legacy and have a bad legacy. I mean, honestly, uh, Biden has a legacy. It's not what you want, but it's a legacy. Uh, things like that. So it's you compare apples and apple turds that are road apples. You might say apples to road apples, which is Disney. Um, honestly, what is it? And this threatens them. And yeah, go and see it. Even though this film, or when it was out, even though it's under Disney, this is the thing that really sticks it to Disney when they see this film doing so much better than statistically. If you take a look at it, spoiler alert, something that just recently come out. So, and
Mhm.
let's not forget Snow White. If this
This
was given
performed
more
better in its first and only weekend in the box office than Snow White did.
right, I mean, if you left this in here for about the same amount of time as Disney's Snow White and the Seven Murder Hobos, you'd find probably that this would be raking in more money than that film, especially if you gave it some freaking press. This is where you put the advertising campaign out saying back in theaters for its 20th anniversary, just like they did with the remasters back in
Mhm.
'97. Um, I think even Phantom Menace might have gotten more press than this at the time, but then again, it was still under Lucas. But no, this is where you throw it out on the interwebs. That's where you throw it out on your Star Wars channel. This is where that you have on there your Disney channel. This is where you put it out there with the platforms that you own. Um, uh, Out there where they have that advertising, and even throw the advertising on your competitors, i.e., Pluto TV, which is what Paramount or CBS. Yeah,
Come and
It's just a
experience
simple thing.
the excitement once again of Star Wars:
Mhm.
Revenge of the Sith.
Because this is sticking it to your quote unquote competition. But no, they don't want that because they're fragile egos. You know, Eisner's too busy snorting cocaine off the butt of ladies of the evening in the bathroom to care about this. But if he doesn't do something about it, he won't have enough.
Eisner.
Not
It's
Eisner, but
Iger.
Iger. Iger. See, the name is similar. The name is similar. I meant Iger. Maybe that's the reason why Eisner got his heart condition. I don't know, but it's like Iger is
Well,
not
it
going to
was
be
the
able.
'80s.
That's true. Iger is not going to be able to afford either or the cocaine and the ladies of the evening if he doesn't do something right. And this could have been something right. It's like this would have kept Scarface, the connection to Scarface, very happy. It's like, oh, okay, I'll send it up there for you. Have fun.
I mean, I know there's Star Wars Celebration in Japan, but they should really had a press junket where everybody who was involved with the film is reflecting back 20 years later and saying why you should go see this movie still 20 years later,
Yeah,
even though
Ewan
you
McGregor.
do own a Blu-ray or DVD copy or maybe a digital copy of the movie, experience it again like you did for the first time in a movie theater.
Yeah, or be able to take your kids to finally see it because they were
Hmm.
either not old enough or they weren't born yet, and now it's like, hey, we're going. This is
Yeah,
how you see it, kids.
I remember when the special edition of the original trilogy came out, starting with Star Wars. I remember a neighbor of mine taking their kids to go see it in the theater because they weren't old enough at the time when the movies came out to even go see it.
Hmm.
So they took them to the theater back in '97. And when they came home and they saw me, they said, "Have you seen Star Wars before?" I said, "Yes, I have." "Well, we just saw it in the theater, the new special edition, and it was awesome." I said, "That's the kind of experience you're going to get
Right,
sitting in the movie theater."
you should have, yes. And again, for a studio that is struggling,
Hmm.
uh, either you put this up for Star Wars Day or you put it out closer to the actual day it was released, which is close to Orthodox Star Wars Day.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, and don't let it. Don't. Oh, we don't want it to compete with one of our own. Why not? I mean, you might get theater hopping like we used to do.
Hmm.
I want one ticket for this, and I want one ticket for that. Just make sure I can get the other ticket, with enough time between the two. There. I mean,
I used
last
to
time,
do it, Baron. I
yeah,
used to
I
do
did
it.
too. Last time I did that is when we went to see Pixels and what was the other one? I can't remember which were the other ones, but took the kids out there and uh, we watched the first one. We went down to a hot dog stand there, don't you know, and had some hot dogs, whatnot. And then we went back to the theater and we saw the second film, the second one was Pixels. I got a middle block of the first one. And yeah, that was fun doing it with the kids. It's like, yeah, you got a little bit of time, get something in the old belly that's not so.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, theaters. When you got two kids, your wife and yourself, even back then, it was a little pricey, but we still did buy popcorn and pop because I just can't see a movie without popcorn. And I'm going to go for the freaking bucket where I can have the eternal refills. And about three Eternals later, they go, "Sorry, sir, we ran out of popcorn. Thank you."
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you
We're out of popcorn.
bastard. Yeah,
Come back later.
yeah.
Much
Come
later.
back. Yeah, come back in about an eon. We might have enough then. You bastard.
Other,
I mean, I walked
remember
up.
a couple of years ago when I went to see The Big Lebowski for its 25th anniversary in the
Yeah,
theater? That was a fun experience. Not just
yeah,
because I got to see the movie for the first time in the theater, and I was kicking myself when I first saw the movie, like I've said before, and thinking I should have gone to see this in the theater and didn't.
right.
But the experience of seeing The Big Lebowski in the theater and
Mhm.
not caring that you and everyone else was quoting the movie verbatim
Yeah, nerds.
because everybody was having a good time. And
Right.
that's what it was like last Friday. Going to see Revenge of the Sith again in the theater.
All I
People were
gotta say,
quoting it. People
Mhm.
were having fun going, gosh, I miss this experience.
How many people went, no?
No. You know what people did? They laughed.
Yeah, that George, that was not a good one. And of course, you saying going to theater, having a great experience. This is Cash's response.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
See, notice I tied two in there. You brought Lebowski.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
talk about see that's I know how to do it. I know how to do it.
I know you do. I know.
I'm an untrained, unprofessional.
But
That's
when it comes to the fact that you have a 20-year-old movie that performs very well for itself for
hmm
re-release,
right.
that should, but unfortunately for Disney, it won't
No.
make their executives go, wait a minute, maybe we are doing this wrong.
Oh, well, oh damn! I had everything set up for one. Now I gotta go to the other. Thank you, Cash. Now I was gonna call you Cash. That's cruel of me. I don't want to do that.
Well, I guess I could talk like this and say these people.
The hell you say?
There you go. But you want to know what the people at the counter's response is when they see me coming back for my fifth time to get popcorn?
No more.
You really are a fat bastard.
Yeah, I'd say my feelings were hurt, but nah, they weren't.
Yeah.
Deep down, I know I am.
But we will be talking more Revenge of the Sith later on in the show. The topics we do have lined up for this afternoon's show, and I will say hello to everybody after I'll let you all know what topics we're talking about. We'll be talking about why Jeremy Renner rejected an offer from Disney to return for Hawkeye season 2. And then we'll also have a follow-up article. Both these articles are from Superhero Hype, so we'll be talking about those. We'll also talk about the passing of Ruth Buzzy, who was on Laugh-In at the age of 88. And then we'll give an update to Warner Brothers' foreign copyright lawsuit that was filed against them and whether or not it is still active or if it's been dismissed, and will it affect the upcoming James Gunn film coming out in theaters in July. And then at some point, we will take a look at the weekend box office for this particular weekend. And at that time, I will talk about a movie I went and saw yesterday because yesterday, I had lunch with my sister, looked at some classic cars that were in the area for a car show. And I mean, you talk about a sight and then the sound that just makes you go, yeah, this is awesome. Seeing classic roadsters, classic hot rods, classic Cadillacs, GTOs, and classic Porsches, various cars from various different eras, all going up and down your highway, or you're going down a road and you see, one of these classic vehicles driving by. It's like, yeah, I love it. I love it.
Michael's only run over twice.
No, Baron, I was behind the wheel of my own vehicle trying to keep an eye on the road. It's like, no, don't anybody crash into any of these classic beauties. And
No,
you could tell the work that people have put into them to restore or customize them.
oh, yeah,
Eh,
it's a passion.
Yeah, and I will admit I didn't take any pictures. I was just taking it all in, going, "Yeah, this is where you put down the phone, put down the camera, and you just take it all in."
You're supposed to share. They like it when you take pictures.
Yeah, but I went still behind the wheel of my car, Baron, and
Oh, okay.
in
I was
in
gonna
in
say,
my state, if I pick up my cell phone without having some sort of hands-free device, I get a ticket,
oh, yeah, because
and
I'm
I
saying
didn't want a ticket.
yeah, I was gonna say they love the pictures being taken, especially the big busty tattooed blondes that are posing by the cars.
I didn't see any of those, Baron.
Oh, okay. Just a bunch of guys that look like me and Cash Money. That's scary.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you said it, not me.
It's true. Why should I lie? Uh,
But we'll also talk about Grand Theft Auto 6 being delayed until May of next year from Phantom Pulse, and we also have another article from Phantom Pulse that we'll get to. I'm talking about the HBO chief saying that the Harry Potter TV series is not secretly being infused with anything, and I call bullshit on that.
yeah. Damn it! I need to get that sound bite. I keep talking about it, but then I forget about it.
Yeah, I know you do. And then, of course, we'll
I'm
be
pathetic.
talking about the article from comicbook.com where George Lucas' original plan for Anakin Skywalker's descent to the dark side is way more evil than you could imagine. Is that true, George? George was in the chat. Speaking of the chat, I do want to say hello, of course. Baron was here first.
Yo, see, I had to go in there, man. I got to mark my territory.
Yeah, you're a pirate. You're always a pirate. And of course,
Oh yeah, pirate.
George Lucas was here. Good to see you, George. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well.
He's working on intergalactic graffiti, the one we're talking about before the show.
Yeah, and the combination of American graffiti and Star Wars.
Who-
And we have DJ Ronnie G. Good to see you, DJ.
Damn it! I didn't load that one up. Ah. Oh no! Wait, I did.
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Nerd.
And of course, we have everybody's favorite polar bear, Snort Poopus Cuber. Good to see you, Snorty.
.com. Gotta add the .com afterwards.
And we also have Jet Sparks 373 who says I stood in line at 11 years old waiting to see this with my dad and granddad, and same with Attack of the Clones at age 8. Yeah, that's what we did.
hmm I remember waiting in line to get out of the theater for The Last Jedi. It's like, come on, hurry up, people! Come on, before it melts my brain anymore, you bastards!
She should have just ran out of the theater screaming, "Ah, I can't take it
I
anymore!"
could, but the thing is there was a line around the aisles for people trying to get out. I'm stuck in that. I couldn't get out.
And True Rock
And we're all
Creations,
screaming and crying.
yeah, yeah, I'm surprised the long suffering is still with you. You probably were crying like a little baby.
I was in a ball. Yeah, it was like, oh no, never again.
And of course, Tree Rock says bowling has rules. This isn't Nam. Smokey, you're over the line. Over the line! Market 0! And speaking of excuse me, speaking of the long suffering, he is here as well and says the best way to theater hop is work there. I did that in my teens. I saw so many movies. I believe it.
Then
And
she
of course,
didn't.
and then we also have the Padawannabe here who says, "Hi, fellows. Hello, Padawannabe."
Patty.
And T-Rock says, Disney equals, I'll buy that for $1. And we also have Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. and JetSpark says all this crap that's making gaming more expensive is going to cause a crash. I guarantee it, which is why I might as well start investing in buying more books. Yeah, did you hear about what Microsoft is doing? They're
What do they
raising the
do?
they're raising the price of games. They're raising the price of consoles. They're raising the price of controllers and any extras.
The hell you say?
It's going to cost you $100 more to buy an Xbox Series S.
I believe it.
It's all because they see that one company does it, and people allow that company to do it, and they follow suit.
Yeah.
Instead of putting their foot down, saying no, we're not going to pay this much for a game or a console.
Come on, people, stand up to these bastards.
And you do have the opposite end of the spectrum of people saying, well, if you can't afford it, get a better job. Some of us have responsibilities. Some of us have,
Sorry.
responsibilities toward making sure we have a roof over our head, food on the table, make sure that the car is properly running, and other things.
Mm-hmm. Anyone that goes out and says something like that, fuck you. I'm sorry. I had to say it because it's that arrogant little prick attitude. The same thing you have a bunch of people sitting in Washington D.C. Oh, you can't get by, get another job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sometimes not that easy to get another job, especially when you also have the other responsibilities of needing to be at home. Especially when this
Mm-hmm.
is a luxury, not a need. And the
Yeah.
person who's saying that is the one that puts Cheese Whiz in his belly button so he can use it for a nacho to scoop his nachos out of, uh, with the bucket next to him for pooping. And it's like, actually, you could get another job. Mommy, I need a burrito. I need more money for this DLC. They're usually the fucking parasites.
You sound drunk.
Oh, I can get better.
I said this the other day when I was watching a live stream. As far as this current generation of consoles is concerned, where is the greatness? It's non-existent.
No.
It's not there. There's not one game that's making everybody go, yeah, you got to play this game. This game is awesome. The way they've developed this game and what you have to do in this game is innovating. There is no more innovation in the gaming industry, much like the movie industry, because one of the other reasons you have executives from Hollywood who are now part of the gaming industry.
Oh, yeah. Parasite, meet Parasite.
Mm-hmm.
So the big fat bastards that use their belly button for keeping the cheese in so they can scoop with their nachos out going, Mommy, the poop bucket's full. I need burrito. I need money for DLC. Can sit back and tell you to get a fucking job if you want to afford this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That's my attitude to anybody who sits back and says that and doesn't realize what bullshit this is. And honestly, this is a person who's the people who say this obviously are people who have no grasp of reality because they
No.
have everything handed to them on a freaking silver platter, and then they sit around and listen to grunge music, going, "Yeah, Kurt, tell that I wanted a PS system and I got an Xbox. I was shaking in rage and almost unalive myself about it. Life is so hard." Because that's basically what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ungrateful pieces of crap who, like that guy who, or girl or it that's whining and crying that at the Starbucks. I've been there for 5 hours. How can I handle it? It's busy and there's only 4 of us and we should have 5.
Baron, how many times have any of us worked at a place that's short staffed and we've just dealt with it?
I sent somebody home. In fact, I sent my boss home because she was sick. And we normally ran the place even during a rush hour, just the two of us, but we were in sync
Mm-hmm.
as a team that were able to really get stuff through. So I ran the whole freaking rush by myself, and this is at a Subway with a line going out the door. So I'm going boom, 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 boom. So I'm doing that for, oh my God, what would this little piss ant? What would this little piss ant do? This little piss ant wouldn't be able to handle it. This little bit, my God, this little piss ant's just used to sitting in back singing.
Wiener, 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 next to another.
I mean, that's all that, that's all these people are good. I mean, back whining, crying when, and really what I wants to do is sing the floppy wiener song.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe pull out his pockets and unzip and pretend, hey, look, I'm an elephant. No, you're not. No. That elephant would be embarrassed with a trunk like that.
Yep. I mean, there was a time when I was working at this one store and we were short staffed and corporate was there. And I was the only one in the department. So I'm running around trying to help everybody. And this one moron from corporate says, isn't there anyone else working in the department with you? I said, nope. Next person doesn't come until 2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, you're nicer than me. I would have handed him the price guy and go, now there is.
And I looked at her. I said, I said it. I said it. I didn't care. I said, if you'd like to help, you're more than welcome to help.
Yeah. Yeah, when you get people visits from corporate, it's like, so, yeah, I mean, you're just about as worthless as...
A grizzly bear with tits.
That's about how worthless you are.
And DJ Ronnie G says, consoles, you mean those PCs that you can upgrade? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, think about it. For the price of some of the new consoles, you can get a gaming PC that you can't upgrade, unlike the gaming console.
Right.
And Jeff Sparks says, I'm fully aware of things with Microsoft. I'm also just pissed off the same thing that's going on with Nintendo and Sony. PC is too expensive to get into the door at this point, too. And for some people, it is.
Well, as it goes, I guess I'm not pissed off. I don't care. Well, one, I'm not a console guy, but even if I was a console guy, right? I still got my other system. It still has great games. And I recognize it's a want, not a need. There's more important things in this freaking world. And if they want to turn around and fuck around like that, they can turn around and find out by not having people actually go out there and buy it. So they actually do have a surplus on their shelves, and they can start wondering what's going on here and realize the law of supply and demand and what actually need is, and the fact that, hey, congratulations, you've just priced yourself out. Good job.
I know we've mentioned this several times here on Pop Talk, but you got the physical copy of the games that have overhead.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That they charge $79, and now they want to charge $89 for, or in some cases $100 or more. Yet you got the digital copy, which they ask the same price, with no overhead.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that is absolutely asinine.
And the same thing with, I'm not just, I'm going to go one step further. Not just that, but books. Remember how they're going to say that, things are going to be cheaper with these books because, the books, we don't have to worry about printing and all that there. E-books are the way to go. You don't need anything else. Right. Uh-huh. So cheap. We're not going to have physical no more. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
And Jess Park says that he had some money saved up from his birthday and bought 1 month of Xbox Game Pass.
There you go.
He did the grind on GTA Online.
There you go. That's how you do it. Now, if I had the money to do that, I would, but I don't, so I can live. I'll wait.
Tim says,
right now
and go ahead and finish your thought.
Oh, I just noticed that like Jedi Survivor is like $13.99 now on Steam, but I can wait. Even with I know the sale is going to come around again, and that's just it. The sale is going to come around. It might even be a better sale next time, and it's not going to be that long. That's going to happen. So, yeah,
No, usually around the Game Awards, they have another sale going on, so you never know what it might be then.
all I got to say to my friends out there is just have a little patience. I mean, I realize stuff like Beargate 3 hardly goes on sale. When it does, it's a laugh. When you see it goes on sale.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
Because it really isn't a sale, but, just have patience. No, we don't need to be the first person to grab this. It's not a contest. It's not a competition. In the long run, you actually look better if you just kind of hold your breath and go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there we go. Because that's what the scalpers get. Scalpers get you on your impatience. You got to have it now. So I'm going to buy 3 of these systems. Make sure no one else.
Baron, you've got to buy the Nintendo Switch. It's the latest and greatest console from Nintendo. It's going to blow every other console out of the water. Yet there was an article that said that the Switch 2 isn't more powerful than a PlayStation 4 Pro. So,
yeah, well, that's just it. Cash regaled us with that, I think. And that's just it. It's like, really? You're going to pull that stunt on us? Okay, great. That's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. I love that.
and Snorty says this bird isn't buying it. No, a lot of people that are in the YouTube community, at least on the one channel I watch, had said, okay, once my PS4 dies, I'm done with consoles.
I mean, I have no interest in it, So, I mean, I didn't have any interest in the first one. It's like, oh, okay, yippee. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah. First, that little screen that you have on there is too small for my eyes. Second of all, I know you can transfer it to the TV, but even then, where's the keyboard?
Yeah, you're a mouse and keyboard
Yeah.
guy when it comes to playing games. That's how you prefer to play it.
Actually, I'm a mouse, keyboard, and mouse, the big fat furry one. So, well, because that's
the big fat furry one that looks at you and says, "Feed me, human."
Yeah, exactly. Are you done yet? Really? Are either that is a joystick with either 1 or 2 buttons on it. That was the extent. If you had 2 buttons on your keyboard, oh boy, oh my God, you are on your joystick. It's like, oh my God, you're what's going on, man? You're crazy, man. That's crazy. It's like, yeah, this one's for regular fire, and this one's for auto fire. What?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I've always liked the original NES controller because it had the D-pad, the select and start button. But as far as the action in the game, you had your B and your A button.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when I got my Genesis, right, it comes with only one controller, right, and that's the little keypad type controller and all that. I bought the joystick controller for my second one. It's like, oh, there's a big joystick one. So because I don't want to use that thing. No, I want a joystick, and then I got the other buttons. Okay, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm great. I'm the king now. Hail to the king, baby.
And Jet Spark says, but I barely have ever been buying PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live. No, I stopped buying PlayStation Plus when they raised it to practically $70. It's like, no, it's not worth me paying $70 a month. Yeah,
No.
maybe I get to play other games, but I'm not spending $70 per month for a service. If I'm not willing to spend $150 for MLB.TV, then that pretty much tells you I'm not willing to spend money on PlayStation Plus. I don't care what the benefits are.
People, that MLB would be over the gaming services out there in a heartbeat. If he's not going for the MLB, it's serious. And I'm not kidding here. I'm not bullshitting. This is not being snarky because this man loves his baseball.
I do. I still keep up with what the Cubs are doing.
Yeah.
I can still open the app and follow along.
Mm-hmm. We lost! There! Cry in your beer! Damn Phillies.
Phillies? Phillies?
I don't know. No, that's who they lost to. That's why I said those damn Phillies. Damn Dodgers. Them and their nuns. And that guy with the big chin that distracts everybody that sits out there.
No. Cash and I were kind of going back and forth, when
really?
Cubs and Dodgers were playing, and the Cubs did end up winning the season series, but we never know. The Cubs and Dodgers could meet up again in the playoffs, and the Dodgers have the upper hand. You never know.
No, you got to do something about that. When they come up, you can never let them. You got to do every freaking dirty trick in the book. Make them suffer.
And the Padawan says, yeah. We just got Super Mario Wonder. It's pretty damn fun. My wife has a new addiction. She got a blister on her thumb the first night. That'll happen. That'll happen. Yeah.
I have not heard that in a long time. I don't get blistered with the keyboard, but yeah, I remember back in the old days. In fact, Pac-Man fever. I got a blister on my finger and my my shoulders hurting too, or something like that. I can't remember. It's been a while since I heard Pac-Man fever, but yep, blister on the finger. There we go. You can tell the new players by that one, and we love you. We love you. You have our support. We remember those days. At least us old timers, Gen Xers you want to call boomers. We're not boomers, damn it. We're worse.
I'm a Gen Xer. If I was born in the 70s, I'm a Gen Xer.
Our 60s even. I just in that. I'm right in that.
Well, mid 60s. 65 is when.
Yeah, I'm 68, so I got it by about 3 years. Ha! I'm an Xer baby. So why don't you kick me in my butt?
Padawan says, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm the only one here right now. I expect the other employees in about an hour, I hope. Yeah, you never know if someone's going to call out. And
mm-hmm. Oh, that's what I said. It's like, either you guys relax and get the F out,
I mean, there was one time corporate was coming around the store asking employees, do we feel that we're treated fairly by management at the store and by the company? And a lot of us said no. They said, you want the truth? I'll tell you the truth.
I was going to say, how much stink eye did you give them?
plenty of stink eye, because they didn't want to talk to any of us after they spoke to us the first time.
Oh yeah, we're open. We want you. We want your feedback. It really means a lot. And he said, "Ben, go. Really? Are you prepared?
All right, I'm locked and
you
loaded.
Ready? Yeah. Oh, loaded for bear. We're loaded for bear. That's what we are. We're so loaded for bear that
a grizzly bear with tits.
So loaded for bear we are. John Kennedy. I love you.
Yeah. And Jed Sparks, I still have a lot of my old consoles.
Yeah.
And I still use them. The only one I don't have anymore is the PS3 that first came out that was backwards compatible with PS1 games and PS2 games. I wish I still had that one, but unfortunately I got the Yellow Light of Doom.
Bum bum bum. The Yellow Light of Doomcock. Oh my word.
No, not Doomcock. Not Doomcock.
Oh, okay. Just checking, making sure. Yeah, just making sure they don't. I got all my consoles too. I mean, I got my Atari 20. Actually, sorry, it was the video game system from Sears, which is a 2600. I got my Genesis. I got my 360, and I got my my one. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
They're still there. I just I haven't played any of them though. I don't know how long. I really do need to get my the 360 and the one going again, because there's some stuff on there that I don't have the computer. It's fun to have, like the
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. You've got to get back into the Arkham games. Of course, like I said to you the
I
other
said
day.
arcade.
Oh,
I got the
I'm
I
sorry.
know that was me.
I misheard you. I
That was
misheard
my
you. I
fault.
misheard you.
No, that was my fault. I was having some sinus strain at the time, and it came out wrong. And I said arcade, but it sounded like arcane, and it's like that's totally. I mean, the pollen's pretty bad today. I mean, we got 78 degrees here in sunny Minnesota. We're going to get about 80, and the pollen is just going like snarkies. I had my sneezing fit this morning, and there'll probably be another one coming later on.
But yeah,
I love it here.
I didn't realize that I had allergies until I moved to where I'm at.
I didn't
It's like,
realize
okay,
that.
well,
I didn't have allergy, or at least them showing up like this, until I got to be about 45, 48, something like that. It's like all of a sudden my nose exploded. Like, what the hell is this? I never done nose candy. What's going on here? And it's like, oh no. Yeah, why can't
what's going on, man? Like,
All right,
my body's doing things it's never done before, man. What the hell?
It's like the first time I freaked out because I got hair down there. It's like, I cracked myself up.
And hold on to that physical copy of Mass Effect Legendary. If you have any of these old consoles, hold on to them and hold on to the physical copies of the game.
I got that one Star Trek, space battle game. I guess it's kind of hard to get. That's where you can. Oh, you go
Legacy?
through the different eras.
What was it? Was it Legacy?
Yeah, I think Legacy.
Yeah, because I actually have it for my 360.
Yeah, that's what I got it for, my 360.
And the reason I got it for my 360 was because my computer at the time didn't meet the requirements for the PC version.
The reason why I got it at the time for that is because I didn't have anything else. And it's like, and I got it for a good price. And after I got it, then I started seeing that, this is a hard game to get, and seeing some of the prices that they were wanting for it. It's like, woo-wee, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that they've thrown in there like FASA ships, and they threw in like Franz Joseph technical manual ship. It's like, it's a hard game to play. It's hard.
Yeah, it is.
It frustrates me, but someday I'm just going to have to sit back, drink a bunch of beer and go, okay, we're going to ramble this game, which you're not supposed to do.
I mean, the PlayStation 2 version of the game, which I also had, damn, that game frustrated me at times. Especially, there's just one part where you're taking Voyager, you're supposed to be going up to warp, and you have to go through all these rings to increase speed. And that was pissing me off.
Kind of sounds like that one that you need to do in Star Trek Online, where you're trying to do the slingshot back in time with Doomsday Machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hate those. And the fact you're in the Voyager, that's even worse. I mean, you're flying a ship that's front heavy and looks like a baby spoon.
Okay. Here comes the starship. Open wide.
Yeah, open up wide is the what's it? Open up wide. Who is it? It's Doomsday Machine. Nom nom.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, damn!
It's bad, Jim. It's bad.
I get a choice for the next time if I am allowed to redo, of course, after I greatly disappointed you. It's the Doomsday Machine or Ultimate Computer. Those two also were some of my favorite episodes. And I'm going to I'll just sit back and see it. It's because you got to see other Enterprise, the Constitution class ships in it, for one. You saw, a little bit more of other Starfleet doing Starfleet things.
Well, do me a favor and think about the one that you really want to do.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
Only so I can have everything ready. It's like I already
Mhm.
have things ready for tomorrow's yesterday for the adventure continues for this
Mhm.
Saturday with DJ Ronnie G, and I also have the episode of Paradise ready from Deep Space Nine for when Anonymous is on. So
Do
as
do.
long as you let me know ahead of time so I can get everything ready,
I know.
I
Yeah, don't worry.
appreciate it.
I'll give you plenty of time. Plenty of time. It's just which one because both are both. Damn. Okay. We'll drop this subject here because we're already an hour in because I could drag it out even more.
Well, we did the
So,
same thing last Sunday too, Baron. I mean,
audible.
we got on the topic of Star Trek and we just kept going.
Mhm. Yeah, this time we're talking about games. I'm not even a big gamer. I was playing something yesterday, last night, and I'm actually while we're doing our talking, and even before the show, that's why I was a little bit distracted. My apologies. I was doing up a splash screen for one of my Gorilla games that I'm going to do. Surprise attack games.
Guerrilla gaming warfare, huh?
You got it. You got it. Mm-hmm. See, I figure I'm going to do what I call I got my two set ones, and of course the games are going to switch up, but those are the two times for doing a gaming stream live, and then it's like, well, you know what? I got the other ones. Is maybe just all of a sudden something will start popping up saying, hey, there's going to be a game stream here a little bit later on. You might want to watch it. It's a surprise, and I think the splash screen looks pretty good for a shit ass designer like me.
Oh, for those of us that have to do it on our own, we
Hmm.
just go with our gut feeling.
Hmm. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Just having no fun, taking my time. It's like I'm not focusing entirely. It's like, when you're talking and you're doing it, becomes a kind of a flow, free flow, and it gives you a chance to look back and oh, you know what? I should put a happy little tree over there. And while I'm at it, how about a happy little corpse over there? Okay, that looks good. Why does that corpse have a big chin? Um, huh? What? What?
Well,
What?
that turned quickly.
No, 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 no. It didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't because this is what it.
Ah! It's not a liquid! It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface! Ah!
And you know what, Jet? Let those YouTube channels, Twitch channels, Rumble channels, whatever. Let them be the ones to buy the console on launch day. Pre-order it if they have been able to
Yeah.
get a hold of a pre-order, and let them give their reviews. This will help everyone else decide: do I want one because of what they're saying, or do I want to hold off and wait?
Besides, it's not the real money they're buying this crap with. It's all the money that from their patrons and their subscribers and
Mhm.
all the super chats that they're getting, or whatever the equivalent is across the board. So whatever it is that their viewers are throwing at them, they're basically only fans for video games. They're video game whores. Okay, let's just put it that way. So so they can sit back and say, "Get another job," while they're getting all this money thrown at them. So let them be the ones that go. Let them be the sheep in the freaking minefield. And of course, you can always tell the simp sheeps out there because they're the ones that go off there. All of a sudden, you hear the boom, the lanolins flying all over the place, and you look out there and they're crawling back. The back legs are all mangled. It's great, man. And it's like, no, it
Yeah,
really, it sucked.
but I'm going to counter saying that a channel like Geeks and Gamers is going to tell it like it is.
Oh yeah, they will. They
They're,
will. I'm just talking. That's why I
they're
said
they're
be
not gonna
careful.
they're not gonna go. Oh, this is the greatest thing, guys. You got to get one. They're gonna give you the pros, the cons,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and the big misses
That's why
about the
you gotta be
console.
careful. That's why you gotta be careful who you listen to. You know who you can trust, just like the ones that are part of our community, and we know who the simpletons are out there, the simps, and that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the simps out there that basically they were gifted the game, even though they don't say that, and they play it, and they say how wonderful, just like Disney tries to do. Then you got
Mhm.
geeks and gamers, which is like, I don't know if we should give them a trial of this game. If you're afraid to give a trial of your game to somebody like geeks and gamers, there's something wrong with your game.
Yeah, yeah. And DJ
Right.
Ronnie G says, "Look how long the music industry took to get with the times. now consume used music like it's Netflix, which sucks in terms of having music when the internet goes down. Yeah. Where can you find physical CDs anymore? I can't find physical CDs in any store around my area anymore.
Well, the thing is I know where to find the important ones. That's in my half-price books. Because really, other than maybe a score or soundtrack to a movie, I can't think of anything I want to go out there and buy. There's nobody out there that grabs me, and if there's somebody that grabs me, they're usually selling their CDs out of the back of a car. And that's not insulting them, because really that's where you start finding a lot of your talent, is these people that go around and they have the CDs. They're in the bar and they got that, or the back of their car or whatever. That's where it's like, wow, these guys are good. I mean, I don't know how many CDs I got of a guy that came into one place I worked at. I go over there and buy. Well, basically, it was, if you on a tip system, you like it, give me a tip, and you can have one of those. So I flop it. You don't need to do that, man. I was like, no, you're good.
And Pat Wannabe says $70 a month. Whoa, dude, that's a grip. The $20 I pay for a Game Pass is well worth it. You can easily play $20 worth of games in a month. Yeah, you can.
It's perfect if you're going out there and doing reviews, and the game's going to be on there.
That's why I played Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I had Game Pass. I thought, all right, I'll try it on Game Pass. I'm not buying the game.
No. I mean, it's not
I'm essentially renting it.
I mean, if I see that thing go on sale for a good price, I will. But I'm not going to get it anytime soon.
Yeah, I would suggest, even though it's a good game, it's not worth $70.
Not in the long run. Well, I don't think there's really any game that's worth it, unless it's like the super mega 3 games in one and all this other stuff, and it's like there's 1 million hours of content. Okay, you got a $70 game. Yeah, I love that game. I love the sit down one. Some places have that one where you sit down, just like the Star Wars one. It's like woo, and you had like stereo sound in there because the speakers are there. It gave you good. Welcome on board, Captain. It's like Spock. Yeah, it's a great game.
Yeah, and like I said the other day, I've never played Birth of the Federation. I remember seeing it in the stores, but I never bought it, never played it.
That shows how pathetic I am. I know nothing about that game. I'm going to look it up. Really.
Uh-oh, Baron. We gave Schreur a great idea of what to do with the Doomsday Machine.
Run?
Uh-oh. No. Have Voyager going toward the Doomsday Machine.
Yeah. Hey, take care of 2 problems with one. Okay, what you do, Janeway, you put that thing with all the shields around it, you fly right down to it. And yeah, you're not going to survive, but with all that around there, more than likely you're going to explode the heart, and you'll all go together there. And just make sure Harry Kim's on board, because we want to promote him.
Yeah, make sure Harry gets to an escape pod, and the escape pod miraculously finds a wormhole or transwarp conduit that takes him back to the Alpha Quadrant, right in front of Earth. It only works that one time for Harry Kim.
We're assholes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Huh.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I was looking for all the clips. No. There.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
I'm sorry. I was full on the cake there.
That's all right.
I'm going to get demoted.
And Padawannabe said, I saw that. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
What the hell was that? Are you okay? Is he alive? Are you alive?
I'm still alive. I wasn't expecting that, and then it came, and I didn't have enough time to mute myself. But the pet I want to be said, and it just moved on me. Don't move on me. Try to read that.
Don't move on me.
Pet I want to be says, I saw that they are going to shut down the servers for the multiverse game very soon. Yeah, the Looney Tunes multiverse, the Warner Brothers multiverses game. Yeah, I saw that.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
Yep.
I mean,
Anything good, they go, okay, we're going to shut it down.
mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, maybe someone can help me with this. Is there a reason why my game Concord doesn't work anymore?
Baron, there's a good reason. They stopped supporting
it. No, that's because other people quit supporting it. Let's be honest.
And this is very true. With any review, you do need to take the person who is reviewing it into account what their personal preferences are when it comes to games, movies, books, TV shows.
I think what's important is you find somebody who, even though it's what they have was not their cup of tea, right, is at least honest enough to sit back and say, and look at it from the aspect of other people.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the best reviewer. Just a second here, I gotta do something. Okay. There was a frog in my throat. But and be honest, like, for me, this was not my thing. But for those that like this kind of thing, this would be right up their alley. Being a critic is not only knowing the film and what you like, but the craft and what other people like that might not be there. You're not a science fiction guy, and you're supposed to be going in to do a science fiction movie. Don't be quick to say it sucks. Be able to have that empathy to realize, okay, for someone who likes, is this going to be a good science fiction film? I.e., shameless plug. I just noticed that a couple days ago, for everybody to see, was Pops and my review of Android from 1982. And there was a lot of that going on with our review. And if you haven't seen it, please go see it. The movie and our review. See the movie first, then watch the review, and watch the movie all the way through. It's on.
I'm gonna get Pop's link real quick. Give me a few moments to grab it.
But Pops is the kind of guy that does that. It's like, okay, yeah, it's like this isn't for me, but for those that you got to look into the deeper levels. You got to look into what was done, how it was done. Just give props to, okay, the movie sucked, the story sucked, but the actors did their best. The sets looked good, the editing was good. So the pros and the cons, and I think a lot of people forget that with being a critic is, and that goes to the same thing with the game. It's like, oh, this is a great game, but the controls are jinky. It's hard to do that. I would, some of the the fighting system that they have in there really does not bolster. But the graphics are great. The voice acting is great. The concept is great. They just need to do something on that. On the other aspect, and kind of like you with the leading up to playing the demo for RoboCop. It's like, I know you're sitting back going, "Oh, this looks great. The story looks great, and all that," but the controls are all jinky. But thankfully, when the game came out, it's like, yeah, you just had Demo's nightmare, you know, uh, on that aspect. Which is why when it comes to demos, I really give what do you call, a little bit of a berth, to what they got, and it just that's the important thing about being a critic, whether it's video games, movies, TVs, books, whatever. So the Doomsday Machine is Kurtzman, Tree Rock. He's on the bridge of the cornucopia of death. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I hate the remaster of the Doomsday Machine. It looked like shite.
Well, that's why I'm asking you to let me know which episode so I can get it to where you can watch the original version or the
Yeah.
remaster version.
Now that might be kind of hard because it's like, ooh, both have pluses, across the board, all those. But yeah,
I
like I said,
I
we
don't
got
like how they
Jimmy Crackle Jr.
changed some of the exterior shots for the
Hmm.
Doomsday
Oh yeah.
machine
Hmm.
compared to the original. I think they should have followed the original verbatim.
Hmm. Right. I think they should have taken that design of the Doomsday Machine and just make it look even prettier. This
Hmm.
is supposed to be an alien device. It's supposed to look freaky. And I'm not going to say anything more about that because that would go into me discussing it because I have chosen the Doomsday Machine. Now I'm going to have to let you know which one I want, the remaster
Yeah,
or the original.
either the remaster or the original.
Mhm.
I do know that for one of the episodes of The Adventure Continues, we will be taking a look at Encounter at Farpoint.
Mhm.
If
Oh,
you want to join, for that,
I
it
want to be
won't
on that one.
it won't take away from your appearance from your episode. I just want to have different
Yeah.
people come on, and
Hmm.
we could critique
Hmm. Right.
Encounter at Farpoint.
Hmm. Right. And I would love that. I'd love to be part of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, as I said in episode 1 of The Adventure Continues, don't worry about spoilers. Go ahead and
Hmm.
give it give it away. Give it away because
Yeah.
we are discussing it. We're giving a retrospective on it, saying, this is what they originally had in mind. This is what actually comes about. And with Encounter at Farpoint,
Hmm.
we could talk about how all good things
Hmm.
tied back into Encounter at Farpoint.
Right. Hmm. Exactly.
But I do appreciate everybody's patience as we have talked about this, and it's what we do here. It's what we do here. We talk about pop culture, entertainment, games, you name it.
Well, it's what we do here. Get derailed. We get derailed more often than the Amtrak, and that says a lot. What, too soon?
Wow, Baron. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here is our first article.
Rock and roll, baby.
Yeah, rock and roll, baby. And also, I want to give a shout out to 24/7 Fusion Media. Great having you back on the YouTubes there, brother.
And just to let everybody know, we're going to be blowing that shit up. He and I are going to be talking very soon here about bringing back the Kings. That's right, and we're
Nice.
talking about bringing him here on the Pop Talk here. He's very excited to come in here. He wants to shadowbox Chin Money's chin. That's right. He's going to blow that shit up.
Have a good time and great conversation. I want to catch up with 24.
Mhm.
It's been too long, man. Too long.
Way too much. Way too long. Yeah. So yeah, it's good to see that he's doing live streams again. And I don't know if he's got a real set schedule for that, but it's there. So
Hmm. So we have this article from Brandon Schreur of Superhero Hype that says Hawkeye Season 2, Jeremy Renner rejected offer for half his Season 1 salary to return. Well, again, if someone wants you to come back and they're only offering you half of what you made the first time around, it's like, no, up that offer and I'll come back.
right, you only do that for one of two reasons, folks. Either you're being a dick to them and you don't want them around, or the first round didn't do so hot.
Hmm.
I mean, really, honestly, that's all it is. So this is something to make you sit back, scratch your head, and go, hmm.
Why did you do this, Disney?
Right.
Jeremy Renner turned down an offer for Hawkeye Season 2 over a salary dispute. Renner has played Clint Barton Hawkeye in the MCU since 2011's Thor. He started his own Marvel Studios solo series titled Hawkeye, which was released on Disney Plus in 2021. And nothing against Haley Steinfeld. She's a wonderful actress. I even saw the movie Sinners yesterday, and she's in it. She does a marvelous job with her performance. But once they brought in Kate Bishop, it became the Kate Bishop show and, you know, guest starring Hawkeye.
Right. Again, the bait and switch.
Yeah. Says in an interview with High Performance via Variety, Renner said that he rejected an offer for Hawkeye season 2 over a major salary dispute. What did Jeremy Renner say about Hawkeye season 2? They asked me to, well, we'll get into that, Baron. They asked me to do season 2 and they offered me half the money, he said. I'm like, well, it's going to take me twice the amount of work for half the amount of money and 8 months of my time essentially to do it for half the amount. Renner suggested that the lower salary was a result of his near fatal 2023 snowmobile accident. He commented, I'm like, I'm sorry, why? Did you think I'm only half the Jeremy because I got ran over? Maybe that's why you want to pay me half of what I made on the first season?
Yeah,
This
and
is
that
not.
was bad. That was
Mhm.
bad. What happened? That we were wondering
Yeah,
if we would
yeah,
have lost him that year. It's like,
yeah.
great, another one.
It could have happened.
Hmm.
This is not Marvel, mind you. This is like just Disney. Not even really Disney. It's just the penny pinchers, the accountants. I told them to go fly a kite. I'm sure he had a few more colorful phrases than that. Or to quote Spock from The Voyage Home, some colorful metaphors.
Hmm.
I mean, just at the the insult offer. So we didn't see eye to eye on it. Renner said, okay, come on, proofread this. Proofread this. I've already noticed a couple things in this article. Gotta proofread it. You guys get paid for this. Renner did say that he still enjoys playing Hawkeye and would love to do a second season should a fair offer be presented. I had to defend myself. I didn't ask for any more money, mind you. Just pay me what I made the first season. See, you've got made here twice. You got a couple other words here twice. Come on, Brandon. Proofread your work, man.
Let's go, Brandon.
So it's all disheartening that didn't happen. Again, come on, dude. How hard is it? But that's fine. I'm happy to let that go because my body's probably thanking me time and time again that I'm not doing it right now. But we'll see.
Hmm.
I would have loved to have found out what the roundabout figure of the offer was and a comparison to his previous salary. Let me see if I can at least find out what his previous salary was. So give me a second and then we'll move on to the next article after Baron comments on what he thinks.
Oh, they're doing him dirty. No if, no ands, no buts. They're doing this guy dirty. And again, it comes around to, okay, what's going on? Do they just want to get rid of him? Uh, because offering somebody less money is an insult. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Claudia Christian left Babylon 5 when they went to TNT, because, there's a lot of story that come behind it, but basically it came down to pay. She would be getting a lot less pay. I don't know if it's, again, an agent issue where the agent's all upset because they always get a piece of the action, and it'd be less of a piece of the action. Or Claudia herself, or both. But yeah, going and now doing the part for less. Do you want to go to your job and all of a sudden say, hey, instead of a raise because you're doing a great job, we're going to lower your pay about, 15-20%. How's that sound? Great. We love you. I'll catch you later. I got to catch a boat to Bermuda. Yeah, and that's just it. This is a slap in the face. I don't know much about uh, anything on that, but I think it also, uh, I think also the fact that it might also be the state of affairs over there. They can't afford all this.
Disney doesn't have the funds that they used to have.
Hmm. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting when Star Wars is the first to go on the block. And because they want to try to save everything they can with the Marvel, because the Marvels are quote unquote moneymaker. But yeah, how's that going for you? Yeah, Wolverine, Deadpool and Wolverine, the savior of Disney's Marvel. Yeah, right. It wasn't Disney Marvel.
No.
I mean, yeah, it was through your studio that got released, but you're dealing with the last of the Fox and you're dealing with Ryan Reynolds. So it tells you something right there. All your other efforts have gone, and so are your shows.
Mm-hmm.
Just the same thing what's going on over at Lucasfilm. And the only one I think that's really, truly a solid anchor for them is Pixar. But they can't, rely on Pixar being it. Obviously, they want to try to have that Marvel to be that backup. Ain't doing it. Those theaters
Nope.
are really full when they have to have that. But again, a lot of that we'll talk about with the box office, and we
Yeah,
can all have.
we will.
Yeah,
We'll get to that.
when we get to the box office, folks, then it will be our time to do this.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
I really think that should be our transition from now on to the box office.
Well, the box office is up, but I want
Yeah.
to get to the article that follows up with this article. So,
Yeah, no. I'm talking about for future podcasts.
all right, because I do have that box office transition. That
Hmm. I know you do.
But let's go ahead and get to this other article that's related to this, and I'll give my thoughts. And so,
Yeah,
take
that's right.
this
Boogie.
take this next one with a grain of salt, but it also wouldn't surprise me if it actually does end up going that way. But first, okay, people are happy. Baron, you happy?
Oh, I'm peachy. Why?
Padawannabe, Tim, Lone Suffering, Tree Rock, Jet Sparks, you guys happy? We're having a gay old time. We're having a happy time, aren't we?
Hi, everybody. We're having gay old time. I tell you what, we got to put some pastels over there and maybe some lavender over there. And the feng shui in this entire room, Mike, my God, what are you doing? Typical cis male. We have to do something about it so we can have a proper gay old. Oh, not that type of gay old time? I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. No, I'm not.
I'm using gay as in the
I know.
happy sense.
I know. I couldn't resist, though.
I know. And
Yeah,
Tim
we
says
look.
Disney used to be able to print money with all the hits they had. Yeah, they were able to. 2019, they were able to print a lot of money, especially with Avengers Endgame.
When I got money, I would look on it and say, "Hey, this is from the Disney Mint." You have the Denver Mint, you got that, but hey, this is from the Disney Mint because that's how much they were making, printing money because of what they were doing. Now, yeah, it's like, hey, look, I got a plug nickel. Oh, it's a Disney.
And Tim agrees with you, Baron, saying that the clip where now it's the part where we all put our heads back and laugh should be the transition to the box office.
See, I'm a master of good ideas sometimes.
and Padawanovi's super happy.
He is. I'm super. Thanks for asking. Is big gay Padawannabe.
I hope you and your significant other and those who are with you are having a good time.
The little Nissen running around with him going, tell us more. Tell us more about Wednesday and Jenna.
Well, they're probably wondering, okay, Jace, what's the appeal of this Pop Talk show?
Yeah. Who the hell are these losers? Losers.
So what's the appeal of Beavis and Butthead here?
I don't know. How many seasons did they have? They had appeal. You know, the thing is, there was a little thing that I should have played when I was going bonkers, and it was this. It was covered.
Somehow I don't think that's the one that you want.
Yeah, that was the one. But okay, now you got that down. Okay.
Oh shit!
What? Whoa! Before, no! You got him in too early. I had it all prepared, man.
Come on, I didn't bring him in. He brought himself in. Aw, shit, man.
Yeah, there we go.
He brought himself in. He didn't wait for you. He didn't wait for me. He just barged through the door.
You gotta have the proper. There we go. We gotta give him that. Okay, now he can come in. I was giving him the.
All right, everybody, please welcome Cash Money 007.
What's up, bitches? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
What's going
we know
on?
what you were. We know what you were doing, Cash. You were down there in Fulton, California, doing your protest.
A grizzly bear with tits.
Talking about.
Oh, that's a good one, dude. John Kennedy's the man.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I mean, you were talking about.
Poor kid.
No, I saw him saying that. I go, that is a perfect clip for this show. Especially with bears, when we talk about bears.
Oh, man.
So good enough rest, huh? You wait now, huh? Wakey.
You get your beauty sleep?
No, man. I had to do stuff in the kitchen, man. I had to chuck corn and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy, man.
Well, chuck. Oh, what? Dirty movie?
Shuck some corn. Shuck some corn.
Whoa!
Chuck some corn at people. I was getting ready to go over and throw some corn at you there, buddy.
No. I think he said the other thing, don't you?
Yeah, I think he said the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Cash. What you do in your own time, in your own private room? That's your business.
What,
you don't need to share it with any of us.
Or shuck some corn, or both. Throw the corn, or actually, yeah.
He's being like Tim Walz. He's doing that male coding.
No, man.
It's not corn. He was shucking.
No real man would want to be Tim Walz. Nobody. That's scary.
Okay, everybody.
Hello. I have some high heels on.
So, Cash, how you doing?
You do?
I know, I do. I got them for you, Baron. I'm
great.
I'm doing pretty good. So.
Good to hear.
Good. I don't know if you heard any of the first article about Disney lowballing Jeremy Renner for season 2 of Hawkeye.
Yeah, I had read some of that recently. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Mike did the same thing to me.
Not surprised.
Yeah, I'm getting less to it for new for their shows. I'm back to 1 cent a month.
Yeah.
But I'm still here. I haven't walked yet. I'm going to talk to Fran Drescher. He needs to talk to Fran Drescher. I mean, come on.
Well,
she's an expert negotiator. Come on.
Yeah, well, I don't always know what's going on over there, but yeah, he I know it. Yeah. I tried to watch the first season of Hawkeye. I'm like, okay, this is how the show should be set up, and yet it becomes a bait and switch. It becomes more about Kate Bishop, and I ask myself every time the same question in my head: why is it that the show isn't added with Kate Bishop in the title and not just called Hawkeye? Yeah,
Hawkeye and Bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be good.
And Tim, it's Hollywood, so you know it's a dirty business.
Yeah, it is.
Just like this at Pop Talk, this is a dirty business too. It's a dirty, dirty business.
Dirty. Yes.
Well, continuing on with Hawkeye Season 2, there's a rumor, and we barely talk about rumors on this show anymore.
True.
But we're going back now. We're going back now. That's what sells.
No, Barrett, I told you before the show. I told you before the show because two articles are related. That's why we're talking about it.
I'm kidding, folks. I'm kidding, folks. But the thing is, this rumor might have some validity to it.
Yes.
It says Hawkeye Season 2 to happen without Jeremy Renner. Well, once they brought in Kate Bishop, Season 1 was pretty much Kate Bishop and then that guy who used to be called Ronan. Now he's called Hawkeye. Yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, sure. Okay.
Yes.
And this is by Anubhav Chaudhry. It says Jeremy Renner.
Fast.
Man, I'm trying it once, Baron. Jeremy Renner recently revealed why he won't return as Clint Barton in Hawkeye Season 2. The actor opened up about turning down the offer due to a reduced salary. He also seemed to suggest that the alleged lower salary was because of his 2023 snowplow accident. However, according to a new rumor, again, it's rumor, take it with a grain of salt.
Yes.
The second installment will reportedly move forward with Haley Steinfeld in the lead role. What? What was that, Baron?
Are we shocked? Yeah, I shouldn't talk.
Again, nothing against Haley Steinfeld. She's a wonderful actress, but
yes.
Oh, I'm not slamming her. I'm not slamming her.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the long run. Disney, however.
Yeah. And before I continue, I do want to say hello to Low Spec Linux Gaming over on Rumble. I know Low Spec Linux laptop gaming. I'll still say it. I'll admit it to you.
Yeah, I was watching him play the old Jedi Knight game.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dark Forces Jedi Knight, whatever. 2, and it's like I'm watching him play. He's stuck, and it's like the lightsaber is scratching across the hall, the hallways, walls, and all that. I'm going, man, you're doing a lot of vandalism. Come on, Penguin Dome forever.
But see, nobody will call them out on that, Tim. Everybody who still watches the Marvel shows or the Marvel movies will go, "Oh, this is so great."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I heard good things about Thunderbolts, but I don't know if I want to watch it.
Of course you don't. I wouldn't.
Crit's going to watch it today, though, and I think Jace actually liked it and so on. So,
well, Jace would, but
he has some horrible taste. These are
does have horrid taste.
I think Prismatics has better taste than Jace. So, in your face, Jace.
Oh,
in your face.
Even I don't go there. Oh my God, man, that was ow! Oh, I could feel that one. Ouch! Oh.
So, for this article, I'm not going to read what we have already read in the previous article because that'd just be recapping.
Right, and just because cash is late, tough. Okay,
that's right. I agree.
But it does say here in the article, despite Renner's decision, Insider at My Time to Shine Hello reported on X, formerly Twitter. Why do we have to keep saying formerly Twitter? It's X now.
Whatever, Twix. I like Twix better, but yeah.
And I like Twix too, but are you left Twix or right Twix?
I don't know, both. Both good.
No, I'm right. You know me. I'm an alt-right Twix. I'm right and alt-right Twix. How's that sound?
Alt-right Twix.
But according to Insider My Time to Shine Hello, it is being said that Hawkeye season 2 is still in development with Haley Steinfeld set to lead. The post read, despite Jeremy Renner's decision not to do it, season 2 of Hawkeye is still moving forward with Haley Steinfeld as the lead. Well, then they need to call it Kate Bishop. They can't call it Hawkeye because Hawkeye's not in it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It says season 1 established Kate Bishop as Clint Barton's successor and featured training scenes that positioned her to take over the Hawkeye mantle. She doesn't need to take over the Hawkeye mantle. Kate Bishop is her own character. Focus on that character. Don't put her in the place of Hawkeye like you do everything else.
Oh, yeah. Idiots.
Additional deleted scenes like Kate's first day at work and Boomerang further developed her character, something that they failed to do. Hawkeye season 1 is currently available to stream on Disney Plus. Marvel Studios has not officially confirmed the second season. Honestly, I have no basis on this, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
I mean, 4 years later, let's start working on season 2. Nah, it's not going to happen. I know TV doesn't work like it did when the three of us and everyone else with us today were watching TV back in its heyday. You don't get 24, 26 episodes per season anymore.
No.
You don't have to wait for summer to find out, okay, what's going to happen to the crew of the Enterprise D and what's going to happen to Captain Picard, who's been assimilated by the Borg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, would I be surprised if they did move forward with a season 2 and it did feature Haley Steinfeld's Kate Bishop? No, I wouldn't be surprised because, again, like I've already said, in season 1, you saw Kate Bishop taking over because that's how the higher ups at Disney wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Season 1, she beat the Kingpin, and I don't know. Some people are like, that was cool, and I'm like, was it though? It's funny when you actually read more about her lore from the comics and actual things that happened to her and why she trains with Hawkeye. It's so much more interesting than what the show did. Because even the first episode of that, I like to call Home Alone Hawkeye, is she turns into Ronin from what I remember, and then she's just some badass. And
yeah, because she finds the Ronin suit.
Yes, she does. And it just after that, I was like, I'm done with this show now. Other people, I know some people who enjoyed that show. I just after one episode, I don't know if Jace liked.
No, he probably liked it. He likes that stuff. He's one of those that we don't trust judgment on his critiquing.
He told me that Thunderbolts is better than Winter Soldier and others. I can't.
That's low bars.
That's his opinion.
But that's low bars.
I mean, Winter Soldier was really freaking good. I mean, the movie, like I like those MCU movies before Endgame.
Winter Soldier was one of the best Marvel
really
movies.
Great film. And as I'll explain to him, remember, Jace, if you're still around somewhere, you crazy Norwegian, it's without Winter Soldier, we do not get Hydra in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So that's why that movie. That's why that movie is even more important.
Heil Lobster. But where were you, Jace? I was waiting for hours Thursday. Where were you, man? Both Cash and I were somebody like, where's Chase? Is he okay? I've been trying to get hold of Chase. Where's Chase? Come on, we got the Beyond. Kilted, where is he?
Yeah, Phil was asking about the Beyond. He's asked about it a few times. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, even when the show's on, hey, when is it on? What's going on with the Beyond? And it's like we're 2 hours into it already.
Yeah.
The show just gets over. Where's the Beyond? Ah!
But speaking of Thunderbolts and the weekend box office, it's up on Box Office Mojo. What a surprise. They actually have it up for once.
What?
So here we go.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
So we have the totals for this past weekend, and Thunderbolts brought in 76 million.
Hmm.
76 million. And what was its budget?
$1 billion.
I've heard some interesting things about Sinners too.
Oh,
I went and saw Sinners yesterday. I liked it.
You liked it, okay.
Damn
Yeah,
it! You
I
ruined
did.
it. I was gonna drop that one drop. Oh man, you worked too fast for me.
Mhm.
Besides, it's hard to find it. Is it even in here? I don't think I got it loaded up. I'm
Oh, well,
ashamed.
Minecraft movie made another 4 million.
I know what you were going to bring in. Hated it.
You got it, yeah.
13.7 million. That's not bad.
No, yeah. Mike liked the Sinners one. He
I'm
wanted to put
guessing
that by afterwards.
until Dawn didn't cost that much money, but I'm guessing it doesn't look like it's.
I don't.
Oh, that's
But
what.
according to the search I just did on Brave, the production budget of Thunderbolts was 180 million. This budget includes the cost of production, marketing, distribution. The film's budget is considered high, but it aligns with production costs of other Marvel Cinematic Universe films from around 10 years ago. That's still a high budget.
Holy shit! Do you see what's released today? Look at the release schedule for today. Do you see what's released? We're the Knights of the Round Table. We dance whenever we're able.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and it's not even playing at a theater near me.
I'm sure there's one around me, but I didn't even know it was coming out today. Damn it! I would have gone and seen it. Elvis Presley's favorite film. Not kidding.
Well, he had some really good taste, so it's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it came out shortly before his death, but he actually was able to buy a copy of that to have in his house, and we're talking about film, not.
Well, there's people who saw that movie that probably thought they wouldn't even like it, and it just. And
I guess Elvis just watched it and watched it whenever he can. For all we know, he probably watched it the night that he had this fatal bathroom break.
He might have.
He's on vacay. Okay. Have fun at
He's
Fire
with
Island.
his lady and the kiddos, and he says, "Until Dawn was good."
Bullshit, Jace. Bullshit. The game is quality. I doubt the movie's any good. You're full of shit. Just say it.
Yeah, different taste, Cash. Different taste.
Oh my god.
I'm just messing with you, Jace.
Or is he? Or is he? No, seriously.
He? Yeah.
No. We never know what Cat.
No. But there you can see it. It made 76 million this weekend domestically, 86 million internationally. Jace probably went and saw it more than once. So far, its worldwide total is 162 million.
So you say about half the international is him going to see it?
Yeah, he saw it like 5 times in one day, I think. Gets his
with all
hook
the
up
kids.
at the
With
theater
all the kids and all that.
with the kids, yeah. Hey kids, want to go watch Thunderbolts?
Yeah, and I went and saw Sinners yesterday. I didn't record an out of the theater review for it because I wanted to talk about it here on the show. But it was an interesting take on a vampire story. And you wouldn't think that the blues and vampires have anything in common.
So it wasn't about the Evil Whitey movie, Evil Whitey.
Oh,
Whitey.
That's mentioned because it takes place in the Deep South in the early 1930s. So you do have that there, but you have to take that into context.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I did. I took it into context.
Yes.
The period that it's taking place in.
Yeah. I just laughed at some of the comments that people made. It's like, here comes Evil Whitey again. But yes, I agree with you, man.
But I thought it was a very good movie. I thought Michael B. Jordan was great in it. I thought Haley Steinfeld was great in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting to, watch the movie, and they're talking about how sometimes if you dance with the devil for too long, the devil will follow you home. Well, it happens in the movie. Music and everything. And there's this one guy who is a vampire, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody who wants to see it, but
yeah. Now hold on, Jace. Earlier in Discord, you were like Thunderbolts is a 6 out of 10. What made you make it a 7 out of 10 now? Huh?
Yeah, 7 out of 10. Huh?
Yeah.
but I liked it. I liked the
That's
blues
good.
music. I've always liked blues music. I mean, at
Oh,
one
yeah.
point when
It has made good money, and I'm sure the budget
Yeah.
wasn't that high. So yeah.
How can you not be a Cubs fan and not like blues music? Because you got Chicago Blues, the Blues Brothers, man.
Which we are going to have as a watch party. We are going to watch the Blues Brothers.
Because we're on a mission from God.
From God. Don't you bless me.
Yeah, and Sinners has done well for itself,
Yeah.
considering it had a budget of $80 million, and then production setbacks ultimately cost it $100 million to make. But I mean, it's already made $236 million worldwide, $179 million of that coming here domestically, so it's made back some money.
Cool.
But like I was saying, at one point, as I'm watching the movie, I'm tapping my feet because of the songs and everything, and
he even did the John Belushi thing where he does the cartwheels down the aisle.
No.
Come on, John Belushi.
No.
I can just picture Mike doing that. It'd be great.
Yeah. I do the cartwheels. I do the first one. Oh God! Elizabeth!
I need anybody. Yeah, Elizabeth, I'm coming.
That's not how you do it.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. Medic! I need a medic.
It's funny. Yeah.
And Tree Rock says sinners made money. Where's my cut? After all, I'm a sinner.
Everybody is, even people who don't want to believe they are.
And that is one of the themes that the movie touches on.
Makes sense.
Regardless of how righteous, how holy some people want to portray themselves as, they're all sinners.
This is where I play the Norman Greenbaum the Bomb song. I never sin. I got a faith in Jesus. So I never sin. I'm not a sinner. So
But I highly recommend Sinners. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It's definitely watchable. The pacing was good for it too.
Really?
There wasn't a point where I was going, okay, can we speed this up a little bit more? No. It was good pacing. And a Minecraft movie has made 173 million worldwide.
Yeah, it might actually hit over $1 billion. We'll see. I don't know. It's getting there though.
I think it'll definitely get to 900 million. I don't know about that billion.
I don't know.
Mark.
I'm not sure, but yeah, it's done very well. Yeah.
Then you have The Accountant 2. Never saw the first one.
No, me either.
but that's
Got a
made
good cast.
21 million total. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it does. And 54 million worldwide. And let's see what its budget was. I'm just using Brave.
Yeah,
He's being brave, folks.
What the?
I'm always trying to be brave. I'm with you two. You're with me. We all got to be brave.
Mm-hmm. But I use Brave as well. I like Brave.
Yeah, Brave's really good.
Okay, the budget for The Accountant 2 was 80 million.
Mm.
Mm. Mm.
Well, that's
Mm.
it might break even.
It might.
It might. I don't know. Wow, 80 million, and that's probably without advertisements and other stuff, other marketing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's only been out for a week.
They might be able to break. I don't know. They'd have to stay in the top 5 for a little while there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Until Dawn. I know this is based on the game. I know.
It's supposed to be, but I don't know. Jace would know more about it since he actually saw it. So.
But it only made 3 million this weekend. It's got a domestic total of 14 million. And of course, you see the international total there and the worldwide total of 34.7 million. And Until Dawn's budget was, let me just look it up here. Let's see what it tells me on Brave. And the answer to that question is not coming up yet. Not coming up yet. So let's dig a little deeper. Okay. Well, I guess it could make its budget back with the budget only being 15 million.
Yeah.
And it has if you add in the worldwide total. It's made its budget back and then a little bit.
So it's done decent then. Maybe a little bit better than decent, but about decent, I would say right now.
It wasn't done dirty. Let's just put it that way.
And let's see what rounds up the remaining 5. You have The Amateur, which I saw when it came out. I thought it was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. So it's made 87 million worldwide. I think its production budget was 100 million though. And The King of Kings, which was out for the Easter holiday. It's still out and looks like it's made some decent money.
Yes.
Well, for an animated faith-based movie, I think that's doing pretty good. Usually those don't do that well in the theater because it is a bit of a specialty film. Mm-hmm. It's not like the old days where you have the 10 Commandments. Everybody ran to see it because Charlton Heston's coming down from the mountains with 2 tablets. Here, take 2 tablets and call your priest in the morning. Yeah.
One of the craziest things I heard was the fact that people are the family of the woman who died on the set of Rust is encouraging people to see the movie, and I'm like, well, that's a tragedy that never should have happened. So,
well, I mean, I know on their part they want to have her last film, but really, do we want to reward it?
No.
That's how I look at it. And at first I was like, when my dad told me about it earlier, told me something about it, I was like, I was ready to just call a bunch of people stupid. But then I did some more research on it, and I said, well, I mean, if it's to honor this lady, but still, I don't know. There's some reviews. There was one guy who gave the review 5 stars and said Alec Baldwin was great in it, and I'm like, oh boy.
He had a killer performance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, too soon?
No. But, I mean, I understand the family wanting to honor her. It's just, I don't know. Very torn on something like that. I don't really want to watch that movie. Now, if
I don't want to
Yes.
watch the movie based on everything that
Yes.
happened on the set. The neglect,
everything that
the
we read.
safety, and
Yeah, I mean, I would if we could talk to the family, like say we could somehow get them on a stream or whatever. We could talk to some of the family. We would say, look, you've got to blame New Mexico. I mean, it's up to you if you want to file sue Alec Baldwin. I just think Alec Baldwin should at least be sued. I know we had talked about before him going to jail, but definitely sued. He should be sued.
Cash, you'd be in jail if that happened. I would be.
Right.
Mike would be.
I think so. I really believe we would be in jail. I don't think.
I mean, that wasn't a shot at you. It's just in general.
No.
It's like other people, we'd be in jail.
I think we would.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that he was also the producer on the show, the fact that New Mexico allowed this, the fact that the production should have been shut down when there were problems and maybe reopen after they fixed those issues. But no, the arrogance and the entitlement and the narcissism and some other words you want to use. No, I just think that production should have been shut down, reset after they fixed the problems. But it's making some money, and I don't know. They put it out on theaters and to rent, so yeah.
Yeah, and if someone's gonna go see it, let them.
Yeah.
And that's my answer. But I refuse to give that movie any money.
Yeah, I don't want to give that movie any money either.
And as I've mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of Alec Baldwin. I know you gotta separate the actor from any character he plays, but
I can't.
When the actor has a past history of
Yes.
being the way that he is, it doesn't bode well for my prospects of going to see the movie.
No.
And I don't care for the actor's personality.
No. Not after anything that happened. I can't watch Alec Baldwin in anything after everything that went down on the set of Rust. No. Accident that could have been completely prevented, and yes. And I love it. Yeah, go ahead.
Either this is an error by Box Office Mojo, and it probably is, but unknown title. Shit, that's what I think every time I make a thumbnail. What am I going to call this stream? What am I going to call that stream?
Snow White's going to drop even further, probably. Yeah.
Snow White. It went up a couple notches, but
yes.
Oh, my Starkey comments got erased because I had the mute on because the dog was barking. That last film, that's actually my film, is called Talk, The Dark Side of Doing Pop Talk on Pacific414. It's my documentary.
Oh, your documentary, okay.
Mm-hmm. You're prominent in there, by the way, Cash.
I'm sure.
I bet he is.
Padawannabe, yeah.
And folks, if you haven't done so already, please make sure you're hitting that like button over on YouTube and Rumble. Greatly appreciated if you do. Share out the stream and let us know if you're liking the show or not.
But I mean, when it comes to Alec Baldwin, I don't know if I was on that one. It's like it's not the Alec Baldwin of Beetlejuice. It's not the Alec Baldwin of The Shadow. It's not the Alec Baldwin of Hunt for October. No. I can watch Hunt for October because it's such a great film with so many great actors in it. That's a pre-Alec Baldwin turning into a full-fledged twat waffle. And why punish Sam Neill, Sean Connery, and all the rest in there? Because it's such a good film. James Earl Jones, he was in that one, right?
Yeah, he was in it.
If I could talk to Alec Baldwin, I'd be like, dude, you used a gun in Mission Impossible. What are we doing here?
If I could talk to Alec Baldwin, it'd be a swift knee to the happy sacks. Because they do use real guns in the movies. It's just like that's why you have to have a proper armorer. Yes, why you have to make sure things are blanks on there. You're not using live ammo. And if you do use something that you need to use a live ammo, it is almost closed set time.
Yeah, I
Okay,
would.
everybody, over here.
If it was an accident like what happened with the Crow, then I
Yeah.
would cut him slack. But it's the
Oh,
fact that he's also the producer. I know.
don't get me started. I can't remember if I read it or I watched it, but they were talking about accident on the set, and as he sat back and said, some twat waffle. Obviously, this is AI generated crap, saying about how Brandon Lee offed himself on the set of The Crow.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
that is
what?
people do
What? No,
talk
no, no,
about that. It's
no.
that's not what happened. No,
No, it's not. If you're talking
no.
about what's his name, Hexum, Eric, whatever Hexum, on the set of what was it? I can't remember what was that '80s series after he did. Uh, what was it? I can't remember which he came off of. He was so popular, but that was him doing it, goofing around with a prop gun, and the actual wad. He had it too close to his head, set it off. The wad went into him that they had in there, and
Uh,
that's a
well,
legitimate term. It's not me being snarky.
if you
New
remember,
England.
what was it? The Viper Room. The lead
Oh,
guitarist from Chicago was messing around with a gun and stuff, with his girlfriend, I think, and he shot himself in the head or something. It's
mhm.
horrible. I don't know these.
The
It's just
Viper
some
Room was
crazy
something else.
stuff.
Remember, that's how we lost River. He went
That's
down there.
true. Yeah,
Hmm.
River had
Yep.
his demons too. Yeah, that was
Hmm.
definitely a tragedy. Yeah, these things are a tragedy, but people just you don't know what's going through their mind. I mean, yeah,
I don't know.
No, we don't.
we don't know.
Mm-mm.
I just, I just, if we can prevent more people from thinking about taking their own lives, we should definitely do
Uh,
it. If we can help
Some
people.
without stupidity. Some
I
of the
know,
people just
I
tripping
know.
around. It's not. It
Yes,
wasn't a situation where someone finally said,
no,
"You can't fire me. I quit."
no. I
Situations.
think that if I remember, that gun thing was stupidity with Chicago,
Yeah.
that
Oh
guitarist.
yeah. And that's
It
just it.
was.
Hmm.
I like that one YouTube video where the one kid is out there. He's shucking and jiving, acting like a gang member. And before anybody gets mad, he's white. He's whiter than me, right? And he's doing all that. He's got the gun in his hand, and the thing goes off, and which surprises the hell out of him. Right through the door comes bursting mom, and mom starts beating the shit out of him in front of the
Yeah,
camera.
I've seen that
I
video.
love that.
Mm.
We need more of that. We need moms beating the crap out of the kids.
Well, I mean, you can tell the guy's smoking a joint too. He's
Oh
high
yeah,
as
yeah, he's
fuck.
doing the show. Yeah, he's just a twat waffle, just an absolute twat waffle.
But Baron, we're going to
I'm
talk about
ready.
someone who wasn't a twat waffle.
This is sad. Actually, I'm kind of surprised she was that young. I thought she was older. Do you want me to bring the screen up, or are you good? I can.
I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring it up.
Okay, I just want to make sure. For us Gen Xers, growing up back then, she was a staple in some fashion or another in our lives. We knew
Mhm.
who Ruth Buzzy was. She was involved with well, maybe it's in the story, so I'm going to shut up now. But this comes from the Hollywood Reporter, boys and girls, bylined Mike Barnes, and estate lined May 2nd, so a few days ago. And the headline is the sad one, Ruth Buzzy, the lady with the handbag on Laugh-In, dies at 88. The comic, forever known for playing the frumpy Gladys Umfby. I never knew the last name. I never heard the last name. I know it was Gladys, but it was whatever. Was
Isn't it
also a broad.
Gladys?
Well, Gladys, yeah, Gladys. Well, no, is it Gladys or Gladys? Gladys. We'll go with Gladys. You're probably right.
Okay.
Also was a Broadway star and a Sesame Street stalwart. And she made appearance. I think she was even on the Electric Company. I could be wrong.
She was even on an episode of Saved by the Bell too, as Screech Powers'
She was. Yeah,
mom.
she was.
Yeah, she was very funny.
Absolutely funny, and she knew how to make fun of herself, and that was
Yes.
great. She did not take herself serious. But Ruth Buzzy, who was so hilarious as the lonely spinster Gladys, and I'm not going to try that last name again. The lady who swung her handbag as a lethal weapon on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In has died. She was 88. And of course, usually the recipients of that was Artie Johnson, who passed away a few years back too. Another
Yeah.
great from the day. Buzzy died Thursday of complications from Alzheimer's. I really hate to hear that because can you imagine what was up in that brain before that hit her? At her home near Fort Worth, Texas, her longtime rep Mike Eisenstad, that's
Yeah,
what I'm going
as
to
a
go with.
set.
Thank you.
Yes.
Told the Hollywood Reporter. In July of 2022, her husband, actor Kent Perkins, revealed she was bedridden and incapacitated after suffering a series of strokes, which in and by itself, they're also just horrible to hear. Buzzy appeared in the original Broadway production of the musical comedy Sweet Charity, played by Thomas's pal Margie Pete Peterson on ABC's That Girl. Starred opposite Jim Neighbors. Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. I read that entirely wrong. That was not AI. That's me. Who needs AI? Buzzy appeared in the original Broadway production of the musical's comedy Sweet Charity. She played Marvel Thomas's pal Margie Pete Peterson on ABC's That Girl. God, it's been ages since I saw that show. Starred opposite Jim Neighbors on a Saturday morning kids show, which was, of course, a Croft production, The Lost Saucer, and spent many years on Sesame Street. Early on in her career, Buzzy had a comedy act with Dom DeLuise, another giant we lost way too early, in which she played the incompetent magician Dominic the Great, and his assistant, uh, Shaq Shaq Tunala. There we go. I'm sure that's Buzzy was one of the producer of George Schlatterly's first hires for Laugh-In 1967. And I tell you, if you ever watch Laugh-In, the first 3 seasons or so are comedic gold. It still holds up through the years. And remained with the show for its entire run through March of 1973. She played many characters: drunk Doris Swizzle, gossip columnist Busy Buzzy, hooker Kim Heather, and silent movie diva Laverne Blossom. But it was Gladys that remained unforgivable and was basically her signature character throughout all time. She even did roasts as that character. I mean,
She did.
yeah, she knew she knew that was it. That was her.
Yes.
Uh,
That is great.
Just like Chris Farley, one of his best known characters was Matt Foley.
Yes.
Yeah, living in a van down by the river. Yeah, that guy.
Yes.
Wow, it's so good. It was so good. Comedic gold. Absolutely. She was covered from head to toe in drab brown and sporting a bun hairdo covered by a hairnet knotted in the middle of her forehead. In fact, I think she might have. I think she played that at least on a Scooby Doo mystery, but for some reason I'm thinking there was
I
at
think
least
she
a
might
comic
have, yeah.
show, an animated special, or she might have had a character for a little while. I can't remember, but I kind of remember that in the little the pins would fly off if I remember right. It's been so long. Gladys could be found on a park bench where dirty old man Tyrone F. Horney. See, that was your tour of laughter, who was, of course, played by, again, a great Artie Johnson, would sidle up to her and make an off-color insulting remark. Gladys would then respond by bashing Ornay with her handbag. It looked dangerous, but actually was filled with old pantyhose and cotton. So, yeah, she made sure it was safe. The pint-sized comedian received 3 of her 5 career Emmy nominations for playing the character, including one for an appearance on the Dean Martin Celebrity Roast in 1974, as we were talking about. She also showed up as Gladys on Weird Al Yankovic's 1995 music video, Gump. So many people ask me to hit them with my purse, Buzzy told Nick Thomas in 2016. And that's I would have asked her to do that. It would have been an honor. In fact, a few years ago, we were at the Hollywood Hills party, and in walked Elton John. He immediately made his way over to me and said, "For God's sakes, Ruth, please hit me with your purse. that's been on my bucket list for years. And you know what? I have to say the same thing. And too bad that.
I think any of us who grew up and knew who she
Yes.
was would ask her to do it.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, she was
Great.
willing to do it. Um, she was born on July 24th, 1936, in Westerly, Rhode Island, and raised in Connecticut. Her father was a sculptor. Boy, that was kind of a. Her father was a sculptor. Okay, great. When she struggled during a dance class but made light of it, her instructor offered to teach her something different. A funny ballet, she recalled in a 1983 interview with Orange Coast magazine. All the other girls will do it straight, and you'll be a little off, the teacher told her. Well, I did it, and it was a big hit. That's what started me in comedy, and I continue to do funny dances and funny this and funny that through high school. And let's face it, she's got everything about her is comedy. You take a look at her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not saying that she's ugly, but she's got that funny comedian going out. Let's have fun.
Yes.
We're not serious. Look to her. It's like you can't help but see her, and give a little ray of sunshine into your life. Honestly, that's what I always thought of her. At age 18, she boldly moved across the country to enroll at the Pasadena Playhouse, where her classmates included Dustin Hoffman and Gene Hackman in Cash Money 007, and then appeared opposite Rudy Valley in a San Francisco production of Jenny Kissed Me. Buzzy then starred in the Broadway review Misguided Tour, where she improvised several characters, and the New York Times remarked that she had quality of a young Nancy Walker. And again, Nancy Walker, who was a great as well. In 1961, when she was playing the secretary Agnes Gooch in a production of Auntie Mame, I don't know how to do that.
On Mame.
And yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
Annie
so.
Mame.
I can't remember if it's Mamie or Mame. I can't remember.
I think it's Mame, yeah.
My brain is addled. In Pennsylvania, she overemphasized the schlumpiness of the character, and that would serve as the template for Gladys. Later, she voiced Granny Goodwitch on the cartoon Linus, the Lion-Hearted, and did TV commercials before appearing on the Gary Moore Show in 1964 with Dom DeLuise, on the variety show The Entertainer, hosted by Carol Burnett and Bob Newhart a year later. And Gary Moore also was the one that helped introduce us to Carol Burnett. He was kind of a, if you don't know who Gary Moore is, he was a giant back in that time. He introduced us to a lot of people, just as much as Ed Sullivan did. When she auditioned for Schlater, instead of bringing along glossy 8x10 photos, she showed him shots of Gladys standing in a garbage pail.
That's a comedian for you. That's some of a sense of humor.
I would have hired her on the spot. It's like, okay, you're hired. I'm sorry, I gotta get composure. On Instagram, Buzzy's laughing castmate Goldie Hawn called her my girlfriend, my heart through life's ups and downs. You made me laugh like no one else could. You're beyond talented, Ruthie. A one of a kind soul who brought so much laughter and light into the world. And that's no lie. And there's, I don't know if you got the picture, that's her and Goldie on Laugh-In that she put up there. And Laugh-In, of course, introduced us to Goldie Hawn. So
that's true.
We're taking a look at stuff that really gave us people that, that we know now.
And again, who do we have to replace these greats that we're losing? Fill in the shoes.
Buzzy and Neighbors played time-traveling androids in the 1976 ABC series The Lost Saucer, produced by Sed and Marty Krofft. She later appeared as Screech's and Dustin Diamond, who passed away several years ago, mom on Saved by the Bell. Oh, I never really watched Saved by the Bell much, but I can see her being Screech's mom.
Yeah, it was very funny. Her whole thing was about how she loves Elvis, and like the Elvis statue fell, and it's very funny. So it's just
Screech was torn up because of that statue falling.
Definitely.
sometimes you wonder how much of that she brought in and they ran with it, because that's the type of person she was. And starred in a Western for Italian television, Lucky Luke. Now that sounds interesting. On Sesame Street in the 90s, Buzzy portrayed Ruthie, the owner of Finder Keeper store, then reprised the character in The Adventures of Elmo and Grouchland. I got a chainsaw. Whee! She also voiced the character Susie Cabluzzi on the show. Buzzy also had big screen roles in Freaky Friday, the 1976 version. The Apple Dumpling Gang rides again, and that was with, of course,
Oh my
Tim
goodness.
Conway and Don Knotts.
Don Knotts, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Wow,
Now,
that's going back. Yeah.
the villain, which had Arnold Schwarzenegger and Kirk Douglas in it, if I remember right,
I don't think I
and
watched
Choo
that one.
Choo and the Philly Flash. Oh my God, I have not heard of that film in so long. Choo Choo and the Philly Flash. I think that was
I've never seen the villain. I've never seen Choo Choo and the Philly Flash.
I saw
Never seen
that one. So yeah, I mean, I saw that probably back 1981, and I've never seen the villain, but I know of it. It was Arnold's one of his first films, and he was the big white-hatted good guy in there. And I think he was, of course, dubbed over. Survivors include her husband, whom she married in December 1978. The couple left Hollywood 15 years ago to live on a 600-acre cattle and horse ranch in Earthen County in Texas, which is obviously near Fort Worth, I can imagine. Donations in her memory can be made to the Alzheimer's Association. Ruth Buzzy brought a singular energy and charm to sketch comedy that made her a standout on Laugh-In in the Dean Martin Celebrity Roasts. National Comedy Center, Executive Director that's an interesting name, Journey Gunderson said in a statement. Her characters, especially the unforgettable Gladys, captured the delightful absurdity of the era. Remember her with admiration and appreciation for the joy and laughter she brought to generations of fans. I'm sorry, I'm starting to laugh again thinking of that picture of her in a pail. And you know what? The fact that I'm laughing, I hope other people might be laughing, is what she'd want to have. She wouldn't want us crying. She would want us to remember the laughs that she gave us because that was so important in her career. Buzzy, Buzzy. I'm so sorry that you were suffering from all that. I wish you had a sharp, Alzheimer's thing get you and such like that and all that. And 88 for you is way too young. You still had a lot in you, but we've lost these great. Here is a funny female comedian, Amy Schumer. Take note, you take a look what we have
That's the
today,
thing.
and
In my opinion, a lot of comedians nowadays aren't funny.
No,
they don't have the
They aren't.
timing right. They think their jokes are wonderful, but they're not.
Well, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
like Schumer, her whole thing mostly, like, I don't know, she seems to be pretty much irrelevant lately, but
Oh, she is absolutely.
her whole set was just a bunch of sex jokes. It's just like, it's so funny.
Yeah, but JJ smells
Right, exactly.
like leather. And
Yes.
it's like, okay, great, thank you.
That's right.
I'll be going now.
I did not need to know that.
Yeah, notice I
I
added
wasn't
myself.
asking.
No, I wasn't asking. But that's if that's your take, it's funny if it's one little throwaway line, but when it's the basis of your entire freaking career, bugger off. Give me Ruth any day. Give me Ruthie every day. Oh, hey, how's it going here? Okay, I know what you want. Impromptu appearance. Yes,
He wants to be on camera.
Yes, he goes, you are now the villain, so I need to have a cat to have it be a villain.
You're a villain without Mouse.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only helps add to it. He is actually the mastermind. Right, Mouse? No. He says, I need my screen time. It's been a while. Bastard. You keep the camera off. How can people think how magnificent I am? Don't look at me. Look at the people. Look at the people.
But it is sad to lose someone like Ruth, and
Yes.
all these celebrities that have a long standing
Hmm.
in entertainment. Everybody knows who they are. They know what characters they portrayed.
Well,
And
yeah.
again, we don't have anybody out there that can adequately replace them.
I mean, it is such an insult when you hear, especially to her.
Which one's Padawannabe? Start naming them then.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's that hooker on the Fourth and Main. She's pretty damn funny. She does a lot better job.
Uh,
Honestly, uh, no, but in all seriousness, and all this is why when they sit back and say about, oh, we never had women this, women that, and even in this article, we were listing off a list of female legends, and no, one of those legends wasn't Lucille Ball, which everybody points to. No offense to Lucy, but Carol Burnett. Uh,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
uh, let's take a look here. So you had Carol Burnett that she had going in there, and she had, of course, uh, Goldie Hawn, because she was pretty damn funny on that show. Nancy Walker, who was absolutely freaking hysterical. Just watch Rhoda, the mom on
Mm-hmm.
Rhoda there, just absolutely hysterical. I mean, in her, and that's just starting. That's not including uh, uh, Joan Rivers. That's not including uh, her husband. She always called her husband Fang. She had all the facelifts. Oh, was on those Phyllis Diller. Phyllis Diller. I mean, we had a load of them, and we loved them, and we watched them, and they're funny. So don't tell us that we didn't like women this, women that, women comedians, blah blah blah. We know funny. What we got today is not funny. We've lost funny. You know,
yeah, I don't.
Well,
Schumers and
that is because part of the problem is there are comedians out there that try to play it safe,
Yeah,
well, and
and part of
that's
comedy is pointing out the obvious.
that's
oh yeah,
why Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, like, they play it safe,
yeah.
and
Well,
they
yeah.
they just they're not. They could go farther with, I don't know.
Well, that's the
That,
funny thing though, is you can quote unquote play it safe and still be funny.
yes,
Because Ruth Buzzy wasn't one of these radical going out there and playing it safe. She was just
Yeah,
funny.
but
She'd go
with
out there.
what she did, she didn't
Yeah.
have to be radical and use curse words
Mm,
every
no,
few sentences.
no,
no. I don't even remember a cuss word out of her mouth, to be honest with you. I mean, and the ability to have a picture of you in a pail like that. I mean, right there, boom. That's where he's like, okay, this woman's funny right off the bat. Joan Rivers, he comes in there and it's
yes,
like, can we talk? And it's like, okay, you're hired. You're on.
right.
Go for it. Just don't piss off Johnny,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
which of course she didn't listen to. No, that's a shame. We loved people like Ruth, and seeing that she'd passed. I knew you were gonna. I think you were the one that posted it. I knew we were gonna talk about it. It's like it's not even
Well,
worth putting it in the chat because someone else did.
Cash
But it's like,
posted it, and
oh, Cash did.
I
Okay,
I
Yes.
knew right away that we were going to talk about it because it's
well,
important to talk about someone like Ruth Buzzy and you know
right.
the impact that she made on an industry and
Hmm.
entertainment in general.
Right. I mean, the hell with him. Just you know, let's take a look. I'm just taking a look on what, and you know what the thing is she went out of her way to make herself look goofy. You see the pictures of her, and it's like,
Yes.
thank you, Mouse. It's like she's not trying to make herself look up to be this. I'm sure, a lot prettier than she was. She's going out there and doing that goofy look, that goofy smile, whatnot. But the thing is that's what endeared us more because there's a hell of a lot of reality behind it. A hell of a lot of it. I mean, oh, she was in videos for the B-52s, the President's of the United States. She was on the Muppet Show, obviously. Here we go. 2 episodes of You Can't Do That on Television. Whatever turns you on. Uh, the North Avenue Irregulars. She was in Surf 2, of course. Let's see. She was big into for the St. Jude's Research Center because I'm sure she was good friends with Danny Thomas. being that she worked with Marvel Thomas. You know, she she's a giant. She was a giant. It's just. Oh,
Yeah,
she was
but
on Emergency, The Monkees, Tony Orlando and Don. Of course, the Carol Burnett Show. Glenn Campbell, she was with. Uh, Life with Lucy, she was on. Uh, Lucy Makes a Hit with John Ritter. She appeared 8 times on The Tonight Show. Of course, we talked about The Lost Saucer. We talked about That Girl. The Dean Martin celebrity roasts, where she's roasting Muhammad Ali, Frank Sinatra, Lucy, all those guys. I mean, this woman was something else. Take a look at the rest of these. She was in the Pound Puppies, for crying out loud, in the Legend of Big Paws, for those kids. My Mom's a Werewolf. She the Walt Disney Anthology television series. She was a granny in 6 of those episodes.
yeah, but
Medical Center. She was in 2 episodes of Medical Center, which was kind of a big show back in the day. Afternoon specials. Chips. 2 episodes of Chips, for crying out loud.
yep.
Trapper John MD, which is a serious show. I mean, an absolute serious show. She did 13 episodes of Alvin and the Chipmunks. She was on George Burns Comedy Week. 1 episode of that. The Jetsons.
Yeah,
Let's take a look. The Munsters Today in 2 episodes. She was Dracula's mom in that. My God, got to find that show. It wasn't that good of a show, but the new Adam 12 she was on. Darkwing Duck she was on for 2 episodes.
yeah, that's cool.
Very
cool.
Of course, as we said, she was on Sesame Street. Sesame Street Stays Up Late, which I think was her big failure. Jamie Foxx show she was on. Sabrina, the Teenage
Oh yeah,
Witch,
that's
was on.
right. She was on the I saw that one. Yeah, the Jamie Foxx show. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Seventh Heaven, Diagnosis Murder. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
she was all over. She was even on the soap opera Passions for a couple episodes. So I mean, not only was it a comedic role she did straight roles.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she brought that glowing energy that you just endears you to.
Yeah. But Padawannabe, dude, Amy Poehler, think about this for a second, man. Okay, yes, she was good as Joy, really good as Joy in Inside Out, but what else can you say she was really good in? What can you say Tina Fey was good in besides Mean Girls, the first one? I have no desire to ever watch the stupid musical one. And then what was it? She was good in Megaminds, okay, as a character, but what else was she good in, dude? Was she good in Weekend Update? I mean, look at how Weekend Update just sure some of it could be funny, but they play it safe, man. And Whitney Cummings, yes, she can be funny, but she can also be, she's not that well known. And some of these other people you talked about, yeah, okay, Parks and Recs, I guess, but dude. There was quite a good cast in Parks and Recs that I think were better than Amy Poehler. I still think The Office is better than Parks and Recs. I just do. The American version.
Yeah,
I can watch The Office over and over and over again. Nick Offerman and some of the other people from Parks and Rec. I mean, yeah, but they made the show better. If it was just Amy Poehler, it wouldn't be as good. It's just she doesn't.
No.
She's one of those people, man, who doesn't take chances, and it's been shown many times. If you watch the Golden Globes, Padawannabe, they just their jokes are cheap. They're not. They don't want to hurt people's feelings, really. It's more some other stupid jokes towards just people of celebrities. I remember, what was it? Was it Alec? No, it was Steve Martin, and was it Alec Baldwin who did that? No, I can't remember. But all the jokes that year, I think it was for the Oscars, they were all pretty much towards the celebrities, and they weren't other jokes. It doesn't work very well.
And the one thing you're kind of sit back saying is like these ladies are needing someone else to make them funny.
Right.
Ruth didn't. Joan Rivers didn't.
Right. Exactly.
Nancy Walker didn't.
Even Lucille Ball didn't need someone else with her to be funny.
No, she didn't.
I mean, yeah, she had comedic gold when she was working with Ethel Merman on there, but
Yes.
I mean, but the thing is, yeah, you can work with other people and you can work solo. And a lot of the ones that you just listen there, they're not funny solo.
No.
It's just like we were saying about Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell solo sucks, but if he's a secondary guy or he's got a good team around him, then you might get a good good something good out of it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
he's
again,
Mhm.
old school proves that he's best in a supporting role,
Yeah,
Right.
like I
not
believe
in the lead role.
Anchorman would not be as good without Will Ferrell. Like he's more
Right.
of a leading person in that kind of role.
Right.
Uh,
But really, a lot I mean, I haven't seen it, but I can tell that the supporting cast, I'm sure, really helped him. I'm not saying they propped him, but it really helped out. You had a good supporting cast, including Christina Applegate and amongst all the others, John C. Riley and whatnot. But a lot of can you be funny by yourself? See, I know unpopular position here. I never thought John Candy was good by himself. Uncle Buck is one of the exceptions, right? But he needed to either be a secondary character or have somebody really good and strong with him because he's
mhm.
more of an ensemble guy. He came out of
Yeah,
Second City. He's
I
used to
mean
working with other people.
that's what made The Great Outdoors such a
Hmm.
good movie. It was John Candy and Dan Aykroyd.
Hmm. Right. And it's not Dan Aykroyd in many ways needs someone to work with.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
with
not selling them
Aykroyd,
short. It's just
no,
like
no.
this is their weaknesses and this is their strength. Put them
Yeah,
where they're strong.
he works well in stuff like Tommy Boy, obviously
Hmm.
worked well in Ghostbusters, obviously works well in stuff like Blues Brothers.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
because there's a comedy team.
Mhm.
He and John were like our
Yes.
modern day until John died.
Right.
Our a comedy duo of the day. Cheech and Chong. I mean, Cheech Marin can work by himself, uh,
Yes.
but still, I mean, we all remember him being with Chong.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, Tommy Chong. He can work a little bit by himself too. I mean, that '70s show proved that. But it's Tommy Chong being Tommy Chong.
I mean, honestly, what made Tool Time, I know it's Home Improvement, but everybody else
Mhm.
also calls it Tool Time,
Yep.
Yeah.
so that's why I said that. But
Mhm.
what made Home Improvement so great was the cast
Hmm.
around Tim Allen.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's yeah.
Yeah, if it's Richard Karn or whoever the guy is over the fence there, I got him in a block, but on both the actor and the character. But I
Wilson.
mean,
The
yeah,
character's name was
Wilson,
Wilson.
Wilson. Hmm. I mean, comedic gold
Howdy
with
ho,
that guy
neighbor.
now. Yeah, and what a
Yes.
shtick! You never see his face,
No.
but
I agree.
absolutely, and the interplay between those two, him and Richard Karn, again, he has strong cast.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean, same
times you
thing with
would have
Raymond.
Bob Vila come on,
Well,
and
I mean,
Hmm.
you had Rodney Dangerfield guest star. It's just
Hmm.
it's crazy. I don't know. I was just never a massive Home Improvement fan, but I'm not going to say that
No,
it didn't have its values and there weren't some
well,
really
that's
good
because you never had
episodes.
enough power.
That's right.
no,
That's
no,
right.
no. Not enough power to buff
Huh?
the chin. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
well, that's just. I mean, I can't say it's like I'm a big
You
one,
know
but I
what?
like watching it.
Real quick, my mama hated that whenever he went, huh?
But that's the
so,
man.
so,
That's the man.
I would purposely, and I was a teenager at the time, go, huh? Just like, stop that.
Hmm. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll even go say with even Ray Romano. I don't think he's good by himself.
No, he
What
needs
really
an
made his
ensemble.
He
Patricia
Yeah,
Heaton.
he works in certain things like Mooseport, but of course Gene Hackman
Mhm,
was in that, and if Gene Hackman wasn't in
mhm.
that, the movie wouldn't be as good. It's a good film, I would say. It's a good
I,
movie.
Yeah, but even with
I,
Everybody Loves Raymond, you had Peter
Yes,
Boylan.
you did.
mhm.
Yeah, you had Peter
But
Boyle. Yeah.
I think
Mhm.
it's Peter Boyle that really helped that show. If he didn't have
Yeah.
Peter Boyle in there, it would not have worked.
Well, without that, you don't get King of Queens, and so
Hmm.
because that's a spinoff.
Oh yeah, hmm.
It's the same
And of
with
course,
Perfect Strangers. You don't get Family Matters, so.
and
yeah,
of course,
I
we
think
had a
what
great
really
comedic
made
duel in that one. I mean,
Yes.
I
let's
think what
face it.
made King of Queens work was Jerry Stiller.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm sure they were jealous of of Urkel, from what things I've read and stuff,
Yeah,
because he became the star.
Jaleel
Yes.
White as
Jaleel
Urkel
White
wasn't
came the
supposed
star,
to be
yes.
a main character. He was
No.
supposed to be a one and done.
No.
Yes.
Right.
And the same problem. That's what the same problem with in Good Times. That's why James almost left it, because all of a sudden Jimmy Walker became such a big popular character and Dynamite and all that stuff, and he was, he was citing several things and saying this is dragging us down, and this is taking away from the show, and I'm supposed to be one of the stars, and I'm being diminished. So what happens? They did the ultimate. They killed him off, and that
I think
Getty or whatever her name was, she got pissed off because how dare you kill off a black man? We're trying to get away from this crap.
Yeah, Don Rickles was like, Jimmy Walker was on one of the roasts, and he's just like, I don't watch your show.
Jimmy Walker is a funny guy.
He is.
He really is a funny guy. But the thing is JJ, was basically haunting him for the rest of his career that he has so far. Get him out of the, where you got it. He's funny. Someone be brave and put him into a role and let him shine there.
Yes.
And that's what I heard about Last Man Standing. Padawannabe is that it was the supporting cast around Tim Allen that made that show work.
Right.
Yeah, and it has like the situations, I guess, of Home Improvement, but they're also different situations too. So
yeah, they also in the last episode they had a crossover with Tim Allen's two characters, his character from Last Man Standing, and of course Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Right. I mean, sometimes the main cast character is the foundation, but it's the insanity around them that makes the show.
Yeah, I mean,
then we forget about that. We forget about that. At least we don't. I mean, Hollywood.
There's certain people
a show
that
like Taxi's so great was the ensemble.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That. Yeah,
right.
I mean, Taxi was supposed to be Judd Nelson's show. Right, it's Judd Nelson, right? I can't remember. There's so many Judd in last name, but that was supposed to be his show. But everybody around him were so good, it became that one. Mary Lou Henner was so excellent.
Yes.
Of course, Danny DeVito,
Christopher Lloyd.
Yes.
Christopher Lloyd, who again was a one and done. He's a one and done character in the first season. He was, a guest star in the first season, and he came back in the second season as kind of a semi-regular to a full-fledged cast member.
Right.
And what comedic gold that was.
Well, I mean, you look at
and then he made a time traveling Klingon bird of prey into a time traveling DeLorean.
You look at shows like Just Shoot Me. Look at that cast. I mean, it just was funny. The situations were funny. David Spade was funny. The whole cast is just they're just really good. But there's usually sometimes that there's that one cast member that's going to ends up being the more popular character just because the way they are or the way they were written or whatever.
But
it's like Malcolm in the Middle. There are people that like Malcolm in the Middle and they want to bring that show back, but the actor that played Dewey doesn't want to come back, so they want to recast Dewey.
Yes,
it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, they sound like they want to do some agenda stuff from what I was reading. I'm like,
and that'll be the big killer for them.
Oh, of course.
Malcolm in the Middle wasn't. It was just about the insanity of.
That's right. Of a family, yes.
Of a blue-collar family.
Yes, that's right.
And
it wasn't. It wasn't anything like Married with Children. It was his own thing.
I mean, WKRP in Cincinnati. I mean, Andy Travis was supposed to be the main character. This was supposed to be a Mary Tyler Moore in radio, and instead of a woman lead, it was supposed to be Andy Travis, except for one thing. The cast around him outshined him so much. And I'm not saying he's a bad actor, but essentially he became the straight man to everybody on that show. But you had the late great Howard Hessman in there. You have Tim Reed. You have, of course, Gordon Jump. Every one of them around. It would not have worked if it was just him. You needed that, and they outshined him. Now, of course, going back to Mary Tyler Moore, again, she was able to keep that lead, but again, look at the cast she had around him. Ted Knight, Ed Asner. Even James Immels was on the show for a little bit. Gavin McLeod. All these that you had on there. What about
news radio?
Yes.
Unfortunately, when Phil Hartman was killed,
Yes.
the show wasn't the
Yeah.
same.
No, it was never
No.
the same.
He was the glue that held it all together.
John Lovitz would have. It's the same with after what happened to Michael J. Fox. It's just Spin City was not the same. Yes, it was good with Charlie Sheen, but it just wasn't as good because Michael wasn't there anymore.
Well, see, the thing about news radio was, you can
It's
see
hard
the
to find
effects on
that show,
everybody.
man.
What
Trying to
killed?
watch it.
Which one?
News radio.
Yeah, it is hard. I saw it. I think Pluto shows it sometimes.
Oh, okay. That's good.
I think. Don't hold me to that, but you might want to check on there.
that.
But the
Alright.
thing is Hartman's death. I think it killed the heart of everybody in that show. It's hard for them to continue on, and it showed.
Yes. Yes.
And so it's like there's that pall that was over all of them on that, and which is a shame. But Cheers was perfect because they're going into it. All of them knew what going in there is we're going to have the main character Sam, but we also know everybody around it is going to be we got to bring in there. I mean, is going to be something. So we're going to turn this into more of an ensemble show, but we have the anchor of Sam. I mean, when you take a look at it,
and then it would go around Diane, it would go around Cliff, it would go around
and Diane was fine, but I think once they, we
Rebecca
added
was
some
better.
other people. Yeah, Rebecca is just a certain style that she had that she was just better in there. But yeah, Sam
and
could
he had
have
Sam going
been,
to a different direction.
Coach, of course, who passed away during the first
about
season,
4 seasons. He was on there for about 4 seasons. He died in between seasons.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's when they brought in Woody. But I mean, Cliff wasn't even going to be a main character.
No,
he was background. But John Ratzenberger did such a great job.
Right, exactly.
He became a full-fledged cast.
He just did. It's just
and everybody worked well off one another.
Yes.
Carla, of course, you had Kelsey Grammer's Frasier.
Yes.
And then
Rhea
Lilith
Perlman,
comes in.
Yes. Yes, Rita Perlman. Yep. And then just the guest stars that pop up on Cheers, because I've been watching old episodes of Cheers lately. So
even the little pop-ins like they have for the pre-credit ones that someone will pop in there, and it's like, oh my God, they got Spanky McFarlane coming in, and it's and the interplay. They're in on the joke and they have fun, and that was so great. Even when they brought politicians like Gary Hart and Tip O'Neill and all that, and it was like they weren't shelling for these guys. They just were known for being in Boston, being Boston politics. Cheers is that center point where everybody comes and knows your name. It's one of those where a politician would come in and you didn't complain about it because they weren't shelling anything.
No,
not like
Discovery.
Well, that's why we haven't gotten even a show. Well, I mean, there's some law shows, but it was just the way that Boston Legal was. That was a great show. First, it was Boston Public, then we had Boston Legal. We don't have. Probably also things have changed a lot now because of streaming and other things. But
Tree Rock, absolutely perfect there, and it started off being a full-fledged ensemble show from the beginning. Night Court.
Yeah.
And Marky Post, she came in third season to be the cast. She wasn't originally in there, but what comedic gold she had doing that. And of course, Hearts of Fire later on that she did and all that. Rest her soul. God, she was such a beautiful one. But even the bailiffs, they lost 2 bailiffs, unfortunately passed away, and then they had the final one. But each one of them were different. But each one of them were absolutely hysterical. Richard Mole playing Bull. Oh God, I miss you too, man.
Yeah, and he recently passed away. And
But what comedic goals you had?
Yeah, well, George.
I don't drink coffee. I don't drink coffee, Phil. It's hot chocolate.
I loved Just Shoot Me, Padawannabe. There's just so many great shows that were so good, and George Segal was so funny as the boss. He's funny a lot of things actually. But.
Right. I mean, again, here we are. Look at all the people that were, and in some way, I'm sure Ruth Buzzy helped influence some of these people.
Oh, I'm sure.
In one fashion, especially if you're doing self-deprecating humor in a sense, or playing that frumpy or whatnot. She was just, I know. Cash is back. We were shocked. You missed the fanfare, Phil. You missed. Oh, by the way, Phil's here.
Yeah,
I'm falling down. I fall down on my job. Oh, I really fell down on my job, didn't I?
You
Oh, I
fell down and you really went boom this time, Baron.
I really did. I needed the merit big time for this one, especially seeing Phil is here. The great Phil McCracken. Let's see what we got. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I can't believe I missed that one. I was too busy making sure I got all the cash money ones up because it's like we're going to give cash money what for? Oh, it is in there. Then why didn't I see it? Because I'm blind as a bat, boys and girls. That's the one thing I hate about Evie Mux. It's like, where's our
I know. Well,
where's
if
our script?
stream
There we go. There we go.
if StreamYard wasn't $47 counting tax
Ugh, yeah.
per
But I
month,
like stuff like
we
this.
would still have StreamYard, but I'm
I
not
know.
paying that much.
If you use StreamYards,
Yeah,
I'd like
it's
to know how much they lost. I'd love to know how much they lost in that one.
yeah.
Oh, that guy! I hope it hurt them. I don't mean to say bad thing. I don't mean to be like Tim Walls up here. I got my phone set for the stocks, and oh my! I every morning out to see what StreamYard has for their stocks, and
Now, the last time we were in it, I had an offer from them. I didn't even look at it. It's like, no, this is probably going to be one of those offers. Please come back. Please come back for a month. We'll let you pay this month much, and then we'll hike it up.
yeah, I got an email from them on that one, but I'm still mad because of how they screwed me over, and I'm sure
Yeah,
others that took up that deal,
you
not
and
just me, but
everyone
others.
who had that deal for
Oh,
$10 a month,
I saw
and
that.
it
It's like
wasn't
there's no
supposed to
way
change.
I'm going to give that up. Yeah, there's no way I was going to. The Goldbergs. Yeah, yeah. What's her
That
name
was
in there?
pretty
What's her
good.
name in
Yeah.
there? The mother. I got a middle block on her
The
name.
blonde
She
lady. I
is
can't think of
absolutely fucking hysterical. Because she was on Reno. Uh,
Reno
yeah.
911.
yeah.
The other one before it became woke garbage, whatever. Yeah,
Did Reno go woke?
yeah, it did.
Oh fuck,
Unfortunately,
man. And that was a show that had Paul Rubens showing up quite a bit on there.
yeah.
You can't make
Unfortunately.
Reno 911 woke. There's
No,
no way you can do that.
no, but they did.
Because, yeah. And it was one of those shows, again, the cops at first didn't know what to make of this. Are they going to be mocking us? And it's like, no, this is funny. And they start putting suggestions. Kind of
They
like,
talked about that group from the January 6th thing, whatever.
fuck them.
Uh-huh.
But just like Tacoma FD. I mean, I don't know if he's on here, but, that's from the guys that did Broken Lizard. That was a hysterical show, too. And, of course, that was a show where the fire department was in on the joke. I mean, they were taking stuff that the fire department were telling them or the people that were on the set to help them, and they ran with it, and they started having these jokes. You don't realize these are in jokes, but they're still hysterical.
Well, it's
God,
just
that's
like
a good joy.
it's like stuff like Veep and so on, and Gary Cole was in that, and a lot of people,
he's great.
and the cursing in that, and the trash talking was absolutely hilarious. The humor in that, the just foul mouth stuff was just so funny. But the way the show ended, I'm like, I don't agree with that. It seemed to me like, oh, well, Selena deserves to become president because she's a woman. And I'm like, come on, guys. She was awful. She does not deserve to be president. She's an awful person.
Here is a hill I'm dying on.
Uh-huh.
Any show that has Gary Cole in it, if it's good, bad, mediocre, no matter what, he is good.
Oh yeah,
it's worth watching him.
He was. It's just they're wasting him now on Family Guy. I hope they're paying him well, but they're certainly wasting him on
I
Family
hope so.
Guy as the
Oh, yeah.
principal.
I mean,
He didn't used to be wasted, so he's wasted now. Yeah.
I mean, going from Midnight Caller to Crusade, then he's doing, doing the Brady Bunch movies.
Yeah, he was good in that.
Yeah,
and of course, Office Space. I'm going to say
Office
that for last.
Space, and then of course,
Baron,
one of the
I'm going to need you
announcers
to
for
come in on
Dodgeball.
Saturday.
Yep.
That would be great.
Gary Cole even did some Disney voiceover stuff too.
Mhm.
He did Kim Possible. He's funny in that too. It's just as the father.
And that's just it. He can go from serious to funny to serious like that.
Yes, he can.
So he's a great actor, and in some ways I have to sit back and say he's underrated. He should get a lot more recognition. and a lot
He should.
more out there.
Yes.
He was great in Crusade. He was great in Crusade. One of the reasons why I was pissed off what TNT did with making the show, basically fail, and not continue on after the so many first episodes that they had. Maybe the whole cast was great. Don't get me wrong, but Gary Cole was so great as the captain. It's like, oh, what if he was Sinclair? Ooh, that would have been interesting. Stuff like that. Because again, he is so freaking good, and he got that role because of playing on the Brady Bunch movies. JMS said, that guy needs to play Gideon, and so he's being looked at for a comedy role to play a serious role, and he's able to do the little, if there's going to be a comedic moment in the show, he's able to switch it up and make it believable. Great actor, great actor.
He's got the timing.
Yeah, big fan of his, big fan.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and move on to one of our next articles here. And
Must we? Well, I'm having too much fun here, man.
I know.
still have a couple articles I want to get to.
All right.
Oh, back to work, everybody. Look at the slave driver we got here.
Get back to work, maggots.
And Cash, you were going to read this next story. I already gave you the link.
Very exciting.
Yeah, listen to Sergeant Haka there. It's like
very exciting. All right. So
yes. So here we go.
Woohoo!
Jedi.
All right.
God, yeah.
Woohoo! So we got an article from Bounty in the Comics.
But real quick, before you get into it, I do want to say hello to Shane, also known as Yaron, who says, "Abandon the fourth for the power of many." How you doing, Shane?
Vomit now. I don't have my vomit bucket here. I'll be right back.
But Baron, the power of friendship.
Woohoo!
What is it?
I'm borrowing your stick, Shane. I'm borrowing your stick. The power of friendship will bring us all closer together. Don't forget it.
See, this is what happens when the Ewoks become Jedi, and now they're the Care Bears. They're the freaking Care Bears. Where's my freaking steamroller?
Don't forget about the power of friendship. Care Bear stare, man.
Yeah. I'm part of the I don't care Bears. Okay, I'm FU Bear.
You're part of that SpongeBob meme where you see the rainbow and it says nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Oh, you know what? Yeah, exactly. Nobody cares. Oh
my God! Who the hell cares?
There we go. It's Star Wars Day today, the May the 4th day.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
No. Those of us here on Pop Talk, we recognize the 25th as Star Wars Day. Can I get an amen?
Amen. We're Orthodox Star Wars fans. We're Orthodox ones. Yeah. We follow the proper calendar. But if we celebrate both, we get double the goodies. So
yes, double the goodies.
That's up to you, Baron.
I'm more for the Revenge of the Fifth.
Revenge of the Fifth. Okay.
Good. Let the hate flow through you.
All right. So we've got an article here from Bounty in the Comics from JB Augustine. And foreign copyright lawsuit against Warner Brothers and Superman is tossed. Released overseas, no longer jeopardized.
Oh my God. That could be considered an act of war now. You realize that. You release James Gunn's Superman in country, we go to war. And then we need Trump to start talking. Well, Trump.
Everybody's declaring war on the United States because of James Gunn's Superman. I saw the film. It wasn't great. It wasn't very great.
It wasn't great. That's right.
It was more about truth, justice, and Hollywood.
I had a feeling
truth, justice, and making America great again.
I have a feeling it was going to be goofy, and it was.
I mean, honestly, How does Soups know?
I
which way
could have
he's
been
going?
Superman.
I mean, Superman's got that super lazy eye. How the hell does he know where he's going? It's like one eye's going one way, the other eye's going the other way, and there's the iceberg right ahead. Boom, crash, he's gone.
So
There goes
continuing
the Daily
on.
Planet building. Woo!
We've got in a bit of good news for James Gunn. Ooh.
And
Disney
good news for
/
him is
Warner
bad news
Brothers,
for us.
or yeah, and their Superman reboot that's closing in on its theatrical release. There will be no looming legal obstructions. Ooh. The release can go ahead as planned, unencumbered, as a lawsuit against the studio and film has been thrown out. What? Huh? All right.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're gonna they're gonna throw some of these names at me that I'm gonna have to learn.
But real quick,
yeah.
that's gonna be my reaction if and when I ever see the movie.
Are those
Not Superman. I know some people are always like, James Gunn is gonna do this, James Gunn is gonna do that. And I'm like, that's great you feel that way, but here's the reality. The guy does not appreciate Batman 1989. That pisses me off. And he's one of the heads of DC.
Oh my, Cash. I'm glad to have you back, man. You are back.
You know what really grinds my gears?
It looks like Superman's being anal probed with a kryptonite probe.
Those are the robots that are trying to help him, if I remember from the trailer. So, yes,
by using a kryptonite anal probe on him. How's that helping him?
They
look like he's having help there.
He was hurt, and then the robots in the Fortress of Solitude is supposed to be helping him. I don't know about if there's
helping to heal him from his injuries.
Yes. I don't know if they're supposed to, if that was something in the comics or whatever. I don't remember that, but
sure. It might be.
It might be.
That looks like turn your head and cough. Turn your head and cough, Superman. Come on.
Yes. So yeah. Earlier this year, the suit was brought before a federal court by the late Superman co-creator Joe Shuster nephew, Warren Perry. He and his attorney Mark Toberoff claimed that Warner Brothers did not have the right to release the new film in territories within the British Commonwealth and adjacent spheres of influence. Okay. Perry and Toberoff argued this restriction owes copyright laws of countries with the British legal tradition containing certain provisions automatically terminating such assignments 25 years after an author's death, vesting in the Schuster estate the co-author's undivided copyright interest in such countries. The ground this covers includes the UK, Ireland, Australia, and even Canada.
Okay, now I do have a question here.
Mm-hmm.
Does this give them the opportunity then to go to these various countries and then file there because of these copyright laws? Because, especially with the climate we have going on right now, how much would they sit back and tell the U.S. F you, especially Warner Brothers here, for doing it? I mean, this is a question because obviously, the creators got screwed over big time. And it took a while for them, they were credited for a long time, then not credited and recredited, and had those cameos in the Christopher Reeve Superman films. But what was it? Was it in the 80s when they had that? Where, come on, they need to have their fair compensation for this giant that they made. And is this coming through on that one? And what were the agreements that they had with at that time? Warner's back in that time, DC Comics at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. It's always, these things seem to be always a mess. U.S. District Judge Jesse M. Furman disagreed, according to Bloomberg, and had the case dismissed, stating that the court has no jurisdiction in this matter. Additionally, Perry and his party's request to block the release of Superman was deemed irrelevant and beneath consideration when the case no longer moved forward.
See, you know what? The judge actually might be correct on that because it's not a U.S. situation you're dealing with. It is
No, it's international.
Right.
Mhm.
It's dealing with those individual countries that have that those copyrights. They went to the wrong place. I mean, I can understand. Okay, we're going to try here and see what we can get. The judge might be absolutely correct on that, and
Right,
this needs to be brought to the UK, Canada, and the various other places that they have this agreement with. So,
right, exactly. Under UK and Commonwealth copyright laws, the rights to a character would be reverent to the estate
Revert.
of
Revert.
revert. Excuse me. Yes,
yeah,
revert to
it's
the estate of its creator 25 years after death. Yes, revert.
revert,
I'm just
reverting. I'm just having fun with it, buddy. It's
I
been a
know.
while. I need to
Yes,
catch up. I'm
yes.
catching up, man.
In this instance, that clause would apply to Joe Shuster, who died in 1992. Perry's complaint sought to block Superman's release on the grounds of copyright infringement. Okay.
Mhm.
Uh,
And he was the last one. Siegel, I believe, died before him, and he was the one that went last. Still,
yes. So Perry would submit this case again, theoretically. However, he might have to file suit in the courts of each individual country named in the complainant, and that submits to British copyright statutes. That would be very complex and expensive gambit if he decides to regroup and redouble his efforts down the road.
see, that's why I need to be the legal consultant to this channel. See, right there, I didn't even read the story beforehand, but look, boom, ah, ah,
Mhm.
yeah,
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 you asked the question, and the article actually had an answer.
right. Baron Ormontag Esquire. There we go. I'm
Mhm.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm more ethical than the lawyer.
Right.
I
That
have less
probably
potatoes than
won't
a lawyer.
Yeah, that probably won't happen anytime soon, so odds are good nothing is going to keep the man of tomorrow from taking flight this summer to do battle with Lex Luthor and his army of monkey Twitter bots.
Well, the thing
Monkey
is they
Twitter
could go.
bots, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is they could try. They could test out one country, and the big country to test that out with would be the UK, since they're the overlord of the Commonwealth, and they test the water there. So if he's really serious about it, test it with the UK and see what they have to say according to those. Make sure you have a good barrister on your side. And if it seems to be going swimmingly there, you can start hitting with the other Commonwealths. Which I don't know is Australia still considered a Commonwealth? I can't
I
remember.
don't
I
know.
watch enough news, but they hardly talk.
I don't know.
I don't know, but but the thing is, at one time they were, and uh, so it'd be kind of interesting to
Ugh,
see. It really
yeah.
would with that. But you don't go out there and do a obviously a carpet bombing with these other countries because that would be a wasteful proposition. But it might be worth one of them if you're going to do it. Go with the big guy. Go with
Hmm.
King Chucky and see how
Yeah.
things work. And while you're out, you just promise that little Harry never comes back, and I'm sure they'll go for it. That's your bribing.
Hmm.
Harry will never return to England. Okay, you won.
Hmm.
And again, like the article brought up, this could go to court again, but it has to go to respective courts of the respective land that the suit's being filed in.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with what the judge did here with this one. I think he was perfectly within his rights because this is not a U.S. matter. Why should we be involved in that? It's a waste of our courts. So,
Yeah,
usually when you hear
I mean,
that, it's like ready
I'm sure the judge said you've wasted the court's time.
to. Yeah,
He
you
was
might have.
violent.
Mhm. And I think the article kind of hinted at that. And um, Yeah, it's like we're so ready to go and get our ire up when we hear something like that, but it's like that's why it's important to find out what the story is and what the
Mhm.
whole situation is. So I'm sure I don't know. I know this has been a topic on some of the YouTube channels out there. I haven't watched any of them, so I don't know if there's any ire and they getting their pitchforks and torches ready, or if they do agree with it, or they just don't care. But yeah, I can't argue with the judge on that one.
No, I think the judge made the right decision. And,
Yeah. Mhm.
my whole reasoning for picking this article was to follow up on the article having been
Mhm.
originally posted back in, I think it was either the end of January, beginning of February,
Mhm.
sometime in that period. So I thought
Yeah.
we need to follow up. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why we're great. I remember the first article. It's like, oh, follow through. Let's see what we got going on here.
yeah.
I'm not going to be upset other than making fun of James Gunn, but
no,
Yeah.
but Cash,
British
you're not done.
copyright
You're not done reading.
statutes. Oh,
You're not
okay.
done reading by a long
I guess
shot.
not.
you're making
No,
up
you're
for
not.
lost time there, son. God, I'm glad you're back. I missed you so much. Man.
Get a room, you two.
You're getting weird on me, Baron. What's going on, man? I'm not
We do
here
have a room.
anymore. I'm gone.
Yeah, we got a room. It's called Cranky Old Fans over at Rumble, but right now it's
That's
empty. It's
true.
gathering dust over there, man.
It
I
is,
heard a mouse
man.
sneeze the other day, and they're going,
Yeah,
"Oh
I
my God,
agree.
it's dusty in here."
I agree.
But anyways, Cash, go ahead and
Oh
get ready
boy.
to read
Well,
this next article.
Australian spiders in that room eating
very,
chihuahuas. Come
very
on.
exciting.
Oh, we're on
Yes.
the story. I'm sorry.
So, yep. So we've got an article here from John F. Trent. Hey, there's nothing in here about religion, surprisingly. All right, John.
We're not done yet. I'm a religious guy, but
Where,
I know what you mean. I know what you
yeah,
mean. You don't have to die in
yeah.
all
Well,
the
that one
time.
article he wrote about One Piece, I would love to talk to him on stream about that. But
Well,
anyways,
again,
yeah,
it was one article. He
it
went
was
off on
one.
even crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
He went like the
He just,
newscaster. He went like
yeah,
on the newscaster in The Simpsons. His
mhm.
revelations, people.
Yeah, he,
And there
yeah.
are revelations here in Springfield.
But yeah, so we got a article here from John F. Trent because he seems to be part of Phantom Pulse and bounding the comics or was, and then now he's with the
Well, he
Park
was part
Place,
of
whatever. Yeah,
Founded in the Comics. Now he's here
yes,
with Phantom Pulse and that Park Place. And
Yeah.
yes. He's also been on. He's been on EBN. I know that. I don't know where else he's been. He's got his own podcast stuff, but I know he's been on there with Coach and Nick. So
We're going to have the Trent Geek Network News Network coming out here soon. It's going to be his, and he's going to be our Rupert Murdoch now. It's going to be John F. Rupert Murdoch Trent. There we
Yep.
go.
So Grand Theft Auto 6 delayed to May 2026. What a shocker. CO promised it will be a groundbreaking blockbuster entertainment experience. Well, it's got a lot to live up to over 5. There's a lot of things they got to do.
yeah, and
So.
how many systems will Grand Theft Auto 6
Exactly. How many
end up
how
being
many
on?
times will that be re-released on different consoles and different this and
Well,
whatever? Yes.
let's not forget there's a lot of speculation and rumor that they got to fight too.
Yes. So Rockstar announced it is delaying Grand Theft Auto 6 to May 2026. In a press release, Rockstar announced Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. The game was originally scheduled for a fall 2025 release.
Mm-hmm.
The company added, "We are very sorry that this is later than you expected. The interest and excitement surrounding a new Grand Theft Auto has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and your patience as we work to finish the game." Well, I would rather them not rush it, so
Yeah,
yeah, I'm fine with this. With
yeah.
every, I'm just. There's people who told me, yeah, it's going to be this, yeah, it's going to be that. I said, well, we'll see when it comes out. I just they've already made some mistakes with the Grand Theft Auto trilogy. They got rid of
Mhm.
the Confederate flag that's on the shirts, and then I guess they brought some of it back, and those things worry me. Then on top of it, they said they want this more for a modern audience. I remember those articles that came out, and you're just like, oh boy, very exciting. So.
Well, GTA always was for a quote unquote modern audience already, but that's usually that cold word that they want to pander.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It's like, quit saying modern audiences. We just want to pander. But I'm going to save a little bit until after we get into the story, or after the story, with my thoughts on that one. I don't know anything in the story, folks, but I'm still formulating something.
Right. With every
bit of beer while you're doing this.
That's right. With every game we've released, the goal has always been to try and succeed.
Exceed.
No, I'm sorry, exceed expectations, and Grand Theft Auto 6 is no exception. As Rockstar added, we hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. Oh, level of quality.
Ooh, going for my beer now.
Yeah, exceed. Yeah.
Okay, if they want to exceed
the
level of quality
they
that we expect, then don't put any bullshit into it.
Yes. Yeah, right, exactly. Take-Two Interactive CEO Stratus Zelnick. Strauss. Oh, excuse me. Strauss Zelnick. Make sure I'm saying that right. Commented on the delay in a separate press release where the company promised it will achieve substantial. I can't speak right now. Just
sequential.
No, I got it. Just let me say.
We help each other out here.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, I got to say,
increases.
What a stereotypical name, Strauss Zelnick.
Yeah,
you
Strauss
can't
Zelnick,
get more that schmarmy Hollywood sounding name than that. That's like that.
Yes, my name is Strauss Zelnick. Yeah, where's my caviar?
Yeah, I'm the one with the failed casting couch.
I think we lost Cash.
Oh, on purpose.
1 second, I'll be right back.
I'll continue. I'll just continue from this paragraph.
Take-Two Interactive I will.
CEO.
Okay, here we go.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but
I'm just gonna go ahead. Take-Two Interactive CEO Strauss Zelnick commented on the delay in a separate press release where the company promised it will achieve sequential increases in and record levels of net bookings in fiscal 2026 and 2027 following the game's release.
You know what that was? It was Cash having they're yelling, Cash, the tofu harvest is almost ready. We gotta get ready to go out there and harvest the tofu.
Yep.
Get the teriyaki marinade.
The sequential increases, yes. So Zelnick said, all right. All right. Well, I'm gonna read this all again since it's supposed to be my article. So let's see. Okay.
You picked it.
Well, when anyone has to step away, I'm stepping.
I know. I got you. Zelnick said we fully support Rockstar Games taking additional time to realize their creative vision for Grand Theft Auto 6, which promises to be groundbreaking blockbuster entertainment experience that exceeds audience expectations. While we take the movement of our titles seriously and appreciate the vast and deep global anticipation for Grand Theft Auto 6, we remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence. A lot of words there. Excellence, okay. He added...
Of course, it's corporate speak.
I know. That's what I'm saying. As we continue to release our phenomenal pipeline, we expect to deliver a multi-year period of growth in our business and enhanced value for our shareholders. Yeah. What do you make of Grand Theft Auto 6 being delayed?
What do you see there?
Yeah.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Oh, man.
That's the whole article?
Yes.
That's the whole article. And see, Anonymous just says, I'm here. We can start.
Anonymous.
Anonymous. Anonymous.
You earned that one, buddy.
I haven't played in a while, so.
No, we haven't. We haven't. I know. I'm surprised. I was waiting for you to hit that button those last few times. It's like I'm going to leave it up to Mike. Going to leave it to Mike. That's his honoring of the late great Clobby. Okay, speculations and such on there. I think it's good that they figured that, we don't want to bring it out, and we have to push it out a little bit because we need to work on it. That's something I think every company needs to do if it's not going right. I mean, back in the day, that was one of the things that Apple had over Windows, where I remember when, pre 10, Apple 10 or X or whatever you want to call it, was Apple 10. They made mention that, oh no, we're going to have to push back this update, the system update, by like about several weeks or maybe a month or whatever or whatnot. And Apple was just roasted for it. But then you had Windows, who was releasing their own system at the same time, filled with bugs and pushing it out there. And then you had to wait for all their little patches to come out. And meanwhile, your computer is already effed up with all the bugs that was in there. Which one did you trust more back in the day? This, I'm not talking about today, but now they don't give a fuck today. And I appreciate that. And
well, they want to achieve sequential increases in in record levels. I just I don't know. There's just a lot of corporate talk in this, and it worries me.
Here's what
I'm thinking he's saying. They know they have a turd.
Yeah.
No, really. They know they have a turd of a game that's filled with identity politics and agenda politics, and they're getting backlash for it, and they want to change it. I could be wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
possible.
was going that same route. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I was
phenomenal pipeline, sequential increases in. It's just there's so much, just corporate talk.
It's corporate
speak, and
it's corporate speak. It's corporate word salad. They're trying to make it sound like it's no big deal that we're delaying it for a full year.
Yes.
I mean, if you take from this point, I know it's supposed to come out in October of this year, but I'm just saying a full year because it's May of next year, May 26th next year. That's why I'm saying it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but again, they know they have a turd, so they're going to give you all this word salad to make it sound like everything's okay. We just want to do a few things here. No, they probably didn't like some of the feedback that they were getting, especially if you see videos on YouTube or any other place where people are saying, we don't like the direction this version of Grand Theft Auto was going.
Right. We want what GTA is all about. We don't want a lecture. We don't want all this other crap. It's like, this is supposed to be the mean streets of whatever city we're supposed to be in, and rules and laws don't apply here, and neither does your feelings. I think you're right. That was my guess. I think and let's face it, last November, I think really helped out in the fact that has opened the floodgates of people with the attitude, I don't give a F no more. I'm going to speak my mind on it no matter what ists and fold things because your words don't affect me and I don't care. We have a whole nation now of so many of us that don't, it's like, okay, fine, whatever. Scream what you want. You're insignificant little piss ants and you don't mean anything. And I think the studio might be waking up. I think several studios are, to be honest with you. And with the bad press already coming out where they're talking about, we got to put in trans, this, that, and feelings and Care Bears in GTA. And, what body type 1, body type 2 crap. I think that's resonating. People who love this stuff don't care. They're saying what they want to say. And I've seen some videos out there about this. about the delay, and a lot of them saying, "Yeah, it's just not bothering us because I think they're hoping that this is what they're going to fix. They're going to fix the crap and get back to what the game is about. GTA is not family. GTA is not for feelings.
No.
GTA is about basically doing the bad things at a bad time in a bad city."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just they have to uh
Do they
they
want
it's
things full or not?
there's
That's
a
the thing.
lot of there's a lot of things. What they need to do is they have to open up more buildings so you can take over more property. They need to let people into more places than malls and nightclubs and other stuff. Like there was cool things that you can do in 5, but
Yeah.
they need to open things up. It needs to become it could also become a cash grab. I get it. Like the trailer broke the internet. I understand. I understand why, but it's just once again you see twerking in the trailer. You see on a car. It's just kind of stupid. I get it. It's in Miami, but I just there has been some red flags. So are should we be optimistic about it? Sure, but there is a high chance. Yes. Right. There's a high chance that there may be stuff in there that, like, why is this in here? And they did some stuff to the GTA trilogy when that came out. Besides the fact that that game was broken, and they had to fix things, but they also removed things like the
They
Confederate flag on the
they
shirt.
removed it from
Yes,
their
yes. I don't know if
services,
it's
so
gone
anyone
back yet, but
who bought it couldn't play it until they took out the information that wasn't supposed to be in there in the first place. It was only
That
supposed to
they
be
said.
seen by corporate eyes, not everyone else. So
Mhm.
me and everyone else who bought the game on PC through the Rockstar launcher weren't able to play our
right,
purchase.
right.
Well, and the thing is, the twerking thing doesn't bother me. Again, it goes with my
No, it's
original
whatever,
statement.
but
Bad people doing bad things in a bad city. And what do
yeah,
people do? They do stupid things like that. You said it right yourself. It's supposed to be
Right.
Miami City. You're going to see stupid people doing crap
right.
like that. So that's not that doesn't bother me there. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, that's part of what goes on. You're going to see that in an environment of GTA, but you're not going to have feelings in GTA. My
No.
feelings is F your feelings.
Yes. No, I don't think it's gonna be only online. That would be crazy. There
I don't
has to be I think there's gonna be a campaign.
think so.
There's gonna be a
That's
campaign.
what
Mhm.
that's the thing about the trans character and stuff like that we're talking about. That I think that was supposed to be for the storyline. Then you're going to have your online, but I think they're going to really focus on the online because of GTA 5. But you
Yeah,
still have
she's
that
got a
story
strong
in there.
chin and yeah.
Yeah. Well, you like that. You like that about one.
Oh, yeah, that sure the strong chin.
Chin to chin in the moonlight with me, my darling. Let us rub. I just buffed it this day. I
Oh
like that.
man.
There we go. Let's see if Suno can make a song like that.
Right, right.
No, like I said, well, the twerking, so I take a little, different approach with that twerking that you have. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
I'm just not a fan of twerking, but
If
yeah.
this was not GTA 5 and was another game that is like,
Mhm.
what the hell are you doing? If this is like She-Hulk, what the Hawk, Hulk, what the hell are you doing? But this is GTA. It's like, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, hmm yeah.
We now
That
know
that's where you
why.
that's where you pull the. Hmm?
I was gonna say we now know why we had so many iterations of Grand Theft Auto 5 because it took them 10 years to work on Grand Theft Auto 6, and even then they're not confident in releasing the game as it currently stands, which is why they're delaying.
Oh, I
No.
think they were at one point. I think they were at one point. I think them and Sweet Baby Ink and all that, they're all happy, rubbing their hands
Well,
and all excited. And then it's like, oh, the wind has
there
changed
there was
direction.
an article where they have to take basically a class about diversity and all kinds of stuff, and it's pretty much just a bunch of white
Mhm.
men who have to take this class. And one of the I'll have to send you guys the video. One of the people one of the YouTubers. It starts with an E. I can't remember his name now, but I'm sure you guys have heard of him. He was talking about
Any. That
EN.
could be anybody.
Yeah, no, it's ENY something. I can't remember. I'll have to find the video later. But I looked this up and I said, "What is this?" And this is why people are worried about Rockstar. And I'm like, look, I don't want to jump to this conclusion yet because, of course, YouTubers can be not always right about these things.
Yeah, but
then
if
again, they can be
Rockstar
too.
is truly having employees who are of a certain
Yep,
ethnicity,
that's what
go
it
to
showed.
this training seminar, which is
Yes.
basically a reprogramming.
Yes.
Right.
They're
Right.
brainwashing them.
Yes.
It is the camps, my friends.
Yeah.
It's the camp. Re-education. Da. Da. In Siberia. Da. We sit them in chair, have their eyes forced open, and make them watch things for their sensitivity as we put eye drops in.
Yes.
It's like a clockwork orange, but this is a clockwork borscht.
I mean, when it came to Grand Theft Auto 5, I only bought the game once. I wasn't going to buy it again and again. It's like, I already have the game. I don't need to buy it again.
No,
I gotta see if I can get online yet.
I got rid of the PS3 one that I first had and then got the PC one, and the PC one's the best because you have the radio station. You can't do that on console. You can't make your own radio station. It's a small thing, but it's cool.
Well, it's a little thing.
Yes.
I mean, really.
But some people were also saying there was some woke stuff or some pandering stuff or whatever in 5 that there was a few things that they removed. I'm like, did they? I'm like, it's possible, but it's always possible. I don't know. It's just I don't want to go like, oh, it's doom and gloom for Rockstar and this and that, but if this game does turn out to be some agenda-seeking game, people are like, no, that can't be it. They wouldn't do that. I'm like, well, they caused some problems before with the trilogy, so did some pandering there. I don't know.
Well, I think it can be.
Yes.
If they don't do it right, because that's all it takes, especially in this economy.
Yes.
And I don't think look at all these game designers that are having to, game companies that have to get rid of people on their staff because of it. Maybe they're seeing right on the wall. It's like, do we want to go the way of Saints Row and be lambasted? Do we want to be even go further and go Concord? No, we don't want that. And little shakeups in the fact that people becoming more outspoken can do that. It's like, listen, this is where the customer is always right. What do you want? We want garbage. And I mean that in a good way. We're going to be acting like garbage in this game. We want to see people being garbage in this game. We want to do shitty things in this game. This is not us being nice in this game. This is our chance to blow our steam in this game and not be lectured to in this game. We know what's right and wrong, but this is our escapism. And sometimes we need to go out there and act like a twat waffle. This is our chance to do it. GTA always has.
Yes.
So, and I think the writing on the wall, enough people have been screaming it. And I agree with Mike on it. That was my point. I think they're going in and retooling the game and taking out crap.
Yes.
And realizing we got to get back to the basics. You want to go with the modern audience? That's your modern audience right there.
Mm-hmm.
We want to be scum in this game. It doesn't mean that we are scum.
Right.
But we want our characters.
It means that we want to play a character that isn't ourselves in a world that isn't our own, and be able to do things that the game allows us to do, and know that, yeah, there are repercussions in the game, but only in the game.
Right. Exactly. I mean, quit. It's like this, like Star Wars. Quit wussifying the Empire because so many fanboy girl newbie flavors of the month because it's so cool want to play the Empire, but they're so mean. So let's make them kinder and gentler Empire. Then why be part of the rebellion? Right? If you're going to be in the Empire, you're going to be doing mean things. You're going to be repressing people for real.
Listen, Baron, just because Anubhav loves the Empire because they offered him some chocolate chip cookies. Come on, man.
I'm in the Empire. I don't want to be all nice and. I mean, it's kind of funny when I went to that one May the 4th way back when at Fantasy Flight Games, you had a badge and you had a choice. I went with the one with Tarkin on it, and I was going through that. People went, "Oh, you got the Empire?" It's like, yeah, because Tarkin's freaking cool.
Yep.
It's Peter Cushing, for crying out loud. Of course, I'm going to take this one. Of course, and we all knew the Empire was bad back then. And of course, what happens? Disney watered them down. We don't need GTA watered down.
Yeah.
No, we don't. And it's just the opposite for Star Trek. Now in modern Star Trek, Starfleet's the villain.
Right. It's the Empire. Okay, I'll join Starfleet.
Yeah, and
let's oppress everybody. Why do we need a mirror universe? We got it here.
They have this person, Stacy Gordon, and she's supposed to be giving a seminar, and this was 5 months ago, on a seminar about, diversity and all this kind of stuff. And so it's not just DEI now. There was something called DEB, which is I can't remember what the B stands for. I'm looking for it.
Binky. I need my binky.
Yeah, unconscious bias training. This is just, and this is something that Rockstar people took, and probably a bunch of white people, but some of these YouTubers are finding these information about Rockstar. Now, this doesn't always mean anything. Remember when we saw the Indiana Jones game, we saw that guy that was working, we were like, oh crap, here we go. And there was that article, right? Yes. And we were like, this doesn't sound good. But it just started reminding me of the crap that people were taking over at Starbucks. And that one of my friends told me about things that they had to fill out, like she, her, it, whatever, some kind of non-binary things in a forum or survey or something, or an application. And it's like, what is this crap?
Yes, by the way.
Yeah, yes is always the answer.
All I have to say is take a look at Beyond, where they're treating Federation, especially with the Admiral in there and the big secret super starship that they managed to shit out in 2 weeks.
Yes.
From beginning to the end. And it's worse than Star Trek 6 with how it was. It was, it's like, that was a little...
That was Into Darkness where they had...
Into Darkness? Okay.
Yeah.
I can't tell because I don't give a rip about Jar Jar. But yeah, with Peter Weller, waste of a great actor. But it's like, yeah, I mean, really, that's Jar Jar Abrams. He didn't know a damn thing about Star Trek, so it's like...
Neither did Alex Kurtzman.
It was, it's called Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging.
Oh gosh.
That's what the B stands for, yes. And so when you looked at their LinkedIns from this video, I'll send this video to you guys.
No,
please don't.
No? Okay.
I'm serious. Please don't.
I'd rather watch that.
I want to keep my brain cells cashed. I'm gonna keep the stability I have. Please.
DJ, save me. Send that Sailor Moon one. I'd rather watch that.
No, you don't want to watch that.
Yeah, I'd rather watch that.
I'd rather watch Expendables 4 than have to read that crap.
Watch it. Yeah, it's like, oh.
No, you don't want to watch all those young girls at the time smiling. That's just some creepy stuff.
That was creepy.
It was really creepy, man.
Yeah, but at least
that's what you showed. That's what you showed to people at Guantanamo Bay or something. I swear.
Yeah, but I'd rather see that than the girls.
That's what you showed us. Someone we don't want them around anymore.
Hey, at least they didn't have 5 o'clock shadows, mustache beards, and a bulge down between their legs. Okay?
It's always funny because DJ literally broke Fat Steven. He broke him that day. He did. That was it. He broke everybody that day. He broke him. He was done for. He says, he says, why do you keep showing that? And then he showed it again. It was like, dude, DJ.
Jace had to say, hold my beer. Hold my meat.
That's right. That's right. Jace took it to another level. Yes.
Yeah, we forgive you now, DJ, because of Jace. Thank Jace because we.
Yes, Jace took it to another level. So yeah, I blame Jace too.
But we do have another article where I'm sure we're going to be reading.
Yeah.
Certain things said in this article that may make us go more woke bullshit.
Oh, one last thing before we go. Saying about word salad, right? Even in word salad, you can get the truth and get the jest. And there was one word in that whole freaking word salad that you normally don't hear. Stockholders.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
Yeah.
I think it's them
Again,
retooling it.
that's why I think they're
Yeah,
delaying it, because
that's
they
right.
know what they're releasing this crap, and their stockholders have told them,
Right.
Mhm.
if you
You know,
release this as it is, you're
mhm.
going to lose money. And guess
If
what?
you
Your
can,
stocks are going to go down, which means we're going to lose money.
right. So even viewing out that vomit, you can still get some information, and usually it might be 1, 2 words, but that's one you don't normally hear when they spew that crap out. Stockholder. I think that was the big major code word to everybody that would last that long hearing reading that crap could understand. It's not us. It's them telling us to do this.
Mm-hmm. So, Baron, if you're ready to read this next article, I will play
Oh,
the
I have this
transition
next one.
video.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're getting this next one. It's already in the private chat.
Oh, that one. What the fuck is that?
That's HBO's chief.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm out of here. No wonder why we got James Gunn. Okay, boys and God, can I do this?
If you need me to take over, I'll take over.
I can do it. Let me just get this guy. My God, I think we found where Superman's kryptonite anal probe went. He's got it. Okay, Fandom Pulse. This is of course, this is from our buddy John F. Trent. Yet again, come on, John, answer my letters. We want you on the show. I know I got those 3 restraining orders, but come on, we'll be nice. And of course, this is datelined on May 2nd as well. Uh, Headline: HBO chief says Harry Potter TV series is not secretly being infused with anything. Yes, I told
Bullshit.
him I'm using
Bullshit.
I mean, I'm sorry. The name Casey Bloys. You know what?
Boys, yeah.
Into the fucking locker you go. This guy spent most of his time in high school in a locker. I mean,
Give me your lunch money too while you're at it.
Yeah, the teachers beat him up for his lunch money, for Christ's sake. Casey Bloys, HBO chief content. Oh my God, content officer. Da 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 la 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 da 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 da. Come and join with the international.
And Anonymous is right. It's not secretly being put in there. It's out in the open with the casting decisions they made.
Yeah, at least he's not lying. At least
Yes.
he's not lying there. How can you tell when this guy's lying? His mouth is moving. So, the chief content officer recently declared that the upcoming Harry Potter TV series is not. I intended that. Don't worry. You don't have to correct.
I know you did.
Not secretly being infused with anything. We're doing it in the bloody open, you morons. Basically, we know. In an interview with
we know you plastered it all over.
In an interview with Matthew Full of Baloney on the Town podcast, never heard of it. Never heard of him.
No.
My God, I never heard of Casey Bloys.
Matthew Baloney. It's just the names just right there.
Well,
they write themselves.
Broccoli.
They really do. It's great. Yes, broccoli. Yes.
Yeah, broccoli for Bloys was asked, Harry Potter, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being almost never and 10 constantly refreshing the site. How often? Let me kiss your butt a little bit. Okay, how often do you monitor J.K. Rowling's Twitter for the transgender commentary? What?
Baron.
What?
The voice isn't soy enough.
No, this is the interviewer.
It's not beta enough.
Yeah,
well, no, this is
more,
self.
I guess.
No, I'm going with the self pompous here with this because this Matthew Maloney is pompous. Now we go to the soy. Besides, I gotta do a different voice because you won't know who is who if I follow through with the full soy. You can't, So I'm going with pompous moron with Matthew Baloney thinking he's full of himself. He's got this town hall podcast that no one's
I got my
heard of.
town hall
And then
podcast.
then you got boys in the locker asking, "Can you please put some tofu through for me? I'm a little hungry. Here's my lunch money."
Tofu.
Boys,
He's eating
Boys
tofu.
responded. Yeah, Boys responded. I'm very aware of her views and what's going on, so not often. Next, he was asked, "Oh, do you worry about her transgender view?" Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my
You
God!
want-
Who the hell cares?
You want me to do one of the voices?
No, I'm gonna have fun.
I know. I want
You
to do
don't
one of the
good
voices
voices.
too.
You want to do the voice? I'm doing good.
I don't know.
Do you want to take one voice? I'll do the other voice. I don't know. Turn it into a play.
Do you worry about her transgender views?
Oh yeah.
Well, he replied, "No. I've said this before, but the decision to be in business with J.K. Rowling, that bitch, is not new for us. We've been in business for 25 years where she never said a fucking thing, but she said one thing, so we hate her fucking guts because she's such a turf bitch. We already have a show on HBO from her called CB Strike, and we fucking hate it, but we're stuck with it. That we do with the BBC, which,
It's quite
for
a
them
good
over there,
show. I
but
do
them in
recommend
England, BBC means one thing, but to me, it means another thing. See me at the gay 90s later. It's pretty clear that those are her personal political views. I mean, she is 100% lockstep with us, but she said one thing that made my man JJ just inflamed with the herpes that it's all crusted in. So she's entitled to them. He continued. Harry Potter. See, notice I changed the voice between there. I'm a professional. Don't try this at home. Harry Potter is not secretly being infused with anything. In fact, he's entitled to his view. In fact, when I was at the glory hole in the men's room there, I sat back and was thinking about how things were being infused. And I think people are pretty clear that she's entitled to them, even though, I am shaking. I'm shaking. I don't know if I can get through this interview. But if you want to debate her, you can go to Twitter.
If you want to go to debate her, you can go on Twitter.
Which is a code word if you just want to pile on crap with
Right.
not knowing a goddamn thing.
Have you guys also talked to PC Gamer? They feel the same way about her as also, and other people do. She's a transphobe.
He was asked if Padram Pascal had to say anything to him about her. He said, "No, but Pedro, I mean, oh my God, he can back up into me any day if you know what I mean, girls." Later in the interview, he briefly returned to this subject, saying, "Somebody said to me when that op-ed came out, and you mentioned that, Pedro, oh my God, my nipples are tingling now, Pascal thing. Well, are you concerned or whatever?" I was like, "No, I'm just too busy fantasizing about him. I'm not a principal in the middle school. If that was the case, I wouldn't be in that fucking locker all the time if I was the principal. Where all the students have to get along. I wish they did where I was at. I mean, except I didn't mind them flicking their jock straps in the gym locker room. That was actually one of the high points of my day. These are all very smart, creative people who are going to have their opinion." However, Pascal did publicly denigrate Rowling following the UK Supreme Court ruling that sex is binary, and a comment on Tariq sent Bob's and Vagini's his Bob's and Vagini Instagram account video bashing Rowling. Pascal wrote,
God.
Also discussing shit is actually horrendous behavior. Okay, I gotta get the cock out of my mouth. Okay. Awful disgusting shit is exactly right. Heinous loser behavior.
This is starting to turn into the beyond a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it.
Come on. You've been kidding the Pop Talk, man.
This is 3.5 hours in, and they deserve no respect, folks. As for Nothing Secret,
heinous loser.
Boys and HBO race. Hey, you're loving it. You're all laughing. You're enjoying it. Everybody out there is, because I'm comedic gold here. Don't ever forget that. Boys and HBO race swaps.
Don't let that get to your head, Baird.
It already is. Then you notice my head's a little bit larger. That's why
I'm the
camera-
biggest star in the world.
I am. I'm carrying you on. Damn it! I'm carrying you on. Honestly, no. Okay, okay.
Carry on.
Come on, you guys are falling
Whatever.
down on the job. You guys are falling on the job.
Falling down on the job. Now, that's falling down on the job, Baron? I don't think so.
Yeah, come on. I'm surprised no one did that yet. I have
Scheduling the streams. Right in the description. Falling down on the job?
As for Nothing Secret being infused, Blois and HBO re-swapped Severus Snape with actor Papa John's Isidore in his Papadons, and a pretty promotion of
Papa Isidore. Isidore.
Isidore. Yes.
Isidore. Isidore.
Isidore. Matrix do not work on me.
People will be like, you guys are so messed up. How can you be making fun of his name?
You gotta add humor when you're reading these articles because it's so ridiculous.
It is, man. It is
people, how can I make fun of his name? I'm Baron Ormond Tag. What's not to make fun of?
Very exciting.
Okay, that's the article.
Yeah.
That's the article. Given with full respect.
Papa Isidore. Isidore, man. Isidore. Yeah.
Isidore, man.
Isidore.
What, you want me to make fun of?
Get your race swapping. Woohoo.
Okay, you're mad about that? Okay, Casey Blow's job. There you go.
Is this guy at least British? At least I would.
I don't know.
I feel like.
Well, remember.
I feel like pretty much, this is Harry fucking Potter, so people need to be British.
Hey, remember the British Navy reared many a fine young man. That's. Yeah, if you're English out there, I'm not sorry.
Not sorry.
Oh, God. Yeah, come on, let's face it. We need to unload these Hunyucks because what? We don't care.
Oh, he is. He is actually a British actor.
Well, you know what?
He's pompous.
Yes.
He's a lobby twat waffle. Oh my God, he's probably sitting back eating his beans on toast, eel pie. Oh, the eel goes there, not there. Oh, now I understand. I was doing it wrong this whole time.
Excuse me. Somebody had a good one. They said, "Why couldn't Adam Driver actually be Severus Snape?
He would be great."
Yeah, I think so.
Honestly,
I really do.
We talked about that last time. Yeah,
there's some other people who have been talking about that as well. So I'm like, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they lost a perfect casting choice right there.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, obviously, Alan Rickman's a hard shoes to fill. But Adam Driver, I think, would do a pretty damn good job of it, honestly.
Yes.
But again, this is DAI.
By Grabthar's hammer.
Yes.
Okay, that's one of my favorite roles of Alan Rickman.
Great role.
Yes.
And like I said, never noticed throughout the entire film, he's always in makeup, even when he's at home. I love it. And see, that's another movie Tim Allen's in that he needed to have that strong supporting cast.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Going back to several articles that you probably all forgot about, but you can watch the show back over again while you're at it. Please like, subscribe, thumbs up, thumbs down. Who cares? Just tell your friends, tell your enemies, especially if they like this guy, Casey Blow's job. I mean, if they like Casey Blow's job, send them our way.
Casey Blow's job.
That's his full name. He just shortened it. I think so. I'm going to look that up on Wikipedia.
Casey Blow's
job. If he's not on Wikipedia, I'm changing the fucking name.
Anyways, so let's go ahead and move on to our final article.
Hey, we needed that. Let's face it, we needed that.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
No, I hate to say this. I disagree with you, Animas. I don't think he can I don't think he can do that. He could be good at a lot of stuff. I don't think he could be Snape. So.
Yeah, isn't he in a lot of trouble though after things that he's been doing?
I think he
I
is.
don't know.
I think he's
I think
actually
he
in
is.
serious trouble.
Something
Yes.
to do with, again, misconduct of the opposite sex type of thing.
Mhm.
And what was it? Rosa McGowan, I think, has made
Mhm.
some statements about him. So,
Yes. Yeah.
but again, who cares? I don't care. That's his problem. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's not his.
I never
Yeah,
thought
it's his
about it.
problem. So yeah,
I always thought he was a showboating twat waffle myself. But
he's if he really, it sounds like he is a piece of crap. But well,
yeah, I mean, I in my opinion, one way or another. But like I said, I don't really care about him.
no,
And that's not being mean. I just don't.
no.
I'm going to like
Oh.
this story. I have not
Well-
seen anything about this story. I'm going to like this. I know.
Like I said, I saw it, and my
Mhm.
first thought was because of the 20th anniversary re-release of the movie and how well it was doing. I thought, we could talk
Yeah.
about this. Well, not talking about it because it's May the 4th, Disney Star Wars Day. No, I'm orthodox. May 25th, 1977.
Didn't this come out on the 23rd? Or what was it? Oh,
This
God.
came out on April 28th, but
No,
we
I'm
haven't
talking
done
about Revenge of the Sith the first time around.
I think
I'm
it came
looking it
out on the 23rd. I could be wrong. Yeah. Please, you use that Google machine and look it up for us.
I'm still on DC Post Shop. I'm doing the change right now. Okay,
DC
now I'm going to
Post.
Star Wars.
All right.
Let's take a look here. Theatrical release on this release date in the United States was May 19th. At Cannes, it was on May 16th. So if you want to count Cannes,
Okay.
the 16th, US, the 19th. So,
No.
okay. But it's still that Star Wars is on May. Star Wars is
No.
supposed to be in May.
Hopefully
This
will
is
be
this has a byline by Jenna Wren. It was posted on April 28th. And it says George Lucas' original plan for Anakin Skywalker's descent to the dark side is way more evil than you could imagine. Do it.
Good.
Do it.
Good. Let the dark side flow through you.
George Lucas' early idea reveals a level of calculated malice and redefines Anakin's fall. Do it. Do it, George. Do it. No, I don't think it's going to work for the story, Palpatine. Damn it.
Now say it needs more Ewoks.
The tragic transformation of Anakin Skywalker into the dreaded Darth Vader. Dreaded? No way! Darth is my hero!
Yeah, nowadays, and we want to listen to the newbies out there, the whatever, the trendies out there. Darth Vader's the greatest good guy ever. Look at him, man. He's so
Stands
cool,
as the cornerstone of the Star Wars saga. A poignant story of potential corrupted by fear and manipulation. The prequel trilogy meticulously charted his fall, driven by anxieties of loss, tragedy. Oops, I skipped. Of loss, Palpatine's insidious influence, and a desperate belief in the dark side's power to avert tragedy. However, George Lucas' initial conceptualization of Anakin's descent unearthed from directives given to Return of the Jedi directors in 1981 painted a far more sinister or morally reprehensible picture. The original vision cast Anakin not merely as a victim of circumstance, but as an active, duplicitous agent in the Jedi Order's destruction. A betrayal of trust so profound, it eclipses the darkness depicted in the final films. Imagine a scenario where Anakin, outwardly a valiant Jedi Knight, secretly and systematically eliminates his comrades. Their trust turned into a fatal vulnerability. This early idea reveals a level of calculated malice that redefines Anakin's fall from a tragic lapse into an act of profound, almost unimaginable evil. Do it.
Do it now.
Strike him down. witness the full power of the dark side. According to Lucas' early concept, Anakin's slide into darkness wasn't solely a consequence of external manipulation or internal conflict. Instead, it was chillingly rooted in a calculated, systematic deception of his fellow Jedi. You mean he was a Decepticon before they existed?
Da 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 da.
Da-da-da. No.
What do they call him? Anatron? Mega Anatron? I don't know. I'm trying to be funny, and it's not coming out
Megakin.
right.
Megakin.
Mega Kid. Nah, I don't.
That was
On
fun.
his missions through the galaxies, wouldn't it be just one galaxy? A galaxy far, far away? Anakin has been going up and doing his Jedi thing, and a lot of Jedi have been getting killed. And it's because they turn their back on him and he cuts them down. He strikes them down. All of them. Lucas stated, this stark declaration reveals a scenario where Anakin, while outwardly appearing to be a loyal Jedi Knight, was engaged in a prolonged and secret campaign of assassination against his friends and allies. Consider the sheer horror embedded in the original idea. It wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment or a fit of rage or fear that propelled Anakin toward the dark side. It was a sustained period of duplicity where he operated within the very heart of the Jedi Order, earning their trust through shared battles and camaraderie, only to exploit that trust in the most brutal and irreversible way. The visceral image of Jedi Knights secure in their brotherhood with Anakin, turning their backs in unguarded moments only to be struck down by his own lightsaber, paints a portrait of treachery far more intimate and devastating than the large-scale betrayal of Order 66. I actually kind of like this pitch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, I got a lot. I got a lot. I'm waiting for the story to fall through. This is, believe it or not, for some of us, this is old news.
I know, but I saw it and I thought, for
Mm.
those who may not know about
Yeah.
this, it might be nice to let them know about something like this.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
In Revenge of the Sith, Anakin's portrayal of the Jedi is largely confined to the swift and brutal execution of Order 66, a galaxy-wide purge orchestrated by Palpatine. While undeniably devastating, this event, fueled by Anakin's fear for Padme and Palpatine's direct command, lacks the insidious personal betrayal inherent in Lucas' initial idea. The prequels depict Anakin, wrestling
I like
with
Anakin.
his conscience, torn between his loyalty to Jedi principles he once upheld and desperate love for Padme. Even his participation in Order 66 is framed as a tragic consequence of his desperate pact with Palpatine to save his wife from certain death. Goes on to say, Lucas' 1981 quote paints the picture of a far more morally compromised Anakin, one who had already succumbed to the allure of the dark side to such an extent that he was secretly eliminating his fellow Force wielders. This suggests a level of cold bloodedness, a calculated deviousness that elevates his descent from a tragic fall into something bordering on pure, unadulterated evil. It implies a deep seated resentment towards the Jedi Order, perhaps fueled by a sense of unacknowledged power or an early, subtle manipulation by Palpatine that predates the events depicted in The Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones. The psychological implications of this original plan are profoundly unsettling. Anakin wouldn't merely be a pawn in Palpatine's grand scheme or a victim of his own inner turmoil. He would be an active, willing agent in the Jedi's destruction from within their own ranks. He would be living a treacherous double life. feigning loyalty and camaraderie while systematically weakening the order through acts of clandestine violence, while also hiding this evil from his wife. This level of sustained deception requires a chilling degree of emotional detachment, a complete severing of empathy, and a disregard for the very bonds of brotherhood and trust that were supposed to define the Jedi way. This early concept also raises deeply disturbing questions about how much how such a projected campaign of betrayal could have remained undetected by the supposedly perceptive Jedi Council for so long. Were there subtle clues, whispers of unease, or inconsistencies in Anakin's missions that went tragically unnoticed? Did Palpatine's manipulative influence begin much earlier or more subtly than depicted, slowly twisting Anakin's perception of the Jedi and transforming him into a secret, highly effective weapon against them? The possibilities are deeply unsettling, painting a far darker, more vulnerable picture of the Jedi Order in its twilight years, highlighting the terrifying potential for evil to fester within even the most righteous of institutions. This original, far more sinister vision of Anakin's descent into darkness underscores the multifaceted nature of evil and the devastating consequences of unchecked ambition and betrayal. Ultimately, Lucas' decision to steer away from this overtly malicious portrayal of Anakin's fall arguably served the saga better, allowing for a more nuanced, sympathetic arc for the character and making his redemption in Return of the Jedi all more impactful. I disagree with that.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Clandestine.
We're done.
So clandestine. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So, you made me pull out my readers.
Mm-hmm.
Made me pull up my readers so I could look at books,
Oh,
looking at
bet.
guides that they had back in the day. Don't you know? And
It's
No.
story time with Baron
one of
Orton
them,
Tag.
yeah. Here's one of them, and
Okay,
this is the first that started it all.
keep it up.
Right?
Keep it up.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with the first one. That's the one that came out after Return of the Jedi, 1984. This book came out. As you can see, well dog-eared. I got a second one somewhere, so I think it's in better shape. Then this one that came out. Bill Slavic did this one to follow up with that one. The Star Wars universe. These are all obviously, uh, uh, prequel trilogy. And this is one of the reasons why I had a big problem with the prequel trilogy across the way. One, I felt it was rushed. I know long films, but you can still rush it. I did not find Vader's fall convincing. I did not see, or Anakin's fall, I should say. They turned him into this little whiny shit, and it's like, no, that was not. This is a competent man. Even on this one, and this I'm going to quote out of this one that the servant and emissary of the Emperor and executor of His Majesty's plan for galactic conquest, Vader was a former Jedi Knight and disciple of Ben Obi-Wan Kenobi. His real name was Anakin Skywalker, father of the young apprentice Jedi known as Luke Skywalker. While under Kenobi's tutelage, Vader was lured. Now, as he's in here, while he was under his tutelage, so while he was still what we call, eventually what they call
Padawan.
Padawan, he was already lured to the dark side of the Force and begun using his power to further his own ambition. Sometimes called by the title Dark Lord of the Sith. Now, at this time, only the story goes, only one person could have that title, the Dark Lord of the Sith. There was only one Dark Lord of the Sith at the time. Then we got the Rule of Two. And the Emperor wasn't even identified as a Sith. He was just a dark side. Lord Vader, the Sith Lord, stood 2 meters tall, blah, 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 blah. So, the life supporting helmet and mask was a result of the clash between Vader and Kenobi over 20 years before the Dark Lord's death. Over the years, Vader perfected his control over the Force and used it to help the Emperor further his designs. While serving the Emperor Emperor, Vader personally saw the extermination of many Jedis. Okay, which is basically the core on that one. But I was already sitting back saying that this lure was coming in here. Going back to the addition that Bill Slasvik added to that one, that according to the Return to the Jedi novel, when Kenobi saw what had become of his friend and student, Anakin Skywalker tried to draw him back from the dark side, but Vader wanted none of that. The two fought, and he fell into the pit. Basically, he's just sitting back saying that Vader was once Anakin Skywalker, expert pilot, hero, Clone Wars, disciple of Obi-Wan, blah blah. Learning to use the Force by Kenobi's method was too slow for the impatient Anakin. Now, this is the important thing. He thought he was being held back, which of course he did draw on in there, but this was the
Yes.
main impetus. He wanted to be quicker, a less difficult path to vast power he sensed all around him. And of course, the Emperor was more than happy to push him along. That's my word, but basically, I'm paraphrasing what's in here. All Anakin had to do was give in to anger, fear, aggression.
Right.
Ambitious and headstrong, he stepped into the dark side's embrace to become Darth Vader. Now, what's important is we have to take a look at what, at this time, because this is official Lucasfilm. This is not somebody pulling stuff out of their butt, but this is official Lucasfilm that they sent to people to work on dealing with. Now, where is it? The timeline of the Star Wars universe. And this is according to this one here because this is datelined 1994. 1994.
Yeah, so just 5 years before Phantom Menace would eventually come out, but you had Shadow of the Empire getting ready to come out.
Exactly. This is the heyday. This is the time when some of these people at Disney and the little twat waffle trendies sit back and say that this was a vast nothing was happening going on in Star Wars. It only blah blah bite me. 55 years before Star Wars, right? That's when Anakin was born. And 35 years before the film, the Clone Wars end. So he's 20 years old. Now, notice that's important. Then they start talking about 29 years before. So 35 years before, right? And we know roughly about, what would we say, about 20 years before, 19 years before, because the age of Luke and Leia and such. So that's a long time. They don't have any dates for this because Lucas was emphatic about, no, we're not touching this area because it's going to be the prequel. Right, but we already have it that the Clone Wars end, but the Republic was still around. The Jedi's were still around, and we still didn't know what the Clone Wars was. Then after Han is born, which is 29 years before Star Wars, it goes into the little section. It says the fall of the Republic, and this is what it has to say: a dark period of corruption and societal injustice sweeps through the Republic, paving the way for Senator Palpatine to rise to power. And then, of course, it goes 18 years before Star Wars. Luke is born, and obviously Leia. We can't go on that. So that's the timeline that they're going on, which would be enough for the festering of this duplicitous Anakin Skywalker. That's why I say it was so rushed. That's one of the things George was worrying about stuff that he shouldn't have. The second film should have been the Clone Wars. Boom.
Yes.
There it is. We're in the middle of the Clone Wars. Maybe the Clone Wars already has happened. Maybe the Phantom Menace, if he would have been smart, Anakin would have been 15 years old instead of 10 or 9 or 8 or whatever it was that eventually was. You could play around, but no, you had to want to have a younger kid playing Anakin because it'd be more sympathetic, which I always disagreed with. Because at 15, you're at the age of reason. You really understand, which could be a catalyst to sucking you into the dark side, plus being older like that.
Yeah.
And we didn't have anything about only young kids at that time. As far as we knew, you could be at any age and be brought in. We don't know when Anakin became Obi-Wan's apprentice. At that time, there was no age limits. That all came in the Phantom Menace. They should have eliminated a lot of the stuff with the Phantom Menace, leading you into the Clone Wars. The second film, the Clone Wars, in coming to the end of the Clone Wars, and the last film, Revenge of the Sith, dealing with what's going on all around, and seeing Anakin's duplicitous and his evil working. You should be booing and hissing this guy, which makes his redemption in Return of the Jedi even more significant, especially with Obi-Wan noticing it and trying to, and of course, everything remains the same. He died. Basically, Anakin dies. Right? He didn't really die because he was Darth Vader long before that, in a sense. But they had that fight, and he got charred up. We just didn't have the planet Mustafar or anything like that. It's just that he got burned up. Obi-Wan thought he was dead, and oh, surprise, I'm back. And that's the problem. George should have stayed on that original outline that you were just explaining. It would have been a lot more fascinating. I think a lot more Star Wars fans would have been exceptionally happy with it. But George didn't have the proper people sitting back saying, George, no, 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 no. I mean, some people tried, but all he had was, I can't remember what the heck his name was, running around being a yes man to George. He's like, whatever you say, George. Anything you say, George. That's great, George. Nothing wrong. And all of George's friends, Ron Howard, Francis Ford Coppola, Steven Spielberg. It's like, come on, this is your time to be the Inkling, and not the Care Bear group.
That's why I find it interesting when people are like, no, I don't see any problems with the Phantom Menace. I said, oh, I see some, but I none of those films to me, and I still think Revenge of the Sith is a great film. But yeah, I agree with you, Baron, that there's a lot of stuff that I like that they did, even in Attack of the Clones. The name should have just been Clone Wars, but whatever. Attack of the Clones is still just not the best name.
Yeah, it should have been the Clone Wars. That's what we're wanting. And it's like, what were we dealing with leading up to it? It's like, you could have taken everything leading up to the Battle of Geonosis and shortened it up to a small bit, and boom, you're in the middle of the Clone Wars, or it is the Clone Wars. And you could have had that Geonosis stuff in the Phantom Menace.
No, it's just,
The
it's
lead up.
just, it's like it's just like the Book of Boobaloo show should have been great, and the whole thing where the Tusken Raiders, then he should have just like, well, I mean, they ended up dying anyways, but like there's so many misdirections with Star Wars, and then there's other stuff, and yes, I get the whole argument also with Rogue One that did we need it? No, but it does still connect well with Episode 4. Did we need it? No, but still, it's an enjoyable film. I think it has some really, yeah. I know some people, especially some other people I know, that they didn't care about Rogue One. They thought it was just there wasn't anything necessary. Other people felt like that Vader scene. I still
No, it didn't need to be done. That was
the Vader
yes.
stuff that was put into Rogue One didn't need to put in there. That was simply for nostalgia.
Yeah, it was.
Member berries.
It was fan
That's all it was.
service.
It wasn't
Yeah,
even
it was
nostalgia. It was member berries.
Yeah.
And we have to have a lightsaber in every freaking film, including Solo.
Oh yeah, I know, and I still think Solo's decent, but I won't. There's things in there that don't make any sense, and we can. The funny thing is about all these franchises, you can go through this hours, days, months, years, whatever, and they just are missing things all the time. Like I know Jace, for example, always wants to talk about the MCU, but it's like, dude, if there were certain things that didn't happen, we wouldn't get this, we wouldn't get this. And I think after Endgame, just like a lot of other people, they should have just taken a break. I think about Star Wars, I feel that, like Crit has talked about with me and Phil and some other people, that bringing in the author of Plagueis, for example, would be a good thing. Absolutely.
James Luchinko.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that's his name. Bringing in Timothy Zahn would be a good thing. Like, it's just all these things, and even some of what these fan people have done, even stuff that we worked on, even seeing other things of Finn and different things. And it's just, it could have been, all this stuff could be better. and it's not. And unfortunately, even if you
And
do
it's not
a
going to get better
fandom,
anytime soon.
no.
That's the sad thing.
And even
Well,
if you enjoy Andor, which I do like Cassian, but once again, if Andor season 2 didn't happen, it's like, well, then oh well. I just Rogue One, if it didn't happen, fine. But like to me, that's still the best. If that's saying much, the best Disney Star Wars film I've seen. I
mhm.
just it's funny how you think, oh, well, they could have done this, 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 and that. You go back to the sequels, you go about stuff, even stuff with the prequels. Yes, there's things I make fun of, but there's still a pretty cohesive story there, and that's what's important. If there wasn't, I agree with you though, Baron. Like, if they went with this other idea, I think it would have even executed even better. But I still say
Oh,
the prequels are still
well,
enjoyable. They're still worth watching,
okay.
especially
So
Revenge of the Sith. Yeah.
I'm just going to go back to the original old source, the first guide that we ever got from Star Wars, again, 1984.
Okay.
This is all they got to say about the Sith.
Hmm.
The Sith, a greatly feared group of individuals known as the Dark Lords of the Sith. Darth Vader is one of the most powerful. That's all they say, right? So we already know and see that this group exists. Now let's take a look at this one says, and then I'm going to get back to um, something I was going to lay out. Okay, come on. So the Sith, of course, this is in Slazvik's book. The mysterious and as yet unrevealed group called the Sith causes great fear in those who know of them. They are sometimes called the Dark Lords of the Sith, and Darth Vader has been identified as one of their numbers. So just a slight little change in that one. Of course,
Nice.
we had the comic book series before that. In one of the cutout scenes, he is basically called the Dark Lord. My cousin, mi compadre, General Tag, says back and says about this Dark Lord of the Sith. So they're known,
Hmm.
this known of. So okay, here we go. Now, say off that timeline I sat back and said 55 years, right? And Obi-Wan finds Anakin at the age of 15, and he's already being a good pilot and such. He likes what's going on. This is the first film, right? But you have this little situation on Tatooine. Let's just keep it to the fact that mother's still a slave. He's able to get at least Anakin. 15, he's torn up about it, right? But all of a sudden, the Clone War situation starts up, and he's got to whisk Anakin with him to partake into the beginning of the Clone Wars as a 15-year-old, which would mean if the war ended, uh, you know, okay, say it's a 10-year long war. Okay, that goes to that from 55 to 35. So let's
Mhm.
just move things up a little bit. But say that he brings them in, but the Clone Wars beginning. Say you do a time shift or whatever in the movie. I mean, they've done it before. They kind of did it, and now you're seeing Anakin in Obi-Wan, and he's still a Jedi apprentice, but building on that, you see in the beginning of that great Clone Wars at the end of the Phantom Menace. Boom, right? Next film, several years later, is at the height of the Clone Wars, but you're getting that down. And at the end, that's when you're starting to see the Emperor really coming in to Anakin and teasing him about the power. But again, this is another thing too. Up until the Phantom Menace, there was nothing about attachments, about people being married. In fact, throughout the entire Star Wars stuff, people are, Jedi's are married, right?
Hmm.
George Lucas put no kibosh, which means when Phantom Menace came along, he decided he was sitting in the hot tub there with Linda Ronstadt going, hey, you know what? Since she left, Linda's leaving me, and I'm not going to be happy. The Jedi's can't be happy. So, boom! Now they're these monks. Up until the Phantom Menace, we never had that. So whoever it is, because she was never named until the movie, Padme, uh, we kind of get the feeling that there is a separation. Boom, and she goes off with the kids, and they disappear as he falls and becomes the dark suited asthmatic. can you imagine the possibilities you could have in the intrigue that you're having in there, along with that Star Wars feel and the wind down of the Revenge of the Sith? Where you do have that epic final battle, and he becomes fully encased Darth Vader. You have that cutout scene in A New Hope. New Hope. They put part of it in there, but where Red Leader is commenting Luke that he saw his father during the Clone Wars and what a great man he was, and a great pilot, which Lucas should have put back in. To be honest, that's a great throwaway line. And it also one of those things where Lucas is going, "Hey, this guy knows my dad. After we're done here, I'm going to pick his ear." Oh no, he just got wasted. Bye. Which adds to his frustration.
Mm-hmm.
So many missed opportunities in wrong directions because, well, I'm going to say it, George Lucas overthought it. And to quote Mel Brooks, merchandising.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we got the Return of the Jedi we got. It was going to be far more impressive than what we got.
But we want to market teddy bears.
Right. Two giant Death Stars being built over Coruscant, which was back then known as Abhabadan, before that name came about. The battle between Luke and Vader, reminiscent of the battle between Obi-Wan and Luke, because they're underground in Coruscant, or Abhabadan, with the lava flowing behind the Emperor's throne. So you have the representation of what brought Vader down. Is this going to happen to Luke now? We're seeing that mirror.
Mm-hmm. Instead of Anakin and Obi-Wan, this time it's Vader and Luke.
Right. And you have that entire giant cityscape above you. We would have seen Coruscant at that time as this big city planet. How impressive would that have been? And of course, why is it called the Moon of Endor, even though we don't see any other planet until the Ewok movie? Because Endor was in orbit around Coruscant in that story. And it was the sanctuary moon orbiting Coruscant, or Abaddon, to call it what it was supposed to be at that time.
Well, that's
we Star Wars fans that know this, because we keep a hold of these old tomes that, yeah, some of the stuff might be outdated now because of how things change, even under Lucas, but we saw where the directions were going with these stories.
All right.
We could see that, and that's why people like me were disappointed with the prequel, including Revenge of the Sith. It was too rushed. You didn't see that proper. And as I sat back and said, Adam Driver would have made a great Anakin Skywalker as well.
But Adam Driver wouldn't have been old enough to be.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been old enough at that time. Sadly. No. Right. But I mean, if he was around at that time, I'm sorry, Hayden Christensen, he would have kicked your ass in the role.
Mm-hmm.
But you needed somebody like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't get that with Hayden Christensen. No offense, Hayden. No offense. I'm not attacking your acting ability. This is the direction you were told to go in and how things were. Yes. He made you into this whiny shit that was even worse than Luke in the first film being a little whiner.
Yeah,
right. But no, I mean,
being a little whiner, it's the Skywalker.
It was. It's a trait. Yeah.
But in Revenge of the Sith, he should have been a little whiny bitch. Still.
Yeah, he was mad. Yeah. I mean, he was whiny.
I mean, yes, the anger.
There.
You can see that anger. Yes. You can see the duplicitousness. It shouldn't have been just overnight. Okay, now I'm going to cut Mace Windu's arm off, and I'm going to kneel at you now. No, it should have been a buildup. No. You should have offed some Jedi's beforehand.
Yes.
And just like in the article saying, it's how do you work around it? Was it like the fog of no? He offed them during some operation and made it look like the enemy had it. I mean, think. If you want convoluted stuff, that the interweavings, this had a perfect opportunity. Lucas failed us there greatly, just like he failed us with Return of the Jedi. And That's my take, and I'm a super Star Wars fan. You have to be a super Star Wars fan to come up with this stuff because you do the study. And if someone has a different approach and they do the study, that makes an interesting debate. But I will not chide anybody for having a different approach than I have in that. If you know the sources, not these trendy, mind numb, I don't know anything out of 10 years of my life existence, and I know everything about Star Wars. And you're not a real fan. Which, of course, this is what I have to say.
Okay.
That's why we're passionate, man. That's why we love this stuff, man. This is why we're bothered. This is why we fight.
Because we care about it. Because we grew up with it. It was part of our lives.
Because the whole thing is, even if you didn't read the novels and whatever, you learn a lot even from the games. Look at Knights of the Old Republic and things you can learn from there. I mean, it's just, it goes on and on and on. They just continue to miss the point, and it goes over. It doesn't matter what franchise it is. They miss the point. They miss what these characters are supposed to be, and they said, oh well, they can be whatever they want, but they're not as interesting. They miss the point of Finn. They miss the point of this. They miss the point of that. They continue.
They miss the point that we literally, and I mean literally, ate, drank.
They
slept.
They don't
Star Wars.
They don't get it. They just don't get it. They don't. And when people tell me that, like, Captain Falcon and the whole, like, you can even go with Marvel, any of these franchises, it's not as good because Falcon, the way he was, and I don't care what anybody says about that, his character was fine. What should have happened, and this is my take, especially reading more of this lore stuff, is that giving the shield or talking to other people about this and us going through things on the internet or reading other stuff, he should have given the shield the winner Falcon and the Captain America Falcon, whatever you want to call it, should have given the shield back to Bucky in the series and said, look, I can't do this and I need your help. Now, people would argue, oh, well, the black guy gave it to the white guy, whatever. But here's the thing. In the comics, Rogers gives the shield to Bucky, and he could have given the shield, and they could have done it a little bit differently, where Falcon and Bucky, he says, here's the shield. We need to work together. We can be great. We can do that. They continue to miss all these different points of the characters. Boba Fett. I've heard arguments with, like, oh, well, Boba Fett before,
because they don't give a shit, Cash.
No,
you have to give a shit in order to know what direction you want to take these characters.
That's why I like to talk to people like Crit, older people, but there are younger fans that I talk to. It's like, well, Boba Fett wasn't that relevant and they didn't show him much. It didn't matter. It's the mystery. It's like, do you people not understand the mystery? Like, this is part of the imagination.
They don't. It's all part of the J.J. Abrams school of storytelling.
There was
you hint at something, but you never actually.
And there were other people like, even in Lost, there was mystery. Like, there were things that before he did Star Wars, he actually had mystery. But when people change these things and they take on a beast like Star Wars or DC or Marvel, tell your actors, tell your people to start looking at more of the source material. And if you're not, then tell them to watch stuff like the animated show of Spider-Man and on and on and on, where they explain these things. It drives me insane.
Well, I mean, I want to address what Padawannabe had up there, his little comment he had. I don't know what kind of fan I am. Very simple. You're a real Star Wars fan if you understand where we're coming from and knowing what we're seeing. That what is it for those of us who've been around and were immersed in it and saw not just saw the evolution, but we're part of that evolution. We're living that history of this saga from almost day one, and what we were being told by George. That's why many of us were disappointed with the prequel trilogy.
Right.
They want to know why. Whoa, why did you guys all get upset at George? Because we knew what he was setting up, and this is not looking like what he is setting up, and it's not as good as what he was telling us for the setup with it. But we still love Star Wars, right? I mean, obviously, Phantom Menace was not a bomb. Obviously.
No, I still think
Even
it's a
those of
good
us that,
movie. As goofy
right,
as
we
certain
still think
things
that.
about it,
Right.
there's things I definitely like about the film, and I still think it's watchable. I actually think Attack of the Clones is better for certain things, but Revenge of the Sith for me is still a great film.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, when it comes around to being understand where we were coming from, what we were told, what the history was up, to a certain point until someone decided to rip our dreams and hearts out. And while we did have beef with Lucas, but we still love Lucas, right? It's still his baby. It's still up to that point. We didn't necessarily like it. Some of the things he did because we felt that he was selling out, and I do believe he did sell out a lot, especially to merchandising. But the thing is we saw that, but we still love Lucas, and obviously none of the prequel films bombed. We still
No.
came back and watched because we're still getting Star Wars. It was still real Star Wars. And when he had to go back and change things in the original trilogy with his extended version, or whatever you want to call it, the remasters, because he kept doing it so he could try
It's
to
a
fit it more.
revision. That's all it was.
Yeah, revision.
Revision.
Yeah, right. I mean, the first time around was just him wanting to put some fancy stuff in there because the first film wasn't out yet. But after that first film, every time he revised it more is to try to make those films fit into the prequel when it should have been the other way around. And that's one of the problems we have on that one. It's not the original trilogy that had the problem. It's your execution of the prequel. You should have been more on the ball and respectful to your own creation, because it only makes things suffer a little more. It's like telling Jay, yeah, I know Tolkien did some changes in The Hobbit when the Lord of the Rings first came out, a very small one, but really it didn't change anything dramatic. And what he changed was the interplay between interplay between Gollum and Bilbo. There's a little change in there, just enough, so that would at least fit into the further story. But that's just one minor thing, not the constant changes he was having to do to make the original source change. And Tolkien was doing it to the original, from basically the first to the next, and one minor. So yeah, that's why we're upset, and that's why we are mad at Disney. And basically, Disney F off. We're not off our rockers.
Right,
We can take you. We can take you snotty little trendy fans on and rip you apart. But of course, what's your response back? We're Estes and Phobes and all that, and we can't get further into discussion and debate on that than that. It's over with. And no, you might think you won, but no, you lost the moment you started doing that. And that's their battle plan. Well, I have news for you. In these days, we don't give a shit.
Right.
I never did, obviously.
No,
anyone who knows me. But there's more and more, thankfully, out there who's getting as loudmouthed as me. And I'm happy about that. And all I ask is you understand where we're coming from, and maybe you'll get a lesson. And not you, Padawan. I know you're smart. You know shit. So nothing against you at all. But I'm talking about the trendies. But you're not real fans anyways, you trendies. You're just following along from one trend to another. What will be the next trend? Because we're about at that cusp. Star Wars is about dead. So you're going to glom on to something else. Well, glom on to Lady Gaga again, please. Just go.
There's this whole thing about how goofy Star Wars has become, and yes, some of the prequel stuff is a bit goofy, but there's still a more serious tone. That is what Star Wars always needs. They can be a bit goofy with certain things, but it depends on the setup. But it needs to be still that more serious tone, where that's why I like season 1 and season 2 of The Mandalorian. And I was looking forward to the Cara Dune show. That could have been pretty badass, I think.
The New Republic series.
Yes. But then what do they do in season 3 of The Mandalorian? They make it really goofy and they put in Lizzo and stupid things. Like, it's just
Oh,
dumb.
don't forget Jack Black.
Yes,
I was
Jack
gonna say,
Black is
Jack-
just being. It's like he could be. It's just these decisions are ridiculous, and what they want to execute and so on. Where they had something there with the Dark Troopers and the other stuff, where it was actually dark. It's the same thing they could have done with the Kenobi show and the Book of
From the
Boobaloo
EU.
show. Yes. They could have actually had the serious tone. You could have they set it up before with Boba Fett, and this still bothers me. I just don't understand. He's a crime boss. You don't do what I say, I'm going to feed you to my rancor or whatever.
But Boba would
It's
never
just
have been a crime boss. That's
right,
the thing.
right. But in that
He's a hunter.
situation, the right. But in that situation, he was. If you're turning him into a crime boss, then make him a crime boss. Not this goofy shit. Don't waste.
thing is-
Don't waste the actor like that.
But
which
you know,
he
if you
was.
want to be honest
kept
about it, Boba Fett would be a horrible crime boss because that's not his way of thinking. That's
Yeah,
not how
no,
he
he's a
does it.
bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You know, just take Judge Dredd, basically, and I'm going
Right.
to go out and bring people back, dead or alive. I don't care. I don't want to sit on the dais. I want to, I get my hands dirty. I work for those guys, type of thing.
Yep.
Right.
I wanted more. I wanted Boba and Mando, and maybe Boba says, you know what, the Finnick, I think he was with, yeah. She says, you know what, you become this crime boss. I'm gonna go and do missions with Mando or something. You know, I just there's a lot of cool things that they could have done, and they just went with this more goofy stuff with this Boba Fett show, and it's like, eh. Yeah.
Yeah, and to answer Padawannabe,
Yeah.
Padawannabe, if you still enjoy it, that's what
That's
matters.
right. That's right. Exactly.
That you're still enjoying it.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good stuff that Disney did. I think that's good.
Yes, I do
I
too.
mean, Mando 1 and 2,
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
I mean, it was so universe neutral until kind of the very end of Mando season 2, but that could have fit into the EU as well as it could fit into the Disney. That what I thought was so good about it. But this is the one thing I also have to sit back and say. No matter what you think about George Lucas's Star Wars prequel, the prequel, the original, no matter what, every character, even Jar Jar Binks, every character was done with respect by George and those making it. When you got to the sequel trilogy, characters were not treated with respect. Finn, anybody? Look how that character was not
He
treated.
was made a joke.
Yeah. Poe
Yes.
Dameron, as time went along,
Yes.
his character was done dirty, was not treated
Well,
with
yeah,
respect.
especially in
Rose
Rise of
Tyler, her
yes,
character
yes,
was
yes.
not treated with respect. About
Yes.
the only one that was quote unquote treated with respect, but yet it's still insulting, was Ray.
Yes. Yes.
Ray, I can never do anything wrong.
Right.
Palpatine.
She was the bestest ever.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And even Kylo Ren done dirty in that whole thing.
Yeah, he
None of
was.
many of these characters, except for basically Ray, no one was giving an ounce of respect that was behind this project any respect. And we were expecting more from it. And we were let down of all the possibilities. We
Yeah,
said that
I
all the
mean,
time. Up
we-
your ass, John Bologna.
Yeah.
That's why we're upset because of how they treated you, but you want to shit on us. Same thing with you, Tran. We were upset with how they treated you and your character. Thank you for shitting on us as well. Don't ever come back to us. Either one of you two, you can go to hell.
Right.
I'm serious.
No, I agree, man. That's why it's important for it's not just Star Wars, it's just there's been a wrecking ball. So look, yes, maybe that Superman movie will be good, but then again, when you see the trailer, I just feel like it's goofy. You look at stuff like Star Wars, there needs to be more of a serious tone. Even the show of Kenobi, like it's just so easy to make fun of certain things, especially Riva. You know, it's just ridiculous. All this stuff is just bad. It's like the whole thing is that the Sith is supposed to be intimidating. But when you look at those Sith, you're like, am I supposed to be intimidated by this? The only one that was more intimidating that actually was the woman who had like wires coming out of her neck or something. She looked pretty intimidating. But other than that, the main three, I wasn't intimidated by them. Oh, am I supposed to be scared of these Sith?
But the thing is you're supposed to, they make you intimidated by how they look.
Right.
Darth Vader was intimidating, not because
Yes.
he was wearing a black suit.
No.
But it was his presence. It was a presence that David Prowse was doing, and James Earl Jones's voiceover.
Right.
The presence is what was intimidating, not some guy running around in a black suit going, right? Boba Fett was intimidating because he only had like 2 lines in Empire Strikes Back. He was intimidating not because he looked that way,
right?
But Jeremy Bulloch did a great job with the presence of the character.
Exactly.
So we got that. So what do we do at Disney? Let's make them look mean and bad and have wires through the neck. And oh, look, now they're scary.
Right.
What presence do you have?
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to take out your little bitch, Seth. What does it matter? And that's the thing. They can look, I mean, Dooku. Christopher Lloyd's presence at Dooku.
Yes.
And how
Christopher
he played
Lee.
that character.
Yeah, Christopher.
That's what I meant. Sorry. What did I say?
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd.
Okay, everybody. Too many Christophers. I didn't say Tolkien.
You're gonna see some serious shit.
Yeah. I mean, you listen to how he plays that character. It's like,
yes,
oh
my lord.
God.
I'll have the time-traveling Death Star ready for you.
Christopher Lloyd is Darth Vader.
Yeah, God. Oh,
yeah, imagine. Luke, I'm your
Luke.
father, and we're gonna go back 30 years in my time-traveling TIE fighter.
Oh, man.
I mean, you think about it, Christopher Lee and his ability to act in his presence, how he, there's one thing you have to sit back and say about in the Attack of the Clones. He was mind-screwing Obi-Wan. He was telling Obi-Wan everything. Every last bit. He told him the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did.
And was toying with him. And you could see that. That is presence.
Yes.
He didn't have a fancy outfit to wear. Yeah, he had a cape, but really his outfit wasn't spectacular. He didn't have a helmet. Yeah, he has a spectacular beard. He has his looks, but that was the presence. And now he's going out there telling the truth, and Obi-Wan's thinking he's telling a lie. It's his presence still. That's what's important, which Disney has never been able to replicate ever.
They don't want to. That's the whole thing. Because of their arrogance, their entitlement, the way they act. They don't bring on people who wrote these novels like we've talked about over and over again. They do some things right, but then they mess up with other stuff. It's just it's annoying. It really is. But
Disney Star Wars is all about whiny little bitches. I mean, take a look at director Kinnick. Oh, this is a whiny little bitch in Rogue One. I'm not getting my way with Tarkin. I'm gonna talk to Vader.
I like his character.
I mean, really, but that's what it is. It's like, really, you're being a little bitch boy about that? You can't stand up to Tarkin?
Oh, Anakin! It's your kids, Anakin! Something's got to be done about your kids! Great Scott!
But I mean, how many bitch boys do we need in Star Wars?
Yeah, I know.
And characters not treated with respect. Kinnick should have been a lot more imposing. Yeah, I know he was, because he has a different English accent, someone who's from the working class more than the intellectual class, which makes things even more interesting. If that's the case, then you should be a little bit more rough and tumble.
Right, and
if you're from the North, act like you're from the North. Get into fisticuffs, get drunk, and fight.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, they explain more things, or they make the characters more interesting in anime stuff than live action. It should be both. I shouldn't have to learn more about Phasma because I'm watching an animated
I've said it before. You shouldn't have to watch
an
animated TV series to get the background on a character that was in a movie. You shouldn't have to read book or comic books to get the background of a character. It should be there in the movie.
Right. You
It
know,
should be
the
there
way
in the novelization of the movie.
the way Phasma died in what was it, Last
The
Jedi?
Last Jedi. Yeah.
It was just it was such a
Yeah, it's
bitch
pathetic.
move. No, it's
Yeah.
like this is supposed to be a
Horrible.
very intimidating character, and you guys are ruining it.
A
And they
woman, and
did.
we're upset.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a female character, and we're upset about
When
it.
you
It's like, come
saw
on.
her in Force Awakens, you're like, oh shit, this
Yeah.
bitch is
Okay, when is this character going to come in? But, I'm going to
Yes.
address Animosity on this one. And this
Yeah.
is something a lot of people make a big mistake on. Luke Skywalker was not a whiny bitch through the entire trilogy.
No.
Take a look at Star Wars now. This is very important. You have this farm boy. Now, imagine this kid's in Texas, right? All his friends are getting out of this one-horse town. He's stuck on the farm with his uncle, who won't talk about his dad or his mom.
No.
Right? But he does have a loving aunt, but she still won't talk about anything either. And
Right.
you're seeing you're good at what you do. You're good with fixing things. You're good at running a skyhopper. You're good at flying, right?
Yes.
And you wanted to do the academy, but every time you turn around, your uncle is holding you back.
Yes.
Of course, you're going to start whining. They left for the academy. I left behind her. Someone would have.
Why won't you let me go? Why can't
Right.
I leave this godforsaken planet?
Right. So you get whiny. And then he gets the first bitch slap across the face. His family is murdered.
Yes.
He takes up with the creepy old Hermit. Come along here, Anakin.
Come on, how you doing?
Come here, Luke. I want to take a look at you.
Yeah. And so you take up with the creepy old wizard, right? And you're still whining, and he's kind of doing a little bitch slaps here and there a little bit to keep you in line, but nothing like your uncle would do or anything like that. But he's trying to guide. He's 18 years old. He's finally off the planet for the first time. He's inexperienced. He's young. Anybody would be. Think of yourself back at that age and imagine yourself stuck somewhere. How much of a whiny bitch were you? Then you see 3 years later, because that's how much time encompasses not only in real but also in the movie, you have Commander Luke Skywalker, more mature but still impulsive, right? But not so whiny at all. He's given command. He's got to be a leader of men.
Part of that maturity is because of what he's been through.
Right. Yeah, he lost his family. He lost Obi-Wan. He blew up the Death Star. He saw his best friend get blown up over the Death Star. Who knows what happened between those 3 years? At that time, we didn't know anything at all, right? But who knows what happened between those 10 years? You're seeing the girl that you're all hot over, spending more time with Han, and it's like you're having dreams about this hot girl. Wait a moment, she's my sister. Never mind. Well, wait a moment. No, I'm from the Hicks. We're from the South. That'll work. No, just kidding. Just kidding. For Donnie and Marie. What? No, I didn't mean anything. But no, but you're not going to be a whiny bitch and be a commander in the rebellion. You now have a reputation, but you're still impulsive. You see that. When he goes to Dagobah, he still has a bit of that impulsiveness, which has a little bit of the whininess, but he's impulsive. And this is now where Yoda is having to do the bitch slaps to him. But now he's gone from...
That's why Yoda tells him, do or do not. There is no try.
Yes.
Right. And this is more of his problem now. He's not really whining out, but he still has that impulse. The things that his father had. His father was impulsive. The impulsiveness led him to the dark side of the Force because it was quicker.
Again, that leads to like father, like son.
Right. And he had that vision in the Force tree. It was a warning. That's why it was his face in the helmet. You're going down the wrong path if you stay the way that you are. And then he gets the ultimate bitch slap. Bespin. He loses his best friend to a bounty hunter. He's still alive, but he's whisked away. So your best friend's now on ice, literally. You lost your hand and were beaten the snot. And you also were on the run. So you're coming off this big, nasty loss on Hoth with your tail between your legs. Let's face it, the rebellion had their tails in between their legs running. It happens in war, especially if you're like that. But now this big asthmatic bastard is telling you that he's your father.
Mm-hmm.
This is the ultimate bitch slap that you had with Empire, which is where we got Luke Skywalker in Return of the Jedi. The calmer, thoughtful, not so impulsive.
Yes.
You can see that Luke in Return is not Luke in the first Star Wars film. You have actually seen this growth over these 3 films of the hero. And the major important parts of that growth was he got his ass handed to him many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And now he gets it. But he still has to face that final test. Will he have it to pass that test or not? And he almost fails. He almost fails. He's that fucking close. And his father sees that. His father is shamed by him. Because he tosses his lightsaber and tells the Emperor, not only does he tell the Emperor to F off, but that he's a Jedi Knight like his
father.
Father, right.
A slap in the face of Darth Vader. And now here's Darth Vader almost was killed by his son, beaten. His asthma's even worse, and you've seen this interplay. And finally, the redemption arc follows through. It is the return of the Jedi. It is not Luke's story. It is now Anakin Skywalker's story. And Luke Skywalker is the catalyst.
Well, it's even hinted that it's even hinted that it's Anakin's story in Return of the Jedi when Luke and Vader are having the conversation, and he says, "I know you were once Anakin Skywalker, a powerful Jedi."
That means,
and Vader says, "That name means nothing to me."
Right. Then my father is truly dead.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is
now even though it's not shown, that conversation had an influence on what happens in the climax of the film.
Right.
Because Vader's probably thinking, but he doesn't want the Emperor to know that he's thinking, maybe Luke's right. Maybe there is Jedi still in me.
Well, just those quick few moments after Luke is sent off and Vader's standing there, you can see those wheels turning, even though he's in the helmet, just by the body play. Vader is stunned. Vader is knocked back. Those wheels are turning. There is a struggle. You can see that struggle. It might not be giant. He's not saying a freaking word. It's not being explained to us, but it's shown to us. Again, the essence of epic storytelling that you have there, where you have to pay attention to what's going on and not be force-fed. This is why this is such an excellent epic. Orson Scott Card said it right. The first film, who was the bad guy? Tarkin. Second film, who was the bad guy? Vader. Jedi, who was the villain? Imps, Palps.
Mm-hmm.
You have to keep that in mind. Who was the main villain in each one of these films also helps you down that road. It also gave us a lot more insight into Vader with Empire, with him being the main villain.
Yep. I think this is a good time to end today's broadcast.
Okay,
Yes.
I want you to read pages 5 through 16. I expect the papers on the desk Wednesday at 6 o'clock Eastern time, please. Please don't be late, and we'll continue the lecture then as well. So, welcome to Star Wars Day. I hope you enjoyed.
But speaking of which, I do have a question for everybody. Once Baron and Cash have promoted themselves, that I will be asking everyone. And well, Baron, why don't you go ahead and promote yourself, since we know it's going to take Cash 2 hours to promote himself.
Excuse
He's gonna
me,
take 2 hours
jackass.
to promote nothing. He's going to take 2 hours to promote nothing. I don't know my channel, blah, 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 blah. 2 hours later. Okay, so hey.
Whoa, what happened? I think there's a glitch. Hold on.
You're not frozen. You're not frozen in carbonite, but you might be spinning in space like it's Superman.
I'm like Darth Vader at the end of Star Wars. Whoa. Okay, so here we are. Professor Baron Orman Tag on May the 4th. Thank you again for listening to my lecture. I hope you enjoyed. So we can look at me. Well, we are taking a break from the Beyond, so don't expect us on the Beyond anytime soon, at least for this entire month, because Jace, well, he ran away with tail between his legs and hiding out in even colder parts of Norway. Have fun, buddy. Remember, wrap that winky so it doesn't fall off. Okay.
Anonymous.
Rosen and Tartan. Hey, you're fired. Okay, so what does that leave me then? Well, simple. Please join me. I'm doing live gaming streams now. I feel strong enough to do it by myself. So Mondays, comrades, please join me in Afghanistan.
Mike, help! What the fuck do you want?
But join me in wonderful sunny Afghanistan, comrades, please. I'm protecting border. I am making Afghanistan great always, comrades. We're building wall. I think I will build wall next time because I have ability to build wall to keep those nasty people from coming over and attacking our humble little base that we have there. And of course, trying to keep your cheap booze and your cheap cigarettes and your funny money and that stuff that you put up nose and go woo with, because we don't want that. We have bitter vodka, we have great cigarettes. We don't need your pollution in our country. That's contraband police, folks. That's right. Great game out of Europe. In fact, I think it is one of the developers is from Norway. That's for you, Jace. And I'm protecting the border in a basically Cold War era, Soviet-like country. And this is fun. It's been popular with a lot of people. Join me. It's 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time on Baron Orman Tag's Fandom Legacy. But not to be outdone, but also still in the police realm. Wednesdays at 3 o'clock. And yes, I know that is before Central Daylight Time. That is before Pop Talk, but I make sure that I don't overrun because I don't want to go, be in trouble with the big captain of the police force and be put on a bad beat somewhere. But that is police.
What? You're still playing the game on your stream. The show still goes on.
I know. I gotta have fun, man. Come on, Captain. Be a little bit rough. Remember what movie was that where the guy wanted to have the captain chewing his ass all the time? Come on, be the captain that chews the ass, man. We need a little Eddie Murphy action here, man. But no, it is Police Simulator, another European game. This one out of Germany. These are these independent games. They might not have those big, high class, fancy graphics that the other games have, but it shows that indies do great games, and you have to use your mind in these games. In Police Simulator, you're on patrol in a city of Brighton, in the great state of Franklin, in the United States of America, our great 51st state. So please join me on Wednesday, 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time for, I call it Fuzz Police Simulator Brighton. So join me over there. Let's see, is there anything else I can think of? I don't think. Tomorrow I'm filming something with Pops. It's the latest film that we both have not seen. Well, I can't say that no more. We have seen it now because we're going to be talking about it. But film that we hadn't seen until before then. It's a comedy, and when that gets released, I'm sure you'll enjoy. And we encourage you to watch the film. It is on YouTube. I'll let you know what the film is later. I want to keep you all in suspense. But the film that we did do was released to the public 2 days ago at Pop's channel, and that was Android with Klaus Kinski in it. Again, the movie is on YouTube. Watch that, and then go ahead. Watch Pops and I discuss the film afterwards. And I say, watch the film all the way through. Do not get discouraged. And there is going to be a payoff, and you can listen to what we have to say about it afterwards. So, and that's on Pops' channel. So every fortnight, I seem to be doing something with him, dealing with movies. Other than that, I cannot think of anything else on my pointed little skull. So with that, I say back to you, Mike. We don't need to talk to Cash. I said
All
we
right,
don't need
Cash. Anything coming up on Phantom Hooligans or Cash Money Madness?
nothing.
I was waiting for Baron talks about me trying to go 2 hours. Listen to this guy. But
Hey, I
anyways,
have something to talk about. You don't.
sure. Yeah, nice try. Now get me a donut.
I got one. Want one? It's those old mini donuts, chocolate. You'll like it.
Yeah. So right now, of course, what do we got? Cranky Old Fans is still on hold, unfortunately. But when it's back, then Baron and I will be kicking ass again on Tuesdays.
And taking names.
Yeah. Just things have been slow, but things are getting back to normal, and I think as long as everything works out, we should be back doing a multiplayer stream. I know Phil will be like, "Oh, Team Epic fail" or whatever shit, but yeah, we got to get some Marvel Rivals going. So yeah,
I think the time of Marvel Rivals has passed. It is time to move on to more important streams of gaming.
Yeah, that game that we said was the super secret game that we were going to be playing back in January.
That's right.
I think it's time for us to take the passage.
Okay,
Hell,
so
even
you guys,
before January.
Yeah,
it was.
So you guys don't want to play the Marvel Rivals, then that's fine.
Screw Marvels.
Okay.
I'm DC
no,
guy.
that's fine.
Marvel.
we're not saying we don't want to play it. We're just saying the time has passed.
You would rather
from when
play
we
the
were
super
going
secret.
to play
That's
Marvel
fine.
Rivals to where we should play the game.
All right, then we'll play the super secret game.
Pull yourself up,
Yes.
man. Come on,
To
I got
play a
a
game that somebody was gifted.
Yeah,
I have
you,
actually. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes. All right. Well, we'll play the
because
super
we had the
game
super secret plan for the Phantom Hooligans Friday night stream, but we can't do it when the main hooligan isn't there.
That's right.
Who's that? I forgot.
Well,
I don't know. Some guy named Blow Money.
Oh, wait a moment. Phantom Hooligans. That's Matt Shiny Restman. Where the hell has he been? Come on, we got to talk to Matt.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna play EverQuest. No, EverCrack. No, I'm not gonna play. I haven't actually ever streamed that, but that would be pretty fun.
I used to play that stalling game.
Play that. Sure. No. Phil has never gifted me any of that stuff. Thank goodness.
I'm surprised.
I know.
Hey,
He's threatened. He's threatened to gift those games. But anyways, yeah. So all right. Well then,
I almost gifted Mike a streamer simulator, but no.
No.
All right. So yeah. So then.
No. And
no.
In case I haven't said it enough, there. No.
No.
You know what game is fun though?
Yeah.
Game called Pummel
But then
Party.
we'll do the super secret game. We'll do that next Friday then. That'll be great.
Excellent.
We'll play for a few hours, and I shouldn't have any problems with that because the engine still runs well on older cards. So, yeah, should be good.
Well, what you do is if you have a problem, talk to Tim Walls. He knows how to work on engines because he does. He's able to go out there and explain. Code.
I'm waiting for him to say, "I'm a little teapot, short and spout." Yes, here's my handle. Yeah. Anyways, here's my spout. Yeah. But really, yeah. So that's coming up. The reason is things had been slow. There had been things going on with me and stuff, and unfortunately, and things happened. So I hadn't been doing as much with the channels and stuff. So things are going to get back to normal, which I'm happy about. I know it's been a while. It's been at least a few months, and so yeah, that's right. Not a month. He's a man's man. That's right.
Yeah, he likes to drink a gallon of that great creamy goodness.
Oh, man.
You had to bring that up, though.
And then I think hopefully the next week, Mike and I will get back to Evil West because we got to finish that. So there'll definitely be some stuff coming up. I'm basically what I've been doing is I'm getting ready to play more platform games finally on the channel, and so I've been practicing with Castlevania, and that game can be rage-inducing. So
and
you have to calm down.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think
There's
I got
this
that free on Epic. I'm scared.
nice. Yeah, you
I think
should
I'm
be.
scared to play it though.
You should. You should be
Yeah, I
scared.
started playing that V game.
Oh, good. V Rising.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know
Good.
what I'm doing. I'm playing it.
You'll figure it out, I'm sure.
I
But
hope
yeah,
so.
so
It's supposed to be good.
that's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans and Cash Money 007. So, but next week, as long as everything's fine, what is next week? Okay, good. I want to, because of course the freaking gaming convention's coming up again. It's fine, but it's
What?
yeah. My dad will be
No, I
going.
mean we're gonna get a weekend of you.
A grizzly bear with tits.
Sure. Gate 3. It just had a recent update, I guess, with some stuff. So
What
Who
more?
cares?
I know.
It's the Goldilocks edition.
Yeah, maybe so. I think they updated some classes and stuff, but yeah. So that's what's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans on, and then Cash Money 007 on Twitch, and then hopefully on Cash Money Madness we'll be back. I don't know, probably another month or two before at least maybe this month, Baron. We'll see. Well, it depends on Jace. So
You know,
we'll see.
Mike has made some offers to us. We should probably take him up on that too.
We could.
Good,
We
excellent.
could, yes.
Excellent.
No death counter. Nope. I'm vetoing that.
But yeah, that's all coming up.
Oh.
So back to you, Mike.
I don't even know what that is.
No. He wants me to play Contra 3, the Alien Wars, and have a death counter. No.
Okay.
No, but my question for everybody,
Okay.
because I'd already planned out the movies that we were going to watch for this month, but I'm thinking about calling an audible, and I told Baron about this before we started the stream. I'm thinking about moving Tommy Boy from the 25th to next Sunday to have it along with Galaxy Quest. So next Sunday, being Mother's Day, would be a double feature instead of a single movie. You know, two great comedies, Galaxy Quest and Tommy Boy. Especially with Tommy Boy, you can see how Cash and Baron handled a road trip trying to sell brake pads. I know I've been going on with that every time I mention it.
Yeah, that's Baron saying, "Me need wee."
Baron want wee.
He's a bit dumb animal, huh, folks? Yeah.
Well, I am.
But I was thinking for the 25th, we watch Star Wars. For Orthodox Star Wars Day.
Oh.
If you want to do it, just let me know. And I'll ask in the community post on YouTube, but please actually answer. Don't just leave a like. That doesn't help me.
Excellent. Excellent.
That doesn't help me know whether you want it or not. Actually respond to it. Say yes or no. Leave it as you have it scheduled. We can celebrate Star Wars in our own way if we choose to. But that's my question for everybody. And as far as what's coming up this week on the channel, Tuesday, I will hopefully be playing Rise of the Ronin. Hopefully there won't be any ISP issues like there were this past Tuesday. Yes, more Rise of the Ronin.
Mm-hmm.
And if you missed the video that I uploaded where I finally got through that one part, well, then go ahead and watch it. I'll go ahead and put the link to it in the chat right now. But it's going to be more Rise of the Ronin coming up for Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, more Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, where we are going to be talking more articles. I just got to look through the different websites, see, okay, what do we want to talk about? What is an article we don't necessarily have to talk about. Of course, also make the thumbnail for Wednesday's show because right now I just have a placeholder there. It's not the official
What?
thumbnail for Wednesday. No, it's just a placeholder.
That's why it looks so bland.
And Thursday, I figured, you know what? Instead of playing just one game, I'm going to play 2 games.
Whoa! Wild!
Fuck off.
What? Trying to help you, man. Trying to get excitement going, man.
Yeah, you sarcastic jackass.
What?
Yeah, I detect the sarcasm.
Yeehaw.
But anyways, on Thursday, I recently purchased MLB The Show 25 because it's currently on sale until May 11th for $49.99. I took advantage of it, bought the digital version, already downloaded it. It's ready to go. So I'll be playing MLB The Show 25. And then after I play a few games in MLB The Show 25, I'll be playing some Marvel Rivals and getting some things done in that game.
And the Cubs lose. And the Cubs lose.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. I know it's Sunday, but you deserve it.
Oh, man. So if people want to join you for Marvel Rivals, then just let you know, huh?
Yeah, you know, Shane, he knows how to get a hold of me. You can get a hold of me in game. You want to team up? Yes. And then if anyone wants to join, just let me know so I can get the Discord section ready.
I wish I knew how to get a hold of you.
Oh.
He's unlisted.
But Saturday, I'm looking forward to Saturday because that's going to be episode 2 of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, where this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be joined by DJ Ronnie G, and we are going to watch, talk about, and discuss Tomorrow is Yesterday from the original series. And of course, I invite all of you to join us as well and watch that episode. And one of the reasons why we are watching that episode is because it's an episode that means a lot to me. Because it started my Star Trek fandom. And I asked DJ, I even said to him, I said, you can choose a different episode. Because he had asked me, you know, what's going to be episode number 2? I said, Tomorrow is Yesterday. And he joining me for that. And, you know, we're going to watch it and we're going to enjoy it. And it's the original version of the episode, not the remastered version. But I will talk more about Tomorrow's Yesterday on Saturday. I do want to thank everybody for popping in. And also, good to see Lady Mist.
Oh, hi.
Always good to see Lady Mist. Always very supportive of so many channels here in this YouTube sphere. And I appreciate any time that anybody comes by and, you know, even watches for a little bit. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, or X, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And it's always nice to see Lady Miss. Tree Rock,
absolutely.
Thank you very much. And Shane, he says, 2 games? He's gone mad.
He has. He has.
I'm a Cuphead. I was already there.
He's broke.
No, I was thinking, do I want to do a whole stream of Marvel Rivals, or now that I have MLB The Show 25, since it was on sale, do I want to have a whole game of MLB The Show, or do I want to play MLB The Show for a little bit and then shift to Marvel Rivals? And I decided I was going to play MLB The Show for a little bit for Thursday, and then shift over to Marvel Rivals. And I also want to take the time to thank Anonymous and Anonymous my friend, I do have Paradise ready for May 24th for when you're on The Adventure Continues, because that's the episode that you have chosen from Deep Space Nine Season 2. So that is all good and ready to go, and so is the intro with your name on it. But see, that's also why I'm asking folks who come on, let me know ahead of time, because even though I do it every other Saturday, I still need to have time to get the episode ready and also do any changes necessary to the intro, you know. For example, when we get to Encounter at Farpoint, I can't have it be Star Trek the original series Encounter at Farpoint. I want to specify that it's Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 1, Episode 1, Encounter at Farpoint, on both the title, the thumbnail, and also in the opening intro, to let everybody know what particular episode we are discussing. And it's good to see, damn it, Bobby, over on Rumble. That boy ain't right. How are you doing today, Bobby? I hope you're feeling better.
That old thing there, I tell you, going boom, boom, boom.
Yes. Anonymous will be an upcoming guest. Let me get through everybody here before we finally bid you adieu. Pat Wannabe, thank you for being here, brother. Also, on Saturday the 17th, that will also be a member stream for all channel members. Channel members. So if you're able to come by, cool. If you're not, no worries. Also, Phil McCracken, thank you, Phil, for stopping by. And let's see. We also had Jet Sparks here today. I'm just going through the list of everybody who was here on both YouTube and Rumble. Over on Rumble, Low Spec Linux Gaming was here. Of course, Shane was also over on the Rumble side. Damn it, Bobby was also over on the Rumble side. And still scrolling up on Evie Mugs. Already got Phil. Already got Pat Wannabe. Of course, Jace. He's enjoying his vacation right now. So I hope you have a good vacation. Hope you get to rest. Also, Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. Thank you for stopping by. Already got Tree Rock. Snorty. Can't forget Snorty. Snorty Poopus Cuber. Thank you, Snorty. Everybody's favorite polar bear. In his human suit. And let's see. Just want to make sure I have everybody. Mention Jet Sparks. It's just something that I do. Something I always try to do. Because nobody has to come by at any time and watch the stream. And of course, DJ Ronnie G. Thank you, DJ. And looking forward to Saturday.
Nerd.
And of course, the long-suffering Miss Tag. I mean, she lives with Bear, and I can see why. She's the long-suffering.
Yeah.
And we had a visit from George, who said, I didn't go with my original vision.
We missed
I changed it. Actually, I miss seeing that George come around.
Mm-hmm.
But I know everybody's busy.
He's busy making the next trilogy when he buys it back.
So, everybody, again, it's glad to see you. And can't wait for the streams for the rest of the week. Make sure that you're subscribed to Barrett and Cash and hit that like button on YouTube and Rumble. Share out the stream. And if you want to, if you're new, subscribe. And until next time, everybody, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And Tim is saying just got home from seeing Monty Python and the Holy Grail in theaters.
where the Knights
You're
of the
lucky.
Old
You're very lucky. You're very lucky too.
Republic. We wave our lightsabers when we're able. We do routine. No, that didn't go right. Never mind.
But again, thank you, everybody. Have a good one, and we will see you all later.
Autobots, transform and roll out.